Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, sorry, there was a small disruption.
Oh, okay.
We are slowly letting everyone come back again. I'm sorry, Aiden. Just give us a few more minutes. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, that's Arthur, yeah?
Yep, sorry. No, Aiden, sorry for the interruption. We're slowly trying to get everyone back in.
That's cool.
We'll let you know when we can start again. Just give us a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Prince. Aiden. Oh, Aiden. Oh, Aiden he was telling us that story and it dropped out. Aiden, I don't know if you can still hear us. Aiden.
I've explained to Aiden already, so it's all good. Arthur, all good.
Okay, thank you so much, Sebastian. Yes,
Pleasure.
Aiden. I'm so sorry. I'm not sure what happened. I think it's a network issue. I was very much engrossed in your story and I was thinking, wow, Aiden. This one, you know what? I've been encouraging people to write books, but you've got a movie in there, Aiden. There's a movie in
We'll
there.
get to that. We'll get to that, Arthur. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, definitely. Thank you. Thank you.
Will I continue?
If you can, please do. Please do it.
Okay. So in 2014, in July, I was in the emergency room and Patrick died, was pronounced dead from drowning. And they gave us some time to sit with him. And a nurse said to me, they want to bring a trolley and bring Patrick to the morgue. And I said, no. And I picked him up with a blanket around him, and we followed the nurse through the hallways and the corridors to the morgue. And I carried my baby. When I was a young man, And I was out in the streets and I would fight with guys and be in bar fights. And I was tough. I was real tough. When I walked that corridor with Patrick in my arms, that's the toughest thing I ever had to do in my life. I was a shattered man when Dara died. And I was completely steamrolled to nothing 2.5 years later when Patrick died. So we had another funeral. And I sat at a graveside again and I buried another son in July 2014. Approximately 2.5 years after Dara, I had two sons that died. And I tried to piece together life again. And for me, this felt like my third time to reinvent myself, to find strength, to try and figure out what am I supposed to do. In the thoughts that go through your head, the protector, again. When Dara died, I was 18.5 hours travel away. I could do nothing. When Patrick died, I was 18.5 feet away. I could do nothing. 2014, 2015, myself and Patrick's mom, we had our differences. There was a lot of hurt. There was a lot of raw feelings. And we split. And we didn't know how to continue the relationship. We were a mess. Late 2015, I sat at my computer desk, the office in my house, for my job. And because I didn't know what to do with how I felt, and I didn't believe in life anymore, and I didn't think anything I saw, what people said was real, I couldn't tell the difference. Some people say psychosis, a psychosis episode, when you can't determine real from reality. And I was looking back and I said, my two children are dead. I was that soldier. I lowered them into their graves. I did that. And I didn't believe it happened. I couldn't understand what had happened. You know, as a man, it's difficult when things like this happen. And you guys understand. I actually went so deep in thought that I thought, God is doing something. My seed is not to be, it's not to live on. I lowered them into the graves. I did. And I began to write because my feelings, I thought my thoughts and my feelings were going to kill me. And I did. I did tie a rope. And I got all the photographs of my babies and I lit all the candles. I had it all laid out in the bathroom. And you know, I'm one of the lucky ones because I tried it and the rafter, I'm a big heavy guy, it broke. And when I shared this story before, I explained it in this way. When I made that attempt on my life, because I couldn't handle my head and I couldn't handle my feelings, and the rope thing broke, and I'm a fisherman, commercial fisherman. I know how to tie knots. It wasn't a knot that gave way. I landed on my feet. I want you to think about that. I landed on my feet. We say that usually when something's going good. I called my therapist. I'd been with a therapist through the breakup of a relationship and discussing the grief. And of course, I raised the red flags because I told her what I'd done. And she told me come to her house immediately. And I did. And I chatted with her. And I told her I'll never do that again. That'll never happen again. Don't worry. You don't have to put me on 24-hour watch. It'll never happen again. And I returned back to my desk in the office and I started writing, because I looked back over my life and I looked back, and the more I looked back, and I couldn't believe things that had happened. I couldn't believe that, I was in prison. I beat up some cops. They tried to arrest me and I beat them up. And I beat them up bad that they no longer worked anymore. It was violent. And I had numerous charges. And I got a chance. I was looking back and saying, how could that chance when I was 17? What was the significance? How did that happen? How did I travel to Alaska fishing, the mecca of commercial fishing? How did I meet celebrities, Bono and Robin Williams? I spent an hour chatting with Robin Williams one time in my life. No longer with us, Robin. How did I manage to live in the United States? How did I get my green card? How was I successful with business? How did Dara die? What is this sudden death? How did Patrick wake up and get out to the swimming pool at 5 a.m? What happened? How did these things happen? What am I supposed to do with all this? I don't drink, I don't take drugs, but I want to escape. So from my learning as a teenager to give up the drugs and grieve the drugs, I was now grieving my children. And I started to write. I didn't intend to write a book. I needed to take my emotions outside of myself. I needed to take my thoughts outside of myself. I felt they were eating me from the inside out. I couldn't get up in the morning. I couldn't shower. I didn't eat sometimes. So I started writing, and I went to my therapist then in a couple of weeks' time after that episode. And I said, she said, how's it going? I said, yeah, I'm self-medicating now. And she said, but you don't take drugs. What do you mean? I said, I'm writing my memoir. And you know what I'm going to call it? I'm going to call it Two Sons Too Many. And she said, what? And I said, to lose one child for a parent is too much. And for me to lose two sons has been too many. So I wrote that book in 2016, 15, 16. And I didn't have a plan to write a book. It was just notes. And there were many of them. And then people encouraged me to make it a book. So I was living in Costa Rica. There were no groups I could go to for bereaved parents. I speak Spanish, but not good enough to really express how I felt in a group setting because they spoke too fast for me. I had nowhere to turn. I felt I had nobody. Just me and my writing. Well, because I'm Irish, people in Ireland, when I told family and friends that I wrote a book, they said they wanted to read it. And rather than me print a lot of books and then pay for shipping to Costa Rica and then ship them to Ireland, which would be very expensive because of the weight, someone said to me, put it on Amazon. And so I did. And I told some friends, hey, you can buy it and they'll deliver it to you. It's easier. It's cheaper. Well, the book took off. Many more people bought it. And loads of people liked it. And then I was learning about books and writing about my emotions and my thoughts. And I wrote a second memoir called 17 and Life, about the first stage of my life up to 17 and all the decisions and the crossroads. 17 and Life. The subtitle of that is A Major Crossroads or Just a Simple Intersection, because that was a major changing point in my life. I didn't know my future when I was 17. I made a decision I'd never go back to prison. I didn't know my future. And I share that as significant because, I'm involved with many people who work with the youth. And I was a young guy who nobody could get through to. And I gave talks to youth, and many youth have looked up to me. And they didn't even know about my children. They just know about my history. So I wrote another memoir, 17 in Life. And all the while, don't forget now, I'm fresh, raw, grieving father, 2 children, breakups, marriages. I'm trying to learn how to live again, which I felt was for the third time to majorly reinvent myself and pick myself up. It's not easy for a man when you want to break down and cry every day. The stigma exists. I visited my brother for Christmas in 2017. He lived in Sweden. He lives in Sweden. I didn't want to do Christmas because Dara's anniversary is Christmas. So I went over there and we went to this big supermarket to get all ornaments and Christmas stuff. And as we went to walk in the door, the father and his son walked in holding hands. And I looked at my brother and I said, I can't do it, man. And he had an errand to run. He'd stuff to get. So he gave me the keys and I returned to the car. And as we drove home, he said, are you okay? And I said, no, man. And I cried all the way home. And he said, what's wrong? I know what's wrong. Like, what's the trigger? Like, what's wrong? I said, I saw a father and a son, and it's Christmas. I don't have my sons. This was how difficult life was. Couldn't walk into a supermarket. So with my writing and all the practices that I was learning from the inside out, all the questions, and I'm sharing it with you guys today because when we find ourselves in a position that we feel that we have no choice, when we find ourselves in a position that we think there is no answer, when we find ourselves in a position that we think no one else will understand. I've been to group therapy and groups for bereaved parents. And when they go around the room at the beginning of the meeting and they encourage everyone to speak the name of their child, when it comes to me, I have 2 names to speak. And all the bereaved parents in the group almost pass out when I mention a second child because I've lived their worst nightmare. And they were already bereaved parents. And I share it with you guys today because I didn't know I was practicing mindfulness. And I knew I was focusing on my breathing and I wanted to calm my mind to focus on just one thing for some time. And the deeper inside myself that I went with all my questions, I began to find answers. And so I compiled another book about my grief. And then I jotted down all the things I was noticing about rebuilding myself. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a college graduate. As a matter of fact, I have no letters after my name. So I wrote a book called Layman's Handbook. I'm the layman. And it was all the tips and tools that carried me through to regrow and rebuild myself as a man in the world, as a grieving father, as a guy who couldn't live at one time in his life, as a guy that had to bounce back many times. So I jotted these things down. Layman's Handbook, A Journey to Self, simple tools to change how we live. And the self standing for succeed, elevate, and live free. Succeed in everything we do, no matter how small the task. Elevate ourselves, lift ourselves up, go to our next level, no matter where we are. Elevate ourselves, go beyond. When you think you've got there and that was good, go again. Baby steps. To live, life is now. Live for the now, live today. Right now, me speaking, you listening, you speaking, me listening. This is life. This is it. Right now, right here. And free free ourselves, free myself from the torture in my mind, free myself from the prison that I placed myself in because I was afraid to deal with my emotion. I didn't know how to deal. I didn't know how to communicate. I didn't know where to turn. Free myself. Not the prison I was in when I was 17, the prison I was now living in. Raw emotion, hurt, pain, sorrow, grief. Self. Succeed, elevate, and live free. And I learned the very strong power of our mind when I was writing that book and growing from my grief. Learning to walk tall again, never to overshadow anybody, but to shine my light further, to reach those on the outskirts. There's no thought, there is no emotion that will consume us out of existence. We will always have a choice. We will always have options. Even when we feel like we do not have them, we have a choice. Option A, we can stay stuck in the horror or the prison we've imprisoned ourselves in. We can feel that people have put us there. It is our choice to feel the feelings, to calm the mind, to live. It is our choice. You know, there's many tips and tools and tricks, and I put them in that book for anyone ever that wanted to read it, because I learned these things by doing. I didn't have a book to reach to, so I decided, hey, what sort of good book to write? The one that I couldn't find. The one when I needed help. And I had no problem asking for help, but I didn't know where to turn. I couldn't see it. Where do I go? Even the bereaved parents group tilt their head to the side and give a sigh because I've lost 2 children. I've lived their worst nightmare. And to them in their circles, they've lived all their other friends' nightmare because they lost a child. So I was a misfit again, even in a bereaved parents group, I'm like a misfit. Guys, I share with you because this has been an emotional week. My son Dara's birthday was 3 days ago, the 16th of November. Dara turned 25 this week. He's 10 years dead. And I got up in the morning and I drove myself to his grave. It's 4.5 hours away. And I got there. I didn't go anyway fast. I took it easy. I got there. I went in. I got a little Christmas ornament, gold painted cactus, and I put it by his headstone. Then I looked at the picture. His picture's there, and there's a poem on his headstone and his grave. And I don't visit it often. It's 4.5 hours away. It's a 9-hour round trip to drive it. And I don't visit it because I feel he's with me. Before his birthday, that was that panic attack I had back in 2013, or 2012 rather. And sometimes I feel the need to be at his grave. And it was emotional because I looked at his gravestone and I said, Dara, you're not here, man. And I miss you. And I cried. And I cried some more. And I wanted to jump in the car and drive away. There's something in us. There's a protective mechanism inside us. It's like almost instinct. That when the pain is real raw and it's tough, we want to escape it, we want to run away, and we want to hide. So that phone call that changed my life 10 years ago brought me on a very, very, very slippery slope roller coaster of emotion. And when I shared that layman's handbook, I explained how very glad and grateful I am that I could feel those feelings, that I could live those feelings. They were the most painful and raw and hurtful feelings, though I was grateful that I could experience them. And I was grateful I could experience them sober living. My life is to I aspire to inspire. I found a virtuous cycle. Everybody knows about a vicious cycle because we know about the negatives. A vicious cycle is when they're all downward spiraling. Well, a virtuous cycle is when good is being spread. And I've written these books and people have found them inspirational. And I post online and I do things like this, speaking. I make videos and I update my social medias. And sometimes people write back to me saying, thank you for that. I needed that today. And that inspires me to write more. And as long as I am alive and have breath, I will tell the story of my 2 children. 2 sons too many. And I'll tell the story of them not to bring meaning to their life. They have given me this voice because I now bring meaning to their death. And the grief and the pain that I had to go through and the difficult times to learn about my thoughts and my feelings and to know that life is better and we're meant for more. If I can smile and have a joke with somebody today, I strongly believe so can anybody. I've been there and I've been that soldier. Sometimes I don't even believe it happened. The movie, yes, I have a project out there on Kickstarter right now. I've asked the world to fund me to turn 2 Sons Too Many into a movie, my life story. Because I know my life is resilience. I know my story brings hope. I know my story has inspirational value. And I'm totally honored to be here with you guys today because men's mental health, men having places to turn, men having a more freedom to discuss, to chat, the ability to break down, to cry. I've done all those things. And I'll do them today if I have to, if I need to. Layman's Handbook, A Journey to Self. It was the journey inside myself that answered a lot of questions. And everybody's searching to answer their questions outside. And through my practices and simple meditation, I found that the answers are inside us. And any man listening or that will listen to any recording of this, and any woman also, anybody, when it all seems lost and there's nowhere to turn, when life seems too tough, and it seems like we've been dealt a shitty hand, I'm here to tell you there's always a way and never give up. And that's my motto. And I will make the movie 2 Sons Too Many because the world will fund it for me. And on that, I'll hand it back over to you, Arthur, and I appreciate you and the time here and everyone listening. Thank you. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, Aiden. I just wanted to say, you know what you said that the loss of 2 children is the worst nightmare. I'll be honest with you. Just the loss of one is literally the worst nightmare any parent can have. So two kids is almost like a nightmare while you're actually having a nightmare. Literally, it's a nightmare within a nightmare. I don't know how you cope through it, and you're here today and for such an awesome reason. And I appreciate you so much because you are sharing these stories. I would love to read your books. I think they're very important and they're there for a reason. So the journey that you've traveled, because I don't know many people who would be able to translate it into a book. For me, I want to find out, how did you even keep it together in terms of keeping your mind mentally together with all of that you were going through? because a lot of times, okay, here in Africa, a lot of times we think about, no, somebody's doing this to me, it must be a curse, or must be some, you know, you tend to look for other reasons why it's happening to you, and then you tend to also blame yourself. So the fact that you were able to actually process this entire thing and actually help other people through it, I applaud you for it. I don't know if I would have even done half as well as you've done. So I just want to commend you for that, Aiden. Well done. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that, Arthur. And, you know, there was an evening in a particular chapter of Two Sons Too Many that I had a very uncontrollable cry. And it was like I knew I was crying. I could feel the tears, and it went on for hours, not just 10 minutes, hours. And I was pounding away on the keyboard and the tears, and I was like an outer body. I said, I'm crying and I'm typing. And you know, those few pages, when people read them, they start to cry. And you know, when we send a text, we never know that there's like any emotion in the text, or you know, we don't know how someone might be saying something to us just in a text. And I was amazed that all that emotion transferred over on the pages. I didn't know what I was doing either. I just knew what was inside me needed to come out. It may have gone on paper, and I may have put it in a drawer. I may have burned it. The point I raise with this is that any project, to throw ourselves into any project when we cannot deal with what is going on, is a great way to give us a little buffer zone, to give us some time to help us figure it out. You know, we had spoke earlier about the huge success rate in suicide in men. So, and you know, any project, a painting, paint a fence, make a chair. You know, for me, it was about writing, get my emotion out. I need to get it out. I can't speak it out, so I wrote it out. But any project, just to give us that time, that buffer zone, to help us even begin to process what the heck is going on. You know, that little pause moment, that buffer zone can be the difference between me being here and telling you this story or me not being here. So, and thank you, Arthur, for your kind words.
I don't know if it's kind, it's just the truth, man. Thank you so much for what you've been through. I celebrate. I don't know how you did it, but you're here today and you're sharing. I do believe there's a reason, inclusive of your books. You'll find that, you know what, I've got a platform called Men Must Talk, and the one day I posted this post on that platform, and this guy for some reason just said thank you. And I don't know why I looked at his profile, but something just made me look at his profile. There was a whole lot of homemade guns and weapons and knives and stuff on his profile. So something that I had posted on that Facebook platform maybe made him think differently for that one day, you know. And I think that's what your books are there to do, you know. And that's why he said thank you. He just felt that, you know what, something you said, you know, something you shared made me think differently for this day, and I want to thank you for it. That's why I want to thank you.
Well, that's why we need to reach out. I mean, we need to reach out, and you know, I might make a 2-minute video or a 60-second video that goes on Instagram or something, and you know, later on the next day, somebody said, "Thank you very much for that. I needed it." And it might be something silly. It's just a thought for the day or some bit of encouragement, because I believe never give up, no matter what. You know, we're here for a reason. You know, and we're good. We're all born good. Everybody's born good, and that virtuous cycle. So I continue to post and write blogs and speak like this, and because somebody somewhere is suffering in silence. Somebody somewhere is me in 2014. Somebody somewhere needs to hear what we got to say, because we can make a difference. We can help reach somebody, you know, and for every one person that will write that message to me, even if it's one person for the whole year, then that made it all worth it. You know, we can make a difference together.
That's exactly how I feel, Aiden. Thank you so much. So did you don't have any other kids, Aiden?
I have a beautiful daughter now who's 5 years of age.
Well done. Wow. Wow,
Mhm.
well done on that. Yeah, congratulations on your daughter. Yeah, daughters are the best. You know, I'll be honest with you, daughters.
Yeah, it's a
Uh,
big difference. It's a big difference. And, you know, after what has gone on before, and you said something interesting about when we start to think, am I cursed, and who put this on me, and what's going on, and what, you know, these things have occurred in my life. And an idea of how we think about these things is they have occurred in my life, that they have not happened to me. There's nothing has happened to me. I am here and I'm speaking with you. I'm fine. I still function. And the difference of how we think about it, whereas these things have occurred in my life, yes, but they haven't happened to me, because when I start thinking that what has happened to me, it changes my mind into a victim role. And in a victim role, the slippery slope and the spiral downward slope it's more difficult. So to acknowledge that these things have occurred in my life, yes. The only thing that happened to me every day is that I breathe. And that's important. I feel that we change our focus when it comes to looking at these issues. And the specifics of anybody's story or how we got here, even my own story, it's not as important as what we do now. It's what we do going forward, what we do now. The penny has dropped. You know, the penny dropped, and we know changes must occur. So therefore, it's on us. Yes, we can use our story as a powerful tool. You know, the specifics aren't as important as the fact that we have been awoken, we have been enlightened, we have been enriched with some extra emotion or a new level of knowledge. And this is the light we must shine bright to those who are in the dark, those who feel lonely, those who can't process their emotions. You know, collectively, it's upon us. And if we can reach one person, so thank you, Arthur. And I could talk all day, and I know you have a schedule, and I know we got to keep it rocking and rolling. So I appreciate the time, and you know, I'm going to be here for a while. If you have any question, or anyone else, or anything.
Thank you so much. And I think what you present for me, you know, is that for people stuff. When I see Aiden and I hear Aiden's story, I say he didn't go through it. He grew through it. He's actually so much of a stronger and better person, just by virtue of the fact of what he has grown through. So no, thank you. You haven't taken any time. You know what? I'll be honest with you. Your story, there's not enough time that I could even give for you to share a story like yours. It means a great deal. So thank you so much for actually sharing your stories with us. I appreciate you. Prince, how are you, Prince? Would you like to join in? Chuck, we were supposed to speak to Chuck. I don't know if you're able to unmute Chuck for us, if he's available to speak as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. All right. Thank you. I don't know, Steve. Steve is supposed to quickly jump in before we go to Chuck. But first of all, I want to say thank you very much, Aiden, for sharing your story with us. It's been really, really inspiring. Um, I don't know. I mean, this is actually the kind of conversations that we are also looking forward to as well. I mean, while we'll also encourage ourselves and build ourselves and, we'll be motivated as well. We need to hear stories like this of how we've gone through, instances like this. And I must say, kudos to you. You are a strong man. I mean, you don't, well, you said you're a fisherman. I don't know how you navigated that anyway. You don't look like what you've been through. So well done. Well done. You are a strong man. And please, I am very sure that there are a lot of people who would like to hear your story, especially even during the conference as well. So if you can just hang around, while we go through the schedules of speakers, I will always come back to you and so on and so forth. You and I had a series of conversations as well. And I know, like you said, you enjoy talking, but more than enjoying talking, I think I would rather say you enjoy sharing, and that's very important. So yeah, please stick around and we'll be going, back and forth and also hear you share with us and also be able to answer questions of some people that might come up as well. A lot of people are going through, not to measure any of these, but some have as what you have gone through. And then they are already breaking down. I mean, your story is such an inspiration for one to stand up and say, you know what, if I then could do this, I can do it. And that's the essence of this conference, to share lived and learned experiences, help us navigate through life and, become better versions of ourselves as well. And just help men become sinner. Well done, well done, well done, well done. I must say well done again. And thank you very much. So Chuck Wilson, well, you are here and I really don't know how to introduce you. Thank you. Aiden, I'll just take that down. Yeah, I don't know how to introduce you, Chuck Wilson. You are such an inspiration. You are, you're an amazing person. Thank you very much anyway for taking my calls, for sticking on the phone with me, for having conversations with me, for encouraging me in all through as well, and just being yourself. And thank you for coming on to share with us as well. And I want to say well done to you on everything that you're doing as well. The program has been going on and it's been really, really interesting. So yes, would like to hear your share, like to hear your story, and also introduce yourself to us as well. It's been really, really amazing. Thank you so much. It's good to have you here again, Chuck Wilson.
I'm so glad to be here. Thank you, Prince. So my name is Chuck Wilson, and I live in the Midwest part of the United States, actually in Michigan. We call ourselves the Great Lakes State because we're the only state in the U.S. that's surrounded by water and fresh water as well. And so I want to start off by, first of all, I want to greet everyone. And then I want to thank Prince and the whole One African Forum team for inviting me into this space to speak today. I believe that this event is revolutionary in that technology is allowing men across the globe to gather in one place at the same time to build each other up in a way that uplifts, encourages us to be the best versions of ourselves. But I also believe that this event is going to do several other things. And I want to talk about that. I believe that this event will cause families to be reunited. I believe that this event will birth new businesses. I believe that this event will heal broken relationships. I believe that this event will stop addictions. I believe that this event is going to curb violence. But most importantly, I believe this event will save lives. So men, today, my remarks are going to focus on two concepts. The first concept is what I like to call CHS, or choices, habits, and success. I'll be using CHS for short. And the second concept is emotional intelligence, or EI for short. You see, CHS and EI can work together to produce powerful results in our lives, man. So I'd like to begin by sharing that I've made some bad choices in my life. Let me give you an example. When I was 16 years old, some friends and I decided that we wanted to go joyriding. But we only had one problem. None of us had a car. So we came up, listen to this. So we came up with this brilliant idea to borrow someone else's car. And I think you all know what I mean by that. Long story short, the car that we chose never moved. And yours truly, old Coach Chuck Wilson, was the only one arrested for attempted car theft. Now, I don't really have to say this, but I think that we all agree that that was one choice that I regretted. As men, we're faced with many choices that impact those around us. And let's face it, we've all made some bad choices. And it's not that, and I think that even though we've made some bad choices, our real problem is that we don't have a process often for making good ones. So this is where I'm going to introduce Choices, Habits, and Success, or CHS, because I believe that that can help us make good choices. You see, man, our lives are governed by choices, and good choices lead to good habits, and good habits lead to success. So let's talk about choice for a minute. So let's define it first. So choice is defined as making a decision when faced with two or more possibilities. Now, just a fact or a little bit of data around choices. On average, each of us makes over 770,000 choices in our lifetime. Now, that's the good news. The not so good news is that almost 20% of those choices are going to be bad ones. You see, choices have two very distinct paths. While one path can lead to self-fulfillment and a sense of pride, the other can lead to low self-esteem and sadness. And often this path comes about, now watch this, often this path comes about when we allow feelings to dictate the choices that we make. Let me give you a personal example. So I work out 4 to 5 days a week, every week. But here's the thing. If you were to ask me how many days I feel like working out, then the answer would be 1 or 2 days a week. So that leads me to what I like to call CHS principle number 1. And that's that men, good choices should never be driven solely by our feelings, but by the pursuit of self-fulfillment, because this pursuit will have a positive impact, not only on ourselves, but also the people around us. Let's talk a little bit about habits. So habit is defined as a regular tendency or practice. Now watch this, and one that's especially hard to give up. Now, to begin this, I have a confession, so don't judge me by what I'm getting ready to tell you. Man, I like chocolate chip cookies. And my guess is that there's some folks out there, you all probably like chocolate chip cookies as well. In fact, I like chocolate chip cookies so much, I'm kind of embarrassed to admit this, but I can eat an entire family pack by myself. Now, man, let's be honest. That's a bad habit. Not 2 minutes ago, I just bragged to all of you all and told you that I work out 5 days a week. But as soon as I eat that last cookie in that family pack, okay, we're among friends. As soon as I eat that 10th cookie, if I'm being honest, right, I nullify many of the benefits that I get from working out. Man, that's just good old-fashioned sabotage. And for many of us, we're sabotaging ourselves with bad habits. So, Coach Chuck, what's the answer? I'm glad you were thinking that. I have an answer to that. The answer is that we have to create habits that are easy and provide immediate positive reinforcement. In his book, Atomic Habits, author James Clear talks about the law of least effort. Now, let me slow down here. I want you to watch this. The law of least effort states that we as people, as humans, choose habits that deliver the most value, but require the least amount of work. As an example of this, several years ago, I decided I wanted to become a regular reader. but I knew that I needed to start small. So what I did is I began reading 5 pages a day, 5 days a week. Took about 5 minutes. But here's the thing. After about 3 weeks, I had established enough consistency to become a regular reader, thereby creating a new habit. So this transitions us to CHS principle number 2, and it's pretty simple. Good habits are ones that can be done easily and on a regular basis. So let's move on to a word that we all like, and that's success. So that's the S in the CHS process. Now, success is defined as the accomplishment of an aim or purpose. But there are 2 points that I want to emphasize about success. 1, we all define success differently. And 2, the paths that we take to reach success will be equally as different. You see, man, each of us have different purposes based on our gifts and talents. And because we have different gifts and talents, that means that our passions and our interests will be different as well. In other words, the path to success is defined differently for each of us. And men, I cannot emphasize this. I can't overemphasize this, because many of us as men, we are comparing ourselves, or we're comparing our success to someone else's success, or what we think the definition is, but isn't our success. It's not our definition. So the definition that I gave you as success being defined as an accomplishment or aim or purpose, that's my definition of success. What's your definition of success? And you have to figure that out. So as we travel down that path that leads to our success, once again, it's important to understand that our success cannot come about, watch this, by comparing ourselves to other people. So if this process seems difficult, or if I've confused you, I want to provide a simple example that I think everyone that's listening can relate to. And this is children's success in school. Now, for some kids, success is making it through the school day without any major problems. While for others, success in school means paying attention in class. While for another group of students, success means getting A's on everything that they do or on an exam. So I just gave you 3 different definitions of success with school children. But here's what's important to remember about those examples. Each of those children were successful in their own way. Now, as adults, we might rank those successes based on our worldview, but that doesn't change the fact that each student was successful. And so we're landing on CHS principle number 3. And let me stop and pause before I give you this, because everything that I've said prior to this and everything that I'm going to say after this is predicated on this principle. And that is, it is so important that we choose and define what success means to us and for us men. And only then can we make the choices and put into practice the habits that will lead us there. Now, so far, I've talked about the relationship between choices, habits, and success. But men, there's an underlying concept that I think determines how well that CHS process is going to work for us. And that concept is emotional intelligence, or EI for short. Now, EI is defined as the degree to which we are able to manage our emotions in a healthy way. It's often said that EI determines how successful we are, both personally and professionally. Now, I know one of the main goals of this conference is to inspire and support men to take their rightful place as leaders in our various communities. And leaders with high EI will be able to influence those around us in a positive way. So here are some examples that I'd like to share how we can demonstrate how high EI is actually demonstrated. Example number one, we know how to listen. Men, listening is a skill. In my role as a life coach, it's important that I'm a good listener when people are talking to me. Now, instead of rushing to offer solutions to what they've told me, I listen to them not only by remaining silent, but also maintaining good eye contact and nodding my head to show that I hear them. My question for you, man, is do you listen to people when they're talking to you? Example number two, we know how to control our emotions. For example, when we're being accused of something, how do we respond? Do we respond in a firm but controlled way? Do we delay the response if there's too much emotion involved? You see, in this case, high emotional intelligence will allow us to first examine if there's any truth in what the person has said to us. And we're able to do that before we respond. Man, how do you respond when someone accuses you of something? I'm going deliberately slow here, man, because emotional intelligence is a foundational principle for how we're actually going to not only be successful, but take our rightful place as men in our communities and in society. Example number three. We think of the impact that our choices, there's that word again, have on those around us. Now, earlier I talked about choices. Well, our choices have consequences, and these consequences often impact the lives of other people. When we have high EI or emotional intelligence, we consider others when making decisions. Men, do you consider how your choices will impact other people? And the last example of high emotional intelligence, or EI, we do things for other people without expecting anything in return. Now, while I believe that helping other people is like sowing a seed that will return a harvest, people with high emotional intelligence don't help others for the sole purpose of getting something in return. They do it because it benefits the other person, man. So my question for you is, why do you help other people? So, men, as I close, my intent today was to show how emotional intelligence can affect the choices that we make, the habits that we form, and ultimately, how successful we are. Men, my name is Chuck Wilson, and my hope for you is that you'll work on developing high emotional intelligence, where you'll make excellent choices that lead to fantastic habits, and as a result, you'll achieve great success. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm ready to take any questions.
Hey, Chuck, you know what? Something just jumped in my mind when you were talking about decisions. And I thought about, I don't know if you know about the Pareto principle, the 20-80 rule. And I'm thinking, do 20% of our decisions actually impact 80% of our life?
Arthur, it's funny. Now that you said that, I'm going to incorporate that into this talk. Now, the first time I do it, I'm going to say, like my friend Arthur likes to say, 20% of our decisions affect 80% of our lives. That's the first time that I use it in my speech. I'm going to credit you, Arthur. The second time, I'm going to say, like I always like to say. So, but you're right. And I think I didn't really go into a lot of detail in terms of some of the not so good choices that I've made and how they brought me into this space. But I think that our sometimes we make choices based on either how we're feeling or we base them we make them based on experiences or negative experiences far too often. I'm talking about us as men. And when I talked about emotional intelligence, our choice making can get impacted by where we are as far as our emotional intelligence. And I guess, I mean, emotional intelligence is a really fancy way of saying, for us as men, in this space in particular, how mature we are emotionally. And so as I was putting this together, I really wanted to talk about and emphasize this idea of managing our emotions, particularly how they and how the impact that they can have on our choices. And even a step further from that, Arthur, is how they impact the people around us. Because as I get older, Arthur, I'm realizing that, yeah, it's great to have a great career and to be thought of as being, I don't know, successful, but really what's important are our relationships, because that's where we leave our legacy. It's our relationships with other people. And if we don't know how to manage our emotions, if we don't know how to make good choices, if we don't have good habits, then success is going to be elusive for us. And I don't think anybody wants that. Other questions?
No, that is so real. Thank you so much, Chuck. I'm going to say this again. I don't know. I'm not sure if Prince is recording these sessions, because I would just love to listen and listen again and listen again to a lot of the shares. So thank you so much, Chuck. Thank you for your share. I appreciate, this is wisdom, man. This is it's a forum of wisdom. There's a lot of wisdom being shared today. And I'll be honest with you, I just wish we had more people present to actually learn some of these lessons, because a lot of these things are not, some of the most important things we need in life are not taught in a class and are not taught in school. We literally have to navigate our way through it. I learned this because I myself, I studied accounting. I studied accounting for 4 years. And after my accounting degree, I didn't know how to draft an invoice. And I was like, but I'm an accountant and I graduated. How come I So literally, if you do your accounting degree and you don't get a job, then it's like you're dead in the water. But I mean, I should be able to draft an invoice for a client and say, I can do some figures for you, I can do your books for you. But no one ever sat me down in all of those 4 years and said, okay, guys, today we're going to take 30 minutes to just let you know this is what an invoice constitutes. And I think that's what I'm hearing today, is a lot of things which I haven't been taught. I grew up without a father. So hearing men share their emotions and feelings, it means so much to me. Just personally, this is a personal trip all on myself. I'm loving the room today. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chuck.
Oh, seriously, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this space. I've never been a part of a movement like this. And I do believe that this is a movement. And I thought long and hard about what I wanted to talk about today, because so much of an event like this is about access, right, Arthur? Having access to, let's just say, I don't know, the internet. Having access to the internet and being able to take part in an event like this is a privilege. And so I have to be honest, I don't see this as an opportunity. Oh, I just need to get in front of people and they can hear what it's. No, this is a privilege to be a part of a global event that is focused on the health and well-being of men, so that we can take our place in our communities. I know I've said this before, and have a positive impact on those around us. And as I said in my talk, how that translates into success will be different for everyone that's either on this call right now or will be watching this recording. And so I just want to thank you all for, once again, for allowing me to be a part of this. Years from now, after we'll say the 20th annual Men's Global Conference, we're going to look back and think, gosh, we started this a long time ago, and look how many people it's impacting, and look how it's grown. And I'm going to be able to say I played a very small part in that. And so no, Arthur, thank you for allowing me, and you and Prince and your whole team for allowing me to be a part.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chuck, for those words. They do mean a great deal. I would like you to say, after those 20 years, you say, I was a keynote speaker, man, and this is what I spoke about, and share exactly what you shared today. Thank you so much. Today, I told you I'm on this tirade of just encouraging people to write their stories and write their books. So I'm also going to encourage you, Chuck. Do you have books? Do you have a book that you've written, Chuck?
So the answer to that question is yes. I do have a book that I've written, but it was it was around health and fitness. It wasn't in this sort of one-on-one life coach motivational speaking space. God has shown me that this is the space that I should be in, while the whole health and fitness piece is a way to platform my message, which is to really help and inspire people. So that book it's available on Amazon, but it's a totally different genre. It's a different vibe of a book. So in answering your question, Arthur, yes, I've written a book, but it's in a different space though.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chuck. I think you're one of those, because they've started talking about this 50-something-year-old men who, when you see them, they look like they like gym freaks. I think you might be one of those,
Oh my gosh!
We're fighting this. These older men who can still take our younger girls, because they still look so good.
Thank you,
Chuck. Yes, Prince. We see you, Prince. Oh, but you're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just fixing something in the background. Thank you so much, Chuck. That was a great share. That was a really great share. And I do, I really wish there were a lot of people asking questions. It's very important, people asking questions. Because yes, I understand that many people are just sitting in and listening, just to understand how to deal with issues. It's very important as well. So yeah, feel comfortable. I do understand that a lot of people are watching, from wherever right now. Just, do I have some questions? Some of them have our emails. They can always send it. But more than that, I really wish that we had people here throwing questions, and, in order for us to really delve deeper into some of these very important conversations, because from the things that you have highlighted as well. Okay, I see you, Rivera. Okay, thank you, Alfredo. For the point that you have raised, very important points as well that you have raised, as well as those of the other speakers. I mean, these are issues that many people don't want to talk about, especially in open spaces. And we have created a safe space for men to have this conversation. And we do really hope, and it's just take this opportunity. And just as you said earlier, this is an event where, of course, it's an inaugural event. So we have to look back at it years and say, hey, in the first year, this is the result. You understand? And that's very important. And I really like the angle that you took it from. We want to look back at these years after and say, oh, glory to God. These
Amen.
these these and these are, the lives that have been impacted through these little efforts. I mean, these are really little efforts that are making significant change compared to what a lot of people actually would imagine out there. We're all connecting on virtual spaces, and here we are. Rivera's hand is up, about to ask a question. Arthur is there, sharing his own story. These are very important.
Absolutely.
Very important things that we need to really, really appreciate. So thank you very much for sharing. Rivera, I've allowed you to unmute your mic. If you don't mind, you can unmute your mic, and if possible, maybe even start your video if you want to. I don't know if you have a question. Do you have a question, or it's a comment, or you?
Actually, it's a combination. If you allow me, please. Thank you, Sebastian and Chuck. I have to say, thank you very much for everything that you just said, man. I got to say, it's 7:40 a.m. my time, and I just joined about 20 minutes ago, and everything that you just said just inspired me. One thing I value a lot is the time. Time we never get back, right? Something we never get back. And the fact
So
that
true.
you're spending some time with us here and inspiring people from your wisdom, your experiences, and everything that you're talking about, to me, is something I value a lot. So I thank you for that. I do have a question. Just before a question, I want to say I'm a sales coach, sales trainer myself. I work with businesses training their salespeople. And something I work really hard on when it comes to teaching my students and training salespeople is the actual mindset. Okay, I go straight to the mindset, because nothing can be accomplished unless you have the right mindset on whatever it is that you're doing, right? So I guess my question to you, Chuck, is, is there a daily routine, or call it, a ritual or something that can you share with us, that you can say, you know what, this is what's worked out for me in the mornings, maybe do this? Because one thing I learned, Chuck, is gratitude. At least that's for me. That's for me. You know what I'm saying? That's for me. That's just 20 minutes, 10 minutes maybe, but that's just for me. But it might not work for everyone. So just for your own experience, is there a ritual? Is there a something that you can say, you know what, guys, this can work for you to better your life, better your mental health, that sort of stuff. Can you speak about that, please?
Alfredo, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, Alfredo, that is such a good question. I know all the time we're in spaces like this and we hear, oh, that's such a good question. I truly need that. I'm going to be honest with you. That's the best question that I've been asked in years as it relates to this work. The answer to that question is absolutely, I have a routine. I get up in the morning before my feet hit the ground, before I do anything, before I even go to the bathroom. I have a quiet time. And that quiet time for me, I'm a Christian, so that quiet time for me is spent reading God's word and going through 2 to 3 devotionals and then praying. Now, I understand everyone's not a Christian. I totally get that. But here's the point. The point of this routine, Alfredo, is so that I can get centered for the day. I start off the day thinking about A, what I'm thankful for. B, what can I do to help someone today? Not more than 2 hours ago when I got up, when I went through my morning routine, my quiet time, I'm thinking about how can I help someone today? How can I help someone today? How can I help someone today? Because I have a, Alfredo, I'm not sure if you being a coach and us being in that same space, I actually have a coach too, because I need a coach, because coaches need coaches. I have a coach. Yeah. And one of the things that I've talked about with my coach is that by helping people, there's this concept that I believe is very powerful. And that's that if we do good, we'll do well. And so if we help people, then other people will help us, and God will ensure that the things that we need are taken care of. So that's the first thing that I do, Alfredo, is And then I start to deal with, once I've done with that spiritual self, by being thankful and by reading and really, I think the word that really describes what I'm really doing is reflecting. First thing in the morning, reflecting on, okay, what choices did I make yesterday? How can I make better choices? What habits do I have? How did I operationalize, or how did I live my habits? Were the habits good habits? Were they helpful habits? And then I move on from there to deal with the physical, man. And then that's where working out comes in. Working out is that's my physical platform. And that's my physical centering. My quiet time is my spiritual centering. My working out is my physical centering. Because here's the thing, men, and I'm talking to you, Alfredo, but I'm talking to everyone who's either watching this video or who's going to be watching this video or this recording. And that's that one thing that I've learned, and because I'm going through some things with some family members, that when your health isn't good, when health is bad, nothing else matters. And for those of you all who are listening, who have either had that experience yourself or you've seen it through loved ones, when our health is bad, that becomes a number one in terms of our priority list. And so the whole rationale behind this physical centering is to keep me healthy so that when people need me, I'm able to help them. I can't do that if I've got these physical issues that I'm dealing with. And please don't hear me saying that I'm blaming people for illnesses or any kind of physical or mental obstacles that they've run into. Please don't hear that. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that I need this physical centering on a daily basis so that I can be available to other people and help them. And then, Alfredo, I move into my work day. And that's that order.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think, we all learn in life by hearing experiences from other people, things that work from other people. And what you just share is very important, and not just for me. We have an audience here, and I hope that everyone or someone, if it resonates with someone, that can be something really helpful with them. Something you just said, though, was relationships. And I heard you saying that in the last 30 minutes I've been in here. I heard you saying that maybe 3 times. And that to me is very important. Very important. You're not going to let me lie on this. We get so caught up on our daily routines and our daily things that we got going on that we forget about relationships. We forget about focusing on the actual people. You know what I'm saying? With all this media and all this digital stuff that we got going on, sometimes it's hard to kind of emphasize, to kind of show empathy to people, right? And for me, being in the sales space, that's very important. I tell people, don't focus on the actual transaction. Focus on creating that relationship. The actual soul will come as a consequence. You see what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
Everything that you just shared, Chuck, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm going to stay here a little bit longer, and I'm going to let other people to get the opportunity to ask as well. But I do thank you for sharing this with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that question.
Thank you so much, Rivera, for asking that beautiful question. And thank you, Chuck, for giving such a wonderful response to that as well. I mean, I am very sure we have all learned from that. I have. And for that, I know a lot of people have as well. So thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know if Deron is available now. I know we are kind of speeding up on time already because for Deron, you are supposed to be maybe coming up at the top of the hour, if I'm not mistaken, So yeah, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know if you're available or if we could just keep it on. But I see that Dennis has joined us. Thank you very much, Dennis, as well. And I see, of course, Unisa, your camera is back on again. Do you perhaps have a news story for us now? We always like to hear from you. Remember, Yeah, Darren. Yeah, I say that as well. I mean, we're running on top of time now, but it's okay. We'll come to you at that hour that we have scheduled as well. So is Steve in the room? Steve, is he in the room? And Dr. Wayne, we're trying to connect with both of them to also take this space right now and share with us as well. But in the meantime, while we work on that, I'd like to ask you this very question, and I think they've asked it in in the other sessions earlier. You know, from what you've just shared and how we should not just build our habits and ensure success and so on and so forth, and also work on our emotional intelligence as well. There are times where we really feel down. There are times where we really don't want to have conversations with anyone as well. There are times where these mental health issues kick in. There are times where these issues of depression kick in. There are times where the thought of suicide comes in. I mean, kudos to Aiden. Aiden shared his story. He attempted it. He literally jumped off that cliff, and I would say God saved him. He wouldn't be sharing this story today. I mean, maybe God just saved him for this very event, just so that he can share and inspire a lot of people. We don't know for what purpose that was, but thank God for saving him. Now, when these times come, I'll pick on one of the first questions that we asked. When these times come, when you feel so down, when you feel suicidal, whatever the case might be, as a man, you're not expected to talk. Who should we go to first? You practice gratitude in the morning before you step off your bed. You always talk to God. That's beautiful. It may not work for a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
Who do you think should be first point of call of a contact person? Who or where should it be a therapist and somebody, or maybe a brother? I mean, who should who should we learn to confide in, right? We're trying to build trust in the brotherhood. You understand? Who should we learn to confide in? And yeah, I'll just let me ask on that question, and I'll do a follow up on that as well.
Yeah. That's a really good question, Arthur.
Yeah, it's Prince.
Oh, that's Prince talking. I couldn't see. I'm sorry. So, Prince, that's a really good question. Who should we, as men, go to, particularly if we're having, let's say we're having suicidal thoughts. Now, in a previous career, I actually worked in the mental health system. I wasn't a provider or a psychiatrist or an RN, but I worked as a safety net for a lot of the basic needs and services that people who have either been diagnosed with a severe and persistent mental illness need, or are being referred to our organization for things like seasonal or situational depression. It is important in those cases to see a professional, a therapist. Now, it's easy for me to, on a Zoom broadcast, to say, oh, you need to go see someone. While that's helpful, sometimes that's not very practical for a number of reasons, whether it be financial reasons, whether it be time. Here's where relationships are important. Because let's just say, Prince, what if a person doesn't have access? I think I talked about access earlier. What if a person doesn't have access to a therapist? What if what if financial constraints or hardships prevent them from getting that access? What do they do? And here's what they do. Having relationships with people who we can trust, who we know will tell us the truth, and who we can set up quite frankly, an interpersonal contract with. And what do I, interpersonal contract? What do you mean by that? I mean, I'm going to say this very plainly, that when I'm thinking about harming myself, that's the person I'm going to call. Day or night, no matter what time it is. That's the person I'm going to call. So, Prince, in answering your question, there's the access answer, which is seeking professional help. But then there's the other practical answer of having, and let me say this too, men. This doesn't have to be someone that your best friend from high school or best friend from college. It doesn't have to be someone like that. It has to be someone that you can trust, that what you tell them is going to be between you and that person, unless, I have to put on my professional hat here, unless you've indicated that not only are you thinking about harming yourself, but you have a plan and a means to do it. That means all bets are off then. That means that that person is then obligated to seek professional emergency help for that person. That's a major intervention. So not necessarily, let me say that. I have to say that from a professional standpoint. But if it's not that severe, if this is, gosh, I just don't know who to turn to. I don't know what to do. I'm overwhelmed with my circumstances so much that I feel like if I take another breath, it may be my last breath. I need someone to talk to. I need someone to process this through me. I need someone that I can trust. I need someone that's going to tell me the truth. I need someone, as I talked about earlier, that's going to listen to me, that's going to hear me, that's not going to try to immediately solve all my problems, but they're going to listen to me and they're going to hear me. And it's important, men, that we have people like that in our lives. And sometimes those people come from the most unlikely places. But we all need someone in our lives like that. And I would encourage you, everyone that's on this call live, and everyone that's watching the recording, who do you have that you can go to? Who do you have that you can trust? Who do you have what person will be honest with you in a way that helps you, that challenges you? Who is that person? Who are those people? Those are relationships. Alfredo mentioned relationships. Those are relationships. So, Prince, that's how I would answer that question. I know I kind of started giving a speech, but I feel very passionately about this.
Thank you very much for that wonderful question. I see Dominic, just agreeing with you 100%. Dominic, I don't know if you want to maybe jump in and say something. You may just raise your hand, and I'm happy to bring you on. That's a beautiful one. So you talked about having someone that you can trust, and so on and so on. Yeah, and that's important. That's the issue of depression. Okay, thank you, Unisa. We're all agreeing to that as well, and others in the room. Okay, that's great. That's really great. So thank you very much. Just to maybe add one more question, just to ask you one more question, and then we will move over. I mean, that's if we don't have a follow-up question on that as well. Building relationship, having someone that you can trust, and and then talking to them and so on. And that's when you have the thoughts. That's when these ideas are coming and so on. And I'm saying this because I believe a lot of people are actually out there who are, thinking about it and contemplating it, because I spoke to someone during the course. Okay, let me just give a brief share. Now, during the course of the planning of this program, of course, I spoke with quite a number of people, and one person, did share with me, and told me about how they had this suicidal thoughts at a point, and the way they painted the picture drew shivers into my spine, they painted the picture so well that they said, when you're at that point, you are happy. Nothing matters anymore. I have never been there, but there's someone who's been there and out coming to tell you, you know what, when you're at that point, you are happy. It's a happy place. A lot of people don't do it. Of course, a lot of things may have driven you to that point, but at that point where you're about to make that decision, it's a happy place. Nothing matters anymore. You're smiling. You might even be shedding tears, but you're smiling. You're happy that you're leaving this world. And that really scared me for once. Because here we are, a lot of people are out there afraid of death and so on and so forth, and whatever the case might be. And no wonder the rate is so high. No wonder suicide is high. Because when they get to that point, they're happy. And everyone wants to be happy. Right? Everyone wants to be happy. So when they get to that point, they're excited. There's no problem anymore for them. And it's really, really, I don't know how to say it, but when it drew that shiver into my spine, I had to think again and say, there's really need for us to have this conversation and see how we can, start changing the status quo and maybe talk more about it, especially in open spaces, and get people to understand that, because I never knew that they're in a happy space when they want to do this, right? But maybe it's part of the conversation. A friend calls you and sounding so strange but happy, but you need to be able to pick what kind of happiness is this? Is this form of rest? You need to be able to pick it. And maybe not just a question, but that's my share right now for people to get to understand that when a friend calls you, like you said, unless they say they're acting on it and so on, you're obligated now to get an emergency and so on. Some of them might not explicitly tell you what they're about to do. They might just be bidding goodbye in some fair and calm ways. You need to be able, like you rightly said, Chuck, you need to be able to build a very strong emotional intelligence. You need to be able to understand your brother, to understand this is not his tone. I know when he's happy. I know when he's sad, but this sounds happy, but this is not really happy. It's very important. And I don't know, but it's a phase, a process, but I have learned over time, to begin to understand and read in between the lines and the tones of people, of men when they speak. All right. And over this, just to get to understand, it's very important. And after that conversation, I never saw the issue of suicide as the same way again. It used to be that, end. But now, when someone shared with me and told me, at that point you're happy, nothing matters no more. It scared me.
Yeah.
Oh, really? No wonder the rate is so high. Because we're talking about happy. We want to be the best version of ourselves. Yes. You want to say something, Chuck?
Yeah, I part of my work as a mental health professional, not a provider, but a professional, was serving on our local here in, how do I put this so that everyone understands it? So, and maybe it's similar to around the world. So in the US, we have the states, obviously. And then within the states, obviously you have cities, but you also have counties. And so I live in a county where we had a suicide prevention coalition. In fact, it's still going on. And what I learned was that is what you're describing, Prince, is that people who have embraced suicide as the answer, what they really want is for the pain to stop. So it doesn't surprise me that the person you were talking to said you're in a happy place, because for them, there was an end point to the pain, which unfortunately would be suicide. Gosh, I can't remember the name of the author. He actually did a documentary, and maybe some of you all know who I'm talking about. Anyway, make a long story short, he decided that he was going to take his own life, and he was going to do it by jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. I can't remember his name. He did a really good documentary. And he said Halfway down, I realized that I had made a mistake. And so he lived to tell about this whole journey that he took. And he used this documentary to really help people. We actually had showings at a theater where I'm sorry about the phone ringing in the background if you can hear it. He talked about his journey, and he used that journey to try to give people and I think part of the documentary was obviously for people who were either survivors of loved ones who had died by suicide. But I think the bigger picture was that he wanted people who had no experience with suicide or weren't survivors of suicide to understand what Kevin Hines, thank you, to understand what many of our friends, family members are going through, so that we could see this as an issue that impacts all of us, because suicide impacts all of us, whether we think it does or it doesn't. We're not that, either we don't know anyone, because as you said, Prince, they haven't told us that they're thinking about taking their lives, or we just don't have a relation, or we don't have relationships with people to that degree to which we can have those types of conversations. So based on what you said, it just reminded me of how I've heard either survivors, either surviving family members talk, or people who have survived who say, gosh, I just want the pain to go away.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for that share. Thank you. That's really great. So we will be moving straight now to our other speakers. I see Doc is already in the room. Welcome. It's good to have you here. So, and I know he also has to hop into a couple other sessions earlier. We had this conversation before today as well. We also, but then what's Chuck Wilson, thank you so much. Darren Rowan, you're ready. So I would just quickly give to you, and then after that we'll move to Doc Gordon, if that's okay. And then yeah, we can have the share. But it's been such a great conversation going on so far. So thank you so much, Chuck, for coming on, and thank you so much, Darren. Darren, it's really great to have you here. After our series of conversations, I mean, I must say kudos to you. Thank you so much. There are times where I just go back to my chat again. I'm like, he's following up, you know, he's following up. I lost this chat. It's down on my list, but he's following up, you know. So thank you so much. I do appreciate. It really does show how much you care and you're concerned about, you know, the impact that we're about to make. I mean, at this conference. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, Darren. Thank you so much. So over to you now. Thank you. I don't know, have I? Oh, okay, just give me a second. Let me work on that to help you unmute. How did I do this now? All right, okay, here we go.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Prince. It's really nice to meet you. And I see my good friend Eunice's in the room and all the other kings. I want to apologize because I really thought that I had 9:30 p.m. So Eunice hit me on the back channel. He was like, hey, so I had to schedule a fake meeting at work so I can step away in this lactation room that we have for our female coworkers. So if it gets a little noisy, I apologize to you all. But again, thank you so much. So I want to ask you all a question as we start this conversation. How many of you ever had to deal with a bully? And not a bully that just would come take your lunch money, eat your lunch, and if you're lucky, not smash the lunch back in your face, but a bully that wanted you to feel fear. A bully that wanted you to think that you couldn't do anything. A bully that wanted you, that when you woke up in the morning, you thought about him. A bully that when you went to sleep in the afternoon, he didn't want to go to school the next day. That bully. So as we talk about mental health awareness, I want to give him a name for this conversation called the bully. And that bully has the same thing he wants to do to us. That bully of mental health wants us to, I lost my view, give me a second. Shoot. All right, I'm just gonna go. That bully of mental health, it wants us to make us doubt ourselves. It wants us to live in fear. It wants us to think that every day we wake up, we're going to regret seeing that bully every single day. And I myself had to live with a bully as well. And that bully was on the inside of me. And I want to remind you, I want to support you right here and to let you know that if you're suffering from a bully, throughout this conference that Prince is putting on, I'm hoping that we can all learn from each other about ways that we can beat this bully. As I was doing my research, I read that 132 suicides on an average are committed daily, and that our kings are 7.5 times more likely to commit suicide, and that our kings are 3.5 times more likely to commit suicide than our queens. But I got some good news. It seems some of us have been very busy during this pandemic, because they said that if there's a new life born every 6 seconds, and that's to be applauded. Every 6 seconds, a new life is born. But every 40 seconds, we lose a king. We lose a future doctor. We lose a future politician. We lose a future author. We lose a future prince that puts on forums like this. Every 40 seconds, we lose a king to suicide. And that beast, that bully, does not care how old you are. It doesn't care where you live. It doesn't care how much money you make, what you drive. It doesn't care about your skin color. That bully has a job to make you doubt yourself, to make you want to hurt yourself. Listen, Michael Phelps said that when he was on the podium in the 2012 games, he had thoughts of committing suicide. With all of the cameras and all of the flashing lights and people screaming his name, Michael, you're the greatest. Michael, you're the greatest. He said he was thinking about committing suicide. Kendrick Lamar, one of the greatest lyricists for our young people of today, said that he was suffering from the inside of him. Even though he was selling out millions of shows and making millions of dollars and putting hit record after hit record, he said he was suffering on the inside because he could not help what was happening on the outside of him. Ben Simmons, 3-time NBA All-Star, he said right now he is suffering from mental health because he can't get back on the court. And it's getting harder for him to deal with. That mental health bully doesn't care. And I tell you what, I've had my own struggles of that bully. You see, there was a time in my life, guys, when life was good. I had a real estate business. I had a real estate management business. I had a very good job where I'm blessed to be at right now. I had a beautiful wife, and I have 2 beautiful daughters. We had just built our dream home. And then all of a sudden, because of decisions that I had made, the things that I gave power to, life started to change. And because life started to change, I lost my wife through a divorce. I felt like my kids were angry at me for what I did. Everything was just going wrong in my life. Why this camera? And then I lost my home. And I contemplated committing suicide. And as time went on, I lived with my mom and my dad. And I remember one afternoon laying across their bed in a fetal position. And I'm crying. And I'm just asking God for everything. You know, I was just crying and just saying, God, just help me. God, bless me. God, keep me. God, remove these thoughts from me. God, please, Lord, don't leave me. Everything. Has any of you ever been there before where you just felt like all you can do is just cry? You talked, and maybe you just wanted, maybe you were suffering silently, but you just got to the point where you were just tired of being broken. You were just tired of hurting, and you went back to the source, to your creator, and you're crying out, please help me, please hear me. You see, I was told once that the silent tears has the most loudest cries for help. And that's where I was. As I laid across that bed, I felt something hit me wet on my jaw. And I wiped it away. And I continued to cry and be in my emotions. And something hit me again, and something hit me again. And this time I wiped it away with the snot, because it's one of them ugly cries, man. And I know I'm not by myself. I'm going to tell you I'm not by myself. It's one of them cries that when you was younger and your mama said, go get that switch, and you would go outside and you think you're going to outsmart your mom, and you come back in the house with a switch about this big, and she would say, nope, I want you to go outside and cross Sister Johnson's yard, get up in that tree and get that switch off that branch about that big. Now that was an ugly cry, because you know when you got back in the house, it was going to be on. But here I am in the bed crying. And I wiped the water off my cheek. And I stood on the bed and I began to press around the ceiling, because I'm thinking that my dad has a leak in his roof. And I don't feel anything wet, no discoloration. So I called to my dad, hey, Pops. He said, what's up, D? He said, man, I think your roof is leaking. He said, what? Let me get my ladder and my flashlight. So as he's doing that, I run to the bathroom and I freshen myself up. Why? Because I didn't want my dad to know that I was hurting. I didn't want my dad to know that his firstborn son was processing emotions that he didn't know about. I was ashamed, because for many times I act like I was tough going through this. I didn't want my boys to know I was suffering. I didn't want my dad to know I was suffering. I was suffering on the inside. I was contemplating commit suicide, to the point that I had written 2 letters to my daughters, both expressing sorrow for how their life is going to turn out. And I just couldn't process it. So my dad came upstairs. I'm dry, I'm clean. And my dad gets in the crawl space and he's walking around with his flashlight. And he's saying, tap here, D. And I would get up there and I would press. I said, no, sir, it's dry. He said, what about here? No, sir, it's dry. And we walked that whole ceiling in this crawl space and nothing was wet. And when he came down, he said to me, are you sure you felt what you felt? I said, yes, sir. I guess I might have been dreaming, my bad. And he stood there. And he looked at me like I'm looking at you. And he put his hand on my shoulder. And he said, son, you do not have to fight this by yourself. I see you. And I would like you men to understand right now that what we are building right here, what Prince and One Africa is building right here, is a tribe of men that you can go out and tell somebody else through your trauma, I see you. You don't have to suffer through this alone. You don't have to let this bully keep beating you up. You don't have to let this bully keep making you feel like you're less than, because I see you. I've been there. And let me tell you some steps. Let me support you in some steps that you can overcome. And before I leave this conversation, my kings, I want to give you 3 attainable points that I used from my counselor that allowed me to the strength and the courage to stand up to the bully. Because that bully had me beat down too, you all. That bully had me in a circle, and I didn't know if I was coming, if I was going. But I was tired of wearing a mask. I was tired of seeing my friends and they're thinking like, hey, D, everything going on, man, everything's good, bro. How many of you all been there? Where you was wearing a mask before COVID came and made it popular. You was wearing a mask because you didn't want nobody to see you was hurting. Let me tell you something, man. It's not a mistake that the gun that you held to your head misfire. It's not a mistake that when you try to cut your wrist, you miss that vein by a millimeter. No, kings. It's not a mistake that when you try to hang yourself, something broke. It's not a mistake that the drugs you tried to take regurgitated life back into you. It's not a mistake. T.D. Jakes said that if God was done with you, you'd be dead. And I don't think anybody on this call is a ghost. So that means there's a lot more life in you. There's a lot more life in me. There is something greater inside of you. I'm reminded of a show right now that was called The Maury Show. And in The Maury Show, he would bring on a female and a male. And he would do this big thing trying to figure out if the male was the father of her baby. And they would go through all these drug tests. And of course, the show has got a climax going on. And then Maury would come out with this brown envelope. And he would say, inside this envelope, I'm going to know that you are 99% of this father baby or you are not. 99% accuracy in this DNA test. And the crowd would get to being hyped. Everybody's, on pins and needles, excited for this reveal, if he's the father of this baby or not. And Maury will open up the envelope and he would say, you are the father. And based on how they interacted with each other, you can imagine that, how that thing came them to. But I'm trying to tell you this, my kings. We don't need an envelope to know that we are connected to the right father. You don't need an envelope to know that inside of you is greatness. You don't need an envelope to know that you are supposed to overcome. What happened? Oh, God. I'm sorry, I lost connection. I'm glad we're here. But inside of our veins, there is greatness inside of you. And how do I know this? Because he said, greater is within you than he that is within the world. So there's something greater inside of us, and we don't need Maury or anybody else to unveil an envelope to say that you are the father. There's a championship blood that's beating inside your heart. There's a championship blood that's running through your veins. There's a championship caliber that's inside of you that wants you to stand up to that bully and say, enough is enough, let's fight. Because now you have a tribe around you that we can learn from each other, that we can pour into each other with transparency, that we can overcome. And just because we got knocked down, doesn't mean we got to stay down. Sometimes you got to take that 8 count. Sometimes when that punch in life hits you, sometimes when that bully hits you, you got to take that 8 count. Because in that 8 count, you're figuring out your next move. You're figuring out, I need to get to my right foot. I need to my left knee. I need to shake it off a little bit. I need to go back and practice gratitudes. I need to incorporate some more praise. I need to read some more books. When we do that, we get off the mat, ready to fight and beat the bully up. And I want to leave you with 3 points. Number 1, this is something that we all do as kings. I promise you, we all do this as kings. Number 1 is be. I want you to believe that you are great. I want you to believe that you are powerful. I want you to believe that you are not just an overcomer or survivor, that you are a champion. And there is something inside of you that somebody needs you to take a stance on so that they can be blessed by your story, your testimony, the things that you have overcome. That's the first B. The second is another B. I need you to be bold. Be bold in your conviction. Be bold in your strength. Be bold in your power. Listen, your strength doesn't come because of what you can do. Your strength is coming because now you can do something previously that you could not do. Because now you're being bold. You're being bold that I'm going to stand up You're being bold that I've got power. You're being bold that I can treat my woman right. You're being bold that I can treat my kids right. You're being bold because the person that I see in the mirror every single day is the most important in my life. And if I can treat that person right, then I can treat you right. I hope y'all feeling me this morning. I'm feeling good. I love you all. And my third one is Q. We did B for belief. We did B for boldness. And then Q. Surround yourself with quality people. If you a quality person, can I get you the right quality in the chat? Because the quality people that we are building ourselves around is what we're going to allow us to change our mindset, change our way of thinking, change our way of living. It is said that the brain thinks about 70,000 thoughts a day, with 70% of those thoughts being negative. That's a lot of stinking thinking. But if we can put some quality around our lives by listening to podcasts, by being involved with forums like this, by being involved with new circle of friends, sometimes you got to leave people where they are because they don't want you to grow. And I know I'm not by myself when I say that. But sometimes when you listen to new podcasts, listen to YouTube videos, get connected to a higher source so that you can begin to build quality around yourself. So now we got belief, we got boldness, and we got quality. What is that? Barbecue. Every man barbecues. So when you are about to throw that piece of meat on the grill, when you're about to smoke your turkey for Thanksgiving, I want you to remember that you can do it with BBQ, belief, boldness, and quality. Because that it will help you to stand up to this bully and fight that bully. And in closing, Morgan Freeman made a movie in '89 where he showed the epitome of an alpha gentleman. He showed that it's okay to be strong and showed weakness. He showed that it's okay to be powerful and show compassion. He showed that it's okay to be a masculine man and show feminine. He became an alpha gentleman. And in doing so, the kids in that school that he had to resurrect, lives were changed. And I want to leave you all with what he said, or what the famous song of that movie was. Lean on me. Brothers, lean on me when you are not strong, for I'll be your friend. And we can help you carry on, for it may not be long till I'm going to need somebody to lean on. Thank you, my kings. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Prince. Thank you very much.
We love that share. Wow, Darren, thank you so much. Rowan, I'll steal from your last name and say that, you know what, when you're rowing a boat, this is the kind of brother you need to have on your side to actually be able to row along with you. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm from Kenya, so we do have a Swahili proverb which says kikulacho kingwoni mwako, which means what is eating you is in your clothing. Don't look so far for what's, I think that's what Darren has actually raised, that sometimes we can serve as being our own worst enemy. So try and address this from within, you know, try and address the negativity from within, try and build those habits that actually address the negativity from within you, because your thoughts can be your most dangerous thing that can pull you down if you're not able to contain them and to actually learn how to direct them in the right direction. So I hear you, Darren. Thank you so much. Barbecue. I'll remember that every single time I'm barbecuing. It's, sorry, please repeat that for us. It's belief.
Just give me a second. Let me help you unmute. I don't know. I'm trying. on, I'm trying to look for you right now. Just give me a second. Okay, here we go.
It is belief, boldness, and quality.
Yes, 100%. I'll remember that. Thank you, Prince. Please proceed. I'm loving today, and as I said earlier, I said, you know what, I will just apologize that this session of today is actually for me, because there's just so much that I'm gaining from it, so much wisdom and so much learning. So I appreciate every single one of you for sharing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please proceed, Prince.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Arthur, and thank you, Darren. No, Darren, just a second before you leave. Okay, I see there's a question from Vendant. I don't know if it's a question or a comment. So yeah, before you leave, we're just going to take that one quickly. And yeah, just quickly wrap up and then we'll move to Garden. A quick one before I go to Vedant. Vedant, I'm just going to ask you to unmute your mic in a bit. Tell us, where are you from? Tell us where you're from. We want to know just a little bit about you, where you're from, what you love to do, you know, what inspires you. Just tell us a little bit about you, Darren. We love that energy. Come on, share with us.
Man, thank you again. I'm from Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky. If you're into boxing, that is the home of Muhammad Ali, the greatest boxer ever. And so I'm born and raised there. I have two beautiful daughters. I'm a girl's dad. I'm a girl's woman now. They're 30 and 23. I love, you know, I have a published book. You know, I work with people on the side, you know, coaching, supporting. I just love to be an impact to anyone I can. You know, listen to the guy before me, he was talking about his gratitudes, and this personal development journey for me started about 2019, to be honest. You know, when I was at my wit's end, as they say, and I was, you know, tired of feeling broken, busted and disgusted. And I said, things got to change. And I began to give my life back over to my creator, who's Christ. And I told him, I said, man, if you just take this away from me, how I'm feeling, I will live every day trying to make an impact to someone in someone's life. And that's the mission that I've been on. Can't hear you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that beautiful share. I see Vedant hands on earlier. Vedant, I don't know if you share right now. Okay, is that a no? Okay, I'm just going to do that again. If you would like to ask your question or make a contribution, otherwise we'll just be moving on now. Okay, yeah, I see that sign again. Means you are not ready to speak right now. Okay, that's okay. Just raise your hands whenever you feel the need to speak. It's okay. Your thoughts of no, okay, on no FAPs. I don't know. Okay, there's a question here. I don't know what that means. Sir, your thoughts on no FAPs. I don't know what that is. Darren, do you know? I don't know. So Vedant, you might want to come up and explain what your question is. I don't know what that is about. And if anyone doesn't understand what he says, what Vedant is saying, and then beautiful, please just help us answer the question. However, in the meantime, we'll just move to our next speaker, who is just seated next to Darren. And with the energy that we're getting in the room right now, I had a brief chat. Say, okay. Darren, you see there's a message in the chat there. Do you want to maybe attend to that? There's a message there. So thank you very much, Darren. Thank you so much. Yeah, you may want to attend to that, or would you like to just text them? Yeah. I said a smile on your face. Yeah, it's okay. If you don't feel comfortable saying it's a safe space for men, you might just reply him in the chat box. You know, just reply him in the chat box and we're good. All right. Or whoever will feel like answering that question, please come on and then let's get a talk. Okay. Well, it's a safe space for men. Yeah, it's a wow indeed. I see. I can read that on your lips. Thank you, Dar. Over to you. So I want to say very big thank you for coming on, and thank you for accepting our invitation and sharing with us, and something to share with us as well. And also, let me just publicly apologize again for having to spell your name and ending with a H. Dog Gardens and ending with an H. That was an innocent mistake. I'm really sorry about that. But it's good to have you here again. And thank you for staying in touch. And yeah, I've really been enjoying our chats. And please, I just leave you to take on right now and just share with us. Let us know about you, and let's get to hear from your share. Thank you so much. Dao, over to you.
Thanks, Prince. And wow, how can I follow Darren? I mean, he was amazing. I have to say, Darren, massive kudos to you. That was an absolute, I actually feel kind of like at this point, I was jumping up and down. I was going, come on! It was that good. So really, really enjoyed it. So it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, so many of us in life suffer from so many different hardships, and I have as well, you know, and let's face it, you know, quite often, even just in the day-to-day lifetimes, we sometimes, you know, we get to that point where we're going to work, the alarm goes off, you slap the snooze button again and again and again. Eventually you drag yourself to the edge of the bed and you go, what the am I doing this for? And you drag yourself into the office and you look at the screen all day going, why am I here? What am I doing in life? What's my purpose? And yet, you might be packing till 3 o'clock in the morning because you're going on holiday the next day, and you spring out of bed, spring into a taxi, spring into an airplane, and spring into the pool the other end with loads of energy because you're aligned to something that's your sense of purpose and on something that you really love.
Sir, I have one question.
Sure, go for it. Sorry, someone had a question, but I'll come back to the questions if they want at the end. Please feel free to interrupt if you want. So anyway, as I said, you know, you can get the people that can, you know, really struggle to get out of bed. Someone keeps interrupting. I don't know why. And some people struggle to get out of bed, and then other people, you know, they just spring out with loads of love in their heart. And what it's all about is trying to realize what is your true purpose in life? What do you love doing the most, and align yourself to that? So quite often what I say to people is to write down 3 things you love doing, 3 things you're good at doing, and 3 things you can add value to people in some way or form, and go out there and add it. And you'll find you won't work a day because you'll be doing something you love every day. And one of the people on my radio show, actually, John Mattone, it just kind of emphasizes this point as well of how important it is about adding value to people, is he wrote a book 20 years ago, and the book was about leadership and sales. He put the book out there with the intention of selling a load of books and getting on stages. He didn't sell a single book. And he was very disappointed. He put the book away. 10 years later, he took the book out again. And this time he had the intention of, you know what, I just want to help somebody out there in some way or form. And giving is one of the greatest gifts you can give to yourself. And he put the book out again, just with that intention of helping one person. And with that intention, with that energy, it was amazing. Because what happened is that book became a New York Times bestseller. Steve Jobs read the book. He made him an executive coach within Apple. And then from there, he then spoke on stages all over the world. So everything you do in life, go with the intention of trying to add value to people in some way or form, which is really important in creating a sense of purpose in what you do in life as well. Now, in terms of that, in terms of you know, general life, I'm sure you've had situations, whether it be your mother or father, brother or sister, or even one of your colleagues or something like that, where you've sometimes walked into a room and you can feel the tension in the room because they just had an argument, and you feel like turning around and walking straight back out. I'm sure we've all had that, right? Alternatively, you know, you may have had a really busy week at work where you're absolutely tired and fed up, and you've got some conference or dinner that you have to go to. You don't feel like going, but you go anyway, and you turn up, and anyway, the next minute, the laughter, the banter, and you're dancing your socks off at 2 a.m. and you feel fantastic the next day. Well, what is that? Well, it's energy, of course. And if you optimize your energy, you can optimize your life in all way and form. And that's why energy optimization is so important in life, for your mind, body, soul, and everything in terms of how you feel, how you act, and what you say as well. And one of the things in terms of what happened in my life is, if I go back to 2008, and obviously I was working in the stock market then, it was a really tough time. Obviously, a lot of people lost their jobs, everything like that. I got very stressed. Stress so bad it turned into ailments after ailments, doctors after doctors, specialists after specialists, 2 operations that went wrong, and then 3 years of chronic pain, waking up sometimes 10 times a night like I'd been punched in the stomach. It was one of the hardest periods of my life. And at that point, my marriage broke down. And then after 3 years in 2012, I ended up getting the norovirus, which is like a stomach bomb. And after 10 days of serious dehydration, where my electrolytes were down to 0, I was rushed to hospital, and the ECG said heart, blood pressure doubled. And on the way down to X-ray, I died. And I was encapsulated in this amazing feeling of love, energy, and connection. Nothing like I'd ever felt before. And since then, I've kind of got glimpses and messages as such from divinity. Whether you believe in that doesn't really matter. This is my knowing, this is my belief. And what my belief is that we come back to this world again and again and again. And the hardships that we go through are there to help us to grow, to learn, to evolve, and then utilize those to help someone else as well. And that's why we're all here at the moment. That's why we're talking on this stage, because we've been through those hardships. We've experienced real depression, stress, anxiety, to the point that some of us have even had the thoughts of suicide as well. But if we can get through those and understand those, then they're there for us to grow and to learn from, and then utilize what we learn to help other people, we can reframe these hardships in such amazing ways. And I look back at those times where I used to, like, I couldn't even walk over a bridge without holding, water in one hand and mints in the other, because I was shaking so much because of the anxiety and the heart pressure that I was having, just because of what had happened to me in terms of those operations that went wrong. And I'd gone from this super duper sportsman to this guy that was like some kind of feeble, weak guy, worrying about what other people would think all the time. And that stress, that depression, that anxiety was absolutely awful, to the point where I'd wake up sometimes in the middle of the night crying my eyes out, feeling like an absolute weak fool. But actually, when I look back at it now, it was probably the best thing that ever helped me, because now I'm able to help other people. And I truly believe that, when we are 94 years of age, looking back at our lives, we're not going to look back at how much money we accumulated or how much wealth we have. We're going to look back at the legacy we've left, in terms of the legacy of love and a legacy of positivity on this planet. And that comes down to the simplest things, such as a kiss you give, a hug you hold, and a kind word that you pass on. And life is all about touching as many hearts as possible. It's about raising the vibration and frequency of your own self through emotional intelligence and self-love, and then in turn raising the frequency of the rest of the human race and everybody you meet as well. Because if you know energetically that we're all connected and we're all one, then once you work on yourself, it's your obligation almost to try and help other people. And I truly believe, because I've had that near-death experience and because I've had these glimpses, that I know that we do come back again and again and again. And life is almost like a PlayStation game where each time we test ourselves in different types of things. And if you are at that level, that you're really going through some really tough, hard times, where you're crying your eyes out, you're depressed, you're anxious, and you're stressed, maybe stop and reframe it and pat yourself on the back and think, you know what? In this game of life, maybe I've played this game of life so many times to so much hard level that I'm just testing myself to the ultimate in this level to see if I can get through this and utilize what I'm getting through to help other people in some way or form. So pat yourself on the back. It really shows that if you're going through a hard time in life, you've probably played the game of life so often, so well, that you're just testing yourself to the ultimate this time. And reframe every single interaction that you have as well. As I said, I suffer from major ailments and major pain and everything like that, and that sometimes can lead to depression. But I've also suffered from marriage breakdowns and relationship breakdowns and job losses, because I needed to heal myself as well internally. I was playing parental programs that I picked up through my parents that did not serve me in the relationships that I was having. And the trigger points that I had from these parental programs were coming out again and again and again until I eventually learned them. And one of the best ways you can learn these is through awareness. And what I would say, I'll give you a tool actually, which might help some people, is firstly, write down all your self-aware flaws, all those parental programs, all those things that you know don't serve you in some way or form. not feeling worthy of love, not feeling worthy of success, not actively listening enough, being egotistical, being fearful. We all have these. We all know what they are. So write them down, each and every one, in a state of awareness. And then choose 5 people in your life that you know really well. And specifically choose a mother and father. And then 3 other people as well. And write down the traits that you see in them that don't serve them. Write down the traits that you see in them that you don't like as well. And then analyze those traits of those 5 people and see if there's a commonality even between 2 of them. And if there is, own it yourself. Because the people that come into our lives mirror back the areas that we need to self-improve in ourselves. I do relationship coaching a lot, and people come to me all the time and they say, my ex was a narcissist. And I say to them, I said, well, did you love that person at all? And they said, well, yeah, I did for 9 years. And then the last year they became a narcissist miraculously. And I said, really? Or is it really that they delve deeply inside your heart or into your psyche and something popped out that you saw in them that you didn't like within yourself as well? And I truly believe the word narcissist can be reframed as an acronym, as neglected awareness reflecting conditionings in suppressed self, instigating soul transition. And what I mean by that, as I said, is that the people that come into our lives mirror back the areas that we need to self-improve in ourselves. And sometimes those hardest people, sometimes those narcissists, as we call them, can be the ones that really dig deep in the back of your heart or in the back of your subconscious and bring out those suppressed emotions from childhood that you need to heal. And if you look back at those relationships and you reframe those relationships and look at it that way, what can you see now? I bet you in some way or form there's something you can learn from those relationships. I bet you've utilized what you've learned to grow, to evolve, to become a better version of yourself. And that's what life is all about. So the first part of the awareness is the self-awareness. Then there's the mirrored awareness of the people that are coming back in. The third part of the exercise, which I highly recommend, is to ask someone you trust, a friend, and ask them to tell you what they see in you as well, in terms of the areas that you need to self-improve on. Because sometimes we just can't see it in ourselves. And that way, by getting a third-party view, it can really help us. Now, when you're doing this part of the exercise, make sure you take yourself out of the equation and look back in from the 10th floor as the observer, without emotion, without ego, and tell them that as well. I actually got my father to do this. He's probably my biggest critic. He told me to bring the biggest pad I could possibly find, and he laid into me. And of course, I'm writing everything down. And just remember, when you're doing this part of the exercise, some people will see the things they don't like about themselves in you as well, because it's mirroring back to them. But with that awareness, still take everything they say and add it to the list as well. So you've got a self-aware views of your parental programs, your mirrored views, and your phone a friend views as well. And once you've had this list, then find a friend, find a coach. I do this with people all the time. I had in this very room a 6'4" ex-pro-American footballer crying his eyes out doing this exercise. He got the piece of paper out with the self-aware view, the mirror views, and the phone a friend views, and he said it out loud in front of me with his hand on his heart with absolute passion and meaning. He said, I'm egotistical at times, but I accept that, and I'm willing to change. I don't feel worthy of love at times, but I accept that and I'm willing to change. And he went through this entire list, and I told him to rip the piece of paper up afterwards and burn it in the fire that I had going next to him, which he did with absolute passion, letting go of those energies. And then we rewrote the list in I am opposites. I am worthy of love. I am always listening to other people with love. I am understanding the other person's perspective. And then I got them to say these out loud with me for 21 days. And I say, if you can't get someone else to do it with, do it in front of the mirror, eye to eye, hand on your heart, for a minimum of 21 days, saying it out loud with passion and purpose to create a neuroplastic change within the subconscious. Minimum 21 days, preferably 60 days. I've done this with loads of people. It really, really helps. And that's a really good step to get the awareness and the acceptance of those different traits that are within you. Because without awareness, without acceptance, you can't become the best version of yourself. And so many people suppress these. And I did in the first half of my life. Well, hopefully not first half of my life, but the first 40 years of my life. And I didn't really see the things that were in them, in myself. And I had to do this exercise to really be self-aware and self-reflect to become the best version of myself. So how can we keep in that way? How can we stay shining our light or gleaming our light every day? And I've got a GLEAM acronym, which I love to share. So gleam starts with G, and it's for gratitude. I hear you were speaking about gratitude earlier on. A lot of people always talk about having the gratitude and the attitude for gratitude, but the question is why? Well, I'll tell you, I've got two children, and when I give them a present and they're not grateful, do you think I feel like giving them anything else? Of course not. So why would God, universe, Allah, whoever you believe in, it doesn't really matter, or even your own subconscious, make you feel worthy enough to receive anything else if you're not grateful for even the smallest things that you have now? Even the bed you sleep in, the food you eat, and the roof over your head. When you're truly grateful for what you have now, the universe sees that and gives you more as well. So be grateful for everything that you've given yourself now, or the universe has given yourself now, in order to receive more. G is also for giving to others. And the greatest gift is in terms of giving to others is your presence. That's why they call it the present. Because if you are present with somebody else and truly actively listen to somebody else, it's the greatest gift that you can give them as well. But quite often what happens is, in terms of mental awareness and mental wellness as well, we all give to others, but actually we're getting a gift ourselves, because by helping others, you're helping yourself as well. And that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm here working with these wonderful people. L is for learning one new thing every day and letting go. Learning one new thing every day. And the biggest learning I mentioned earlier on is to understand that the hardships are there to help you to grow, to learn, to evolve. But also remember, in terms of the relationships that you have in life, in terms of letting go and everything like that we all are a product of our parents, our preachers, our teachers, our past relationships and experiences. And that means that we all come from different perspectives. And that means that you could see a color as yellow, I can see it as orange. It doesn't mean that either of us are right or either of us are wrong. It's just different perspectives of the same thing. And if we could all understand that, appreciate that, and respect that, without having to push our own opinions on other people, the world will be such a better place in terms of international relationships, love relationships, business relationships, and religious relationships. So next time you're getting stressed because of a relationship scenario, ask yourself, what's mirroring back in this situation? What can I learn from this situation? And how can I grow from this situation? So often in life, we point the finger at someone, but we must remember there's always three pointing back at us at the same time. And I always say to people, instead of blaming other people, or instead of saying to someone, you did this and it makes me feel this way, why not go up to them and say something? So if they're being selfish, say to your other half or your father or mother or whatever it is, and say to them, can I ask you a question? Am I selfish at times? And if they say no, why are you asking that? Just say, look, I'm always trying to self-improve. I'm always trying to be the best version of myself. And I love you. And I appreciate what your opinion is. So I just want to know. I did this with my girlfriend. And funny enough, the next day, she came up to me and said, Doug, I'm so sorry. I know I was a bit selfish yesterday. And it's a really good non-confrontational way where you can be the best version of yourself, get your point across to the other person, and not cause conflict. And this is the way that we should deal with people all the time. This is the way that we should deal with people and let go. Let go of that anger, that resentment, that lack of forgiveness. Lack of forgiveness is one of the biggest things that causes ailments. Even cancer, they've talked about it. Because it causes dis-ease within the body, which causes disease. So letting go, one of the best things I always tell people in terms of letting go is to put your hands in front of your heart. Imagine yourself, your inner child, your small self, your kind of 5-year-old self in front of your heart there. And forgive yourself first in any situation, because regardless of what anybody else has done to you, you're still involved in that interaction. So forgive yourself first. So by taking the person and say to them, firstly yourself, I love you, I forgive you, and I let it go. And then put yourself into your heart with love and feel the love in there. And then take the person you need to forgive and do the same thing. Imagine them as a 5-year-old child, that tall in your hands, right in front of your heart, and say, I love you, I forgive you, and I let go, and put them into your heart. Now, I've done this on stage, and quite often what happens, people go, I love you, I forgive you, I let go. It doesn't work. You really need to do it with absolute passion. You need to do it with real meaning. So I love you, I forgive you, and I let go. And put them into your heart. And see them as an embrace of love with your own self in a platonic state of love and a hug. It's amazing. I actually did this with my ex-wife after she was doing something which I wasn't particularly happy about. And I did this exercise. And the next day she rang me up and said, Doug, look, I'm really sorry. We've got 2 kids. Let's be friends. So it's really powerful because the energetic intention sends that energy out to other people as well. And I've talked about the GLEAM acronym. So far we got gratitude and giving, learning and letting go, and then E is for exercise, to energize, and also emotional intelligence as well. Energy is so important, which I'll talk about in a little bit just to finish off, but also emotional intelligence in terms of self-awareness, which we spoke about, empathy and compassion, self-regulation in terms of being able to regulate your emotions, your energy emotions, so that you are the best version of yourself in every single interaction to cause win-win with everybody you meet. Social skills, and also motivation as well, motivating yourself to be the best version of yourself every single day. A is for affirmations. So we talked about that earlier on. Let's face it, you are the person that talks to yourself the most, so you might as well make it positive. And also, it tends to be the most intelligent conversation you sometimes have when you talk to yourself. So make those affirmations positive. Stand in the mirror. I look in the mirror every day and I look at myself and say, I am going to have a fantastic day and I'm feeling fantastic. Now, that might sound a bit weird, but what I'm doing is I'm setting the intention in my subconscious and I'm speaking it out loud to make that energetic intention for the rest of the day. Also, in terms of A is awareness, which I talked about, but also agreements in terms of the 4 agreements. There's a great book written by Don Luis Miguel about the 4 agreements, which I think are brilliant for understanding how to be the best version of yourself. 4 of them are: never make assumptions, ask questions to understand. So many times we make assumptions about other people, making our own opinions about what they're saying and judging them without actually really knowing. So ask the questions to understand. Don't take things personally. The other person just might be having a shit day. And because you're their nearest and dearest, they're going to lay it all out on you, vent it all out on you because they trust you. Take that in appreciation and gratitude that they feel they can do that for you rather than taking it personally. Thirdly, is to be immaculate with your words. It's very important to be immaculate with everything you say. Words can create and words can destroy. After my near-death experience, I had this gift. I do healing as well. I'm a master teacher of 5 modalities of healing. And people would say to me, oh, Doug, will you pray that it doesn't rain on my wedding day? And I'd say, no, because you put rain and wedding day in the same sentence. I'll pray for you that there's blue skies and sunshine. So when you're conversing, consciously communicating with other people, make sure the words that you come out, make sure they are utilizing so that you create rather than not using I hope nots in terms of something that could destroy. Very important to be conscious about what comes out of your mouth. And finally, in the GLEAM acronym, it's about firstly meditation. Now, meditation is threefold. It's incredible for people and really helps people in terms of being the best version of themselves. 1, because it reduces stress to increase energy for life. 2, because it helps you connect with your inner self, your soul self, your higher self, your best self. And 3, because you can visualize what you want in life, whether it be perfect health, happiness, wealth, success, your dreams, your wishes, whatever they might be. You can sit there and meditate and visualize these goals and then visualize the steps to get there. One of the billionaires that I work with in terms of getting him into, I help him in terms of getting him into the best version of himself is, I said to him, do you have a morning routine? And he said, well, not really, Doug. I have a couch in my office. I lie on the couch and I've written all my tasks down that I've got to do for the day. And I just sit there with my eyes closed, visualizing all those tasks being, successful and celebrating at the end of the day in terms of getting them all done. I said, well, that seems pretty much like a meditation and a morning routine to me. So meditate and utilize that in the best possible form. Then finally, in terms of M, is meaning, creating meaning in life. It's very important to create your sense of purpose. And that's the thing that lights you up the most, the thing that you talk about the most. I mean, I've spoken on stages with 5,000, 7,000 people at times. And I say to people, if I was to give you a stage in front of 5,000 or 7,000 people, what would you speak about as your 70-year-old self? What would you be most passionate about? What would you really love to talk about? And what can you add the most value to those people as well? And once you know that, reverse engineer yourself to back where you are now, today, and then make sure you start doing whatever you need to do to be that guru, that speaker that can stand in front of all those people. And when you're truly doing what you love, what you do, and you love the people you work with, and you love the product that you or service that you have to give to people, you wake up every day with love in your heart. And I always say love is an acronym for lots of vibrant energy. So find whatever that is. I remember one last story, then I'll finish. I was working in an investment management company, and this guy came up to me who was working for me. He was an IT guy, and he said, "Doug, I'm fed up." He said, "Every day I come in and I just seem to do IT-orientated problems all the time. People complain at me all the time. I go home fed up. I don't have any purpose. I don't even know why I'm here." And I said, "Chris, reframe what you do. What do we do as a company?" He says, "Well, we're a pension and investments company." I said, "Yeah, but what actually do we do? What we actually do is for that granny or grandpa, we ensure they have a good retirement plan. We ensure that they have a good retirement home. We ensure that they go on nice holidays. We ensure they can give money to their children, to money to their grandchildren. We ensure that they have a better life in some way or form." So every time you solve one of those IT-orientated issues, it means we can do better deals online, better research online, better evaluations for our clients, and produce better results for our clients. So in turn, every single time you solve one of those IT issues, you're making a life better. And whatever job you're doing, regardless of what the job is, regardless of what your role is, look at that job and ask yourself, how does that affect that old granny or grandpa, mother or father, brother or sister, or son and daughter in some way or form to make their life better? Even a secretary doing a note for someone who's helping someone in the insurance company world, who could actually help someone in terms of insurance, making sure that family is secure, is helping making a life better. So when you wake up every day and you know whatever you do energetically affects someone else's life in a positive way, lifts their vibration, lifts their frequency, and helps raise consciousness throughout the whole human race in some way or form, you know you're living your purpose. So go out there and live your purpose and be the best version of yourself. Thank you.
Yo, Doug, I'm sorry. I got so enthralled with what you were saying, and I was trying to also Google the book. Because please repeat the book that you also suggested. Is it The 4 Agreements? Oh, how do we unmic Doug? Let me see. Hello, Prince. Are you still? Prince actually had some challenges with his network, so he had to actually drop out, and I'm unable to unmute the speakers. Doug, I don't know if you'll be able to wait for me, because I would really love to hear that book recommendation again as well, because there's a lot of learning I'm having today. Today is one of those days for me. I think it's a blessed day. I think it's a blessed day for me. It was my birthday this month. So every time someone speaks, I feel like, wow, guys, but are you gifting me? Are you giving me are you giving me birthday gifts? So thank you so much for your shares. I don't know who.
I'm off mute now, so I just tell you the book is called The 4 Agreements by Don Luis Miguel.
The 4 Agreements by Don Luis Miguel. Perfect.
Yeah, it's a fantastic book. Thoroughly recommend it.
Thank you. I'm going to definitely read that. I'm an avid reader, and I believe that I think every single day that I do read, I'm able to grow. Despite now our conditions of being always in lockdown and after COVID, so it has limited our interactions with people. So I make sure that that's where I spend my time. I spend my time finding a good book and read it. So thank you so much, Mr. Gordon. I don't know if you have anyone else who would like to speak. You can raise your hand so that we can give you a stage. We can allow you onto stage as well.
Actually, I've got one more thing to say, if anybody can hear me. Just one of the things I will say for anybody who's considering suicide, I would highly, from what my knowing is and what I understand, I truly believe that we do come back again and again and again. The game of life is like a PlayStation where you're getting to different levels each time, learning each time something different, and obviously correcting karma. But I also truly believe that if you were to take your own life, you're going to have to come back and do this all over again. And it could be potentially even harder the next time. So why not get those hardships out of the way this time round so you don't have to try again like next time?
That's a brilliant way of thinking about it. I don't know if I would want to do this again. So I definitely agree. I would tend to agree with that thought, because that thought would make me think twice about, you know, if I can be honest with you, I personally, I don't know if I can share this as well. Everybody's being so honest and candid. I was thinking of euthanasia. You know what? I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, so my mobility has been highly compromised, and I was someone who was quite active, and I used to be out and about. So the fact that now struggling to walk and struggling to move and to conduct my own basic affairs, I almost felt like, okay, so what's the point? You know, what more can I do? But someone spoke about the fact that you're still here is reason enough to proceed and keep going and to do your best, you know. So I do appreciate that. And then here's the interesting thing also, here in Africa, we don't have access to euthanasia. So I was actually glad about that. I was like, okay, those are some of the things in Africa. We can complain about everything, but this is something to actually be happy for, you know, that people can't just decide, because I don't believe that anybody should have that right to actually know. You didn't give yourself life, so you do not have a reason to take it. It's not yours to, it wasn't yours to be given. It was given to you as a gift. It's not up to you to take it. So I definitely agree, and I resonate with what you're saying. Thank you so much, Doug. Please, Doug, you're going to share your details as well with the group, so that if anyone would like to speak to you, because I think there's a number of people who would love to speak to you, particularly for your energy, you know.
Thank you. Yeah, if anybody's interested, if you go to training.dougdgordon.com, that's Doug, D-O-U-G, D in the middle, and then Gordon, Gordon.com. You can catch me there, and you can also see I've got an online course to help people in terms of this kind of thing, which I've been speaking about, and a lot of the stuff that Darren was speaking about as well. And I have to say, I thought Darren was amazing. So it was a tough act to follow, I have to say.
I would say it's a tough act to follow across the board. And I do appreciate this. I don't know when we're going to have, I don't know if Prince can tell us when we're going to have one of these conferences again, because I believe this is so necessary on actually a more regular basis, because you know what, the men's conference has almost been, they made it a joke, you know, here in South Africa. It was all about all these men who've been tied up at home and they need a men's conference to just get away from the women, you know. I don't know if Prince can tell us when we're going to have one of these conferences again, because I believe this is so necessary on actually a more regular basis, because you know what, the men's conference has almost been, they made it a joke, you know, here in South Africa. It was all about all these men who've been tied up at home and they need a men's conference to just get away from the women, you know. I don't know if Prince can tell us when we're going to have one of these conferences again, because I believe this is so necessary. Wow, am I on echo or am I on repeat? Maybe it's a sign that yes, we will definitely have another men's conference very soon. So thank you so much to anyone. Please raise your hands, guys, if you have any questions for Doug. I have a number of questions, but I won't take time today to ask them. I would like another opportunity to do so. So if anyone would have any questions, please just let us know, raise your hand, and we'll give you an opportunity to speak. Thank you. I'm Arthur and I'm done speaking.
Thanks, guys.
So thank you very much, Ador. I'm really sorry. I'm not able to turn on my camera right now. I'm having some connection issues here, but all good. We're still here, and I really want to appreciate you for your share. It's such a great share, and I don't know what to say. I'm really short of words, but thank you for being so generous, like I said. And I'll stay in touch with you. And of course, Arthur, this is a sustainable movement that we have started, and together we can do more. So not so sure when the next conference will be, but definitely we will be meeting again as men and having conversations, and maybe on even much larger platform. All right, that's very important. So thank you very much, Doc. I know you have to run it now. I don't know what time it is that you have your meeting for, but I do understand that you have to run it now. So thank you very much. I don't know if Aiden is still in the room. I'd like to, Aiden, you have had quite a number of share out there, and I know that you really had a lot to say at that time, but we didn't have that time for speaking as well. I don't know. Do you also maybe want to share with us? We want to just jump in on something. We're happy to hear that, because for some reason Aiden also had a great share. I don't know if you were here though at the time Aiden was giving his story.
I wasn't, but I know Aiden, so it's great to hear that he's here.
Okay, great. So yeah, Aiden, I don't know if you're free to speak right now.
Can you hear me, Prince?
Yes, I can hear you now.
We hear you.
Oh,
Thank
good,
you.
because I'm on the move, so I don't know. I'm getting bits and pieces because of service, I guess, issues. Are you hearing me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you okay.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic, man. And what you said about doing it again and the shares, it's a necessary. It's a necessary, and when something is necessary, then it must continue. This is not just something that people just want to do on a Friday afternoon. This is a necessary thing you're starting. And I think for all the speakers with the positive empowerment, Doug there as well, like, people need coaching, people need advice, people need places to turn. They need to know there's places open to turn to, that people are open to turn to, that these things exist. And for anyone, okay, the topic of suicide and the high rate of successful suicide in men, we want to, I guess, by participating here today, to use this platform and this, what's going on here today. And I hope you're recording it, Prince, because this is stuff we can send then to the local and national and district governments and school systems and, office workplaces and the well-being of humans. And I know we're coming from a men's angle, but Prince, we've discussed it before. We believe in equality. And what we want to do is give the men a place and a voice to know there's places to turn, there's people to turn to, there's literature out there, there are things, and there are people who've been there, the people have experienced. This is not something that's just like, let's get together and have a chat and let's all pour into each other some positivity. That's not the case here. I'd like to know, when I hear of a suicide, and I'll be really honest with you, I don't believe that I will talk somebody in off a ledge, so to speak. However, when I hear of a suicide, my heart drops, and I always wish I had 2 minutes with the person. Just give me 2 minutes. Like, a decision can be made, a change of mind can happen in a millisecond, and I think the positivity and the powerful shares here today is definitely reaching out to the world, to the abyss, to the wide open, to say, hey guys, if you're hurting, if you're out there are people who will spend that time with you. there are people who know and understand and love with open arms. And I think across the board on the shares today, I think that's what's going on. That's what I feel. That's what I'm inspired to share with you, Prince. And yeah, I'm here listening in. I'm on a bit of a commute, so yeah, it's not great service all the time, but that's what I got to share, my man. So thank you. Did I cut off? Did I lose you? Are you back? Are you there?
We can hear you, Aidan. Aidan, are you the Aidan McNally that does the radio show on RTE?
That's me. No. I don't host a radio show. I was on the radio show. I've been on radio shows.
Okay.
But I think that's Angus.
Okay. No, you're not the ex-rugby player then.
I am an ex-rugby player, but I don't know about the ex-rugby player, Doug.
We didn't sit next together on a plane then. It was a different Aidan McNally.
I'm not sure. Did we or did we not? But no. When?
No, you'd know because
No.
The Aidan McNally that I know, I've met a few times at different events.
Right. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm actually getting on a train in Houston right now, Doug, heading to Cork. So service is in and out. You'd know it well, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So I know there's technical difficulties, and I was listening in, and the service was cutting in and out for me, coming into town and across town. So I don't know. I know Prince is having some issues. There seems to be, but that's all cool. I mean, I think, Doug, with your share and with the guys earlier, I'd have to look down at the screen and find everybody's name. I've been listening in, and I think it is an important, positive forward step here that's been made today. I'm sure you'll agree. And across the shares since this morning early, I was tapped in and out earlier on. So, yeah. And I look forward to more of it, Prince. If you're there, if you're hearing me.
Well, just while we're waiting, if anybody's listening, one thing I might be able to add as well, just to add, if someone is listening, this might help someone as well. Something I give to children to help them with depression and negative thoughts, which is something that really, really works, especially with children. And a lot of children have seen, obviously, the film Harry Potter, and they've also seen the films Star Wars as well. So in Harry Potter, there's quite often these, I'm sure if you've seen Harry Potter, there's these eerie ghosts called Dementors. And when they come up close to you, they almost drain the energy out of you, almost like a negative thought. And what I often say to children is like, one, to imagine themselves as like Luke Skywalker or Anakin Skywalker or whatever you want, but particularly Luke Skywalker, where he turns Darth Vader back into the light. So what we can imagine is that every negative thought that comes into your head is from outside of you rather than inside of you, because generally when you come into this world, you come in as being of light and you're shining that light as well. But when you get these negative thoughts that come in, these negative thoughts, please. Sorry, Aidan, you're still. When you get these negative thoughts that are coming in, these negative thoughts can obviously disrupt how we feel. And what I say to the children is, when they get a negative thought, pretend it's a dementia. And if they get one of those dementias coming in, the only reason why that dementia is coming in to make you feel eerie with that negative thought is actually it sees you as a light being and it wants to go back to the light. So if you get this dementia, this negative thought in your head, send it to the light. Why not? In your mind's eye, visualize yourself as Luke Skywalker, sending the darkness into the light. And when that negative thought, that dementia goes into the light, it only can then come with a positive thought. So when you see it in your mind's eye, in the light, say to the negative thought or say to the dementia, now that you're in the light, give me a positive thought. And then at that point, the kid or even yourself will have that energetic intention of hearing a positive thought. And then they'll hear the positive thought, they thank the dementia, they say, enjoy the light, and it's gone. And what you can do with a child as well is you can actually gamify it and say to them, count how many negative thoughts you have in the day that you turn into positive thoughts, because obviously the points make prizes, and see how many they can do. And then they get a gamified, fun version of turning negative thoughts into positive thoughts, and also making them have a sense of purpose in terms of doing this as well. So it's a very positive thing that I give children. It works really well. That might help someone out there listening as well.
I hear you, Doug. I'm busy trying to restructure my negative thoughts. I'm trying to
You're sending all those dementias to the light.
I'm doing my best. I'm doing my absolute best because I'll be honest with you. Well, I think I mentioned it before, is that sometimes our greatest enemy can be ourselves. You know, the one day my daughter is 11 years old and she says to me, I have anxiety. And I thought, you're 11 years old. What do you know about anxiety? You know, some of these words, we use them and the kids pick them up and they don't really know what it does mean. Because what is anxiety? Anxiety is almost like fear, and they say fear is false expectations appearing real.
Mhm.
And you know what, as much as I say that about my daughter, that has been a lot of what my life has been led by. It's been about fears, you know. It's about, okay, I need to do this because I'm afraid of this happening, when we should actually more or less structure our lives around purpose and actually getting forward in a positive manner while we help others. So I agree with you 100%. Thank you so much. Thank you, Doug, for the shares, man. They mean a great deal.
No, my pleasure. And you're right. Fear is, I said, false evidence appearing real, or face everything and rise, which is a good one as well.
Face
And
everything and rise. Wow. Okay. Okay. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. Did you coin that one, Doug? Is that
no,
yours?
no, I've heard that one a few times.
Oh,
One of the things that I talk about fear a lot actually on stage, and
yes.
I often get people to stand up. Like, so I might have 300 or 400 people in a seminar, and I'll get them to stand up, and I'll say, okay, anybody who hasn't been to a wedding can sit down, and of course they've all been to the wedding. And then I'll say, right, anybody who didn't dance at any wedding they've ever been to can sit down, and generally everybody's danced in some way or form. Fantastic. So you're all dancers then. Right, we're going to do some dancing now in front of your colleagues. It's normally a corporate event. And they're all looking at their bosses or their colleagues going, what the? There's no way I'm going to do this. And I said, look, well, if anybody doesn't dance, they can come and dance with me afterwards in slow dance, male or female. And of course, then they're ready to dance. But I go up to the whiteboard and I say to people, I draw a line down the whiteboard and I say, well, how are you feeling now? And people say, fearful, worried, don't want to do it, piss off, blah, blah, blah. And then I put the music on and then they all dance because they have to. And at the end of it, of about a minute or two, I then go back to the whiteboard again and I say, how do you feel now? And people say, elated, amazing, fantastic, or whatever. And what it really shows is that when you step outside of that comfort zone, it's incredible how when you face that fear and rise, it's amazing how you can actually feel once you do that as well. And the other thing, the only actually negative thing I've ever had in that exercise is where one guy actually put his hand up and said, well, Doug, I have to say, I wish you had a slow song because this lady next to me is gorgeous. But other than that, I've never had anything negative. So yeah, it's always about, facing that fear and rising. And, when you do that and you step outside of your comfort zone, it's amazing. And in terms of anxiety, I help children with anxiety quite a lot. And one of the things that a lot of us always teach people, which I'm sure you've heard before, is the box breathing technique, the Navy SEALs box breathing technique of 4 seconds in, hold for 4 seconds, 4 seconds out, hold for 4 seconds, and so on. And you do that for 4 times. It's a very good way to get back in and be careful. But also, the other thing I also tell people in terms of adults, if the voice in the head starts saying things to you that is obviously ego, negative, 2 things you do. One is you can either say, really? Is that my truth? So it's saying you're not good enough, you're going to not make it across this marathon or whatever you're doing. It's going, you're not good enough. You just go, really? Is this my truth? And what you're doing is you're catching the ego out there. But the other thing you can do is remember that ego and fear and anxiety all comes from the head. It all comes from ego. And if you want to get out of the head and into the heart, is to put your hand on your heart and say your name 3 times. So I would say, I'm Doug Gordon, I am my heart. I'm Doug Gordon, I am my heart. I am Doug Gordon, I am my heart. And feel the energy in your heart. And what you're doing is you're getting yourself out of your heart, into your head, so into your higher self, your best self, where there's no ego. And where there's no ego, there's no fear. And because fear comes from ego. It's another exercise that I utilize with my clients to help them in terms of getting into the best possible state.
And how does the box work? The box trick for anxiety, how does that work, Doug?
So what you do is you breathe in for 4 seconds. So you go, then hold for 4 seconds, then breathe out for 4 seconds, and hold out for 4 seconds, and then do it 4 times. And what it does is it just oxygenates your body, alkalines your body, makes you feel a bit more calm as well. It's also very good for interacting with slightly heated engagements with certain people, whether it be loved ones or whether they be bosses or anything like that, because it allows you to respond rather than react.
I love that. I think I'm going to share that as well with my daughter. And I'll be honest with you, with myself as well, because how many times do I respond or react before I've literally even processed the information, you know? We tend to just want to give an answer or provide a solution, and we don't really understand exactly the context of what we're dealing with. So I think that will actually help me to just reacclimatize, refocus, and know that, you know what, focus on what's real. Thank you so much, Doug.
It's my pleasure. I think Jay Clark has got his hand up. I think he wants to ask a question.
Take that now. So Jay Clark, please, if you could just start your video and unmute your mic, that would be really lovely.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, no, he's still in the room.
Oh, he's still there. He's just moved.
Yeah, I think his video is not on, but yeah. Okay, Jay?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I'm loving this conversation. But Doug, I'd like just to ask you, what is actually the name of your program? And do you recommend any type of exercise when you're going through these particular modules?
Yeah, so there's loads of different, I mean, the video that I have on there, it's called High Performance. I wrap it up in 2 ways. So we have divine feminine and divine masculine energy. So the divine masculine energy, which is I utilize to get into corporates, and I have a lot of corporates by it, is called high performance success without stress. And the reason why I call it that is because really a lot of these corporates like to see about performance and then reducing mental health issues and everything else. So that's why I call it that. But actually the other side I call it is being the best version of yourself and creating more wealth, better health, and more happiness in your life. So it's on there. It's been bought massively, and the feedback, you can have a look on my LinkedIn for the feedback. I think there's about 55 different people mentioning everything I talk about is basically in that course. And yeah, I mean, it's something that I generally get most of the guys that I work with in terms of coaching to do that first, because it gives them a really good grounding. And actually, if you're a coach yourself, feel free to take whatever you want there and utilize yourself. I'm not funny about trademarks or anything like that, because I just want to help people all over the world. And the stuff that I put in there, I don't bullshit. It's very concise and to the point to try and get as much in there as possible so that people can utilize that to either help themselves or help other people in some way or form. And I have a lot of coaches come to me. I said that to people, coaches who bought it. I said, yeah, just use the stuff, it's fine. And they've been so grateful because it's helped them get loads of gigs and loads of work with CEOs and business people who are stressed. So it's a really good thing to do. And 10% goes to charity as well.
Yes, well, thank you so much. I'm in New York, and where are you located? Or
I'm in Ireland. I have clients. So in 30 minutes, I've got I've got one of the Star Wars actresses, and she was in Star Trek as well. Her husband, who's a multimillionaire, I'm actually coaching because he's just at that point where he's pivoting in his life. And he just needs to get a sense of purpose, connect to his true self, be the best energetically. He's 55, so he wants to optimize his energy as well. I'm 47, by the way. And, so just really trying to help him get into the best energetic state because, I worked in the corporate world for 21 years, and I was in the newspapers for growing an asset management business from 50 million per annum sales to 1.75 billion. It was in the national newspapers and everything like that. And then I also played National League hockey, first division, top league. So I've got lots of different tool sets that I help people in different ways to get them into the best version of themselves, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically as well. So, and that's what the course is about, and that's what my coaching is about. So always happy to help people.
I don't know if, okay, Jay is unable to unmute. If you have any other question, but just to say thank you very much, Da, for your share. I really appreciate this interesting and incredible share that you've given us, and also access and free access as well to your materials on LinkedIn. That is incredible. So thank you so much for your generosity, and I do hope there are a lot of coaches here who will take advantage of that. You see, that's what we're doing, and you see. Thank you very much for taking the first step, though, by empowering other men as well. You know, and giving out materials. If you're a coach, go get it, and you know, just like he said, percentage goes to charity, and that is a great way to support men supporting men as well. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Thank you once again. That's such a great one. So right now, I might I just want to pause a little because we are also, of course, we are running around time zone. I would like us to maybe take a few minutes break. But before we take that break, we have always in the previous session, we played a message from one of our women somewhere in Africa who also is offering her own services to help men as well become the best version of themselves, just as Dahl has done now. So I'm going to play that video again in case there's anyone in the room that was not in the room at that time. However, it's actually one of the plans that I had, that we have, that we're going to keep playing it over and again, just for people to learn as well and hear. So I'm going to play that video again. It's going to be available on YouTube in a couple of days anyway. So if you see, I'm already playing it from YouTube. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a second while I share my screen, and then we'll play that now. And we are good to go. So thank you very much.
A bright hello to all of you, husbands, partners, exes, fathers, sons, nephews, uncles gathered there at this conference. Please allow me to congratulate you, Prince, and all your guests for taking the initiative to meet together to talk about things that concern me that we normally don't talk about. We are born into society, and from the moment that we're born, society preconditions us and formats us into roles, men, women, and with all these roles come expectations, some of them which are very unrealistic. And we find out that as we journey through life, we tend to want to behave and act to fit to this format that society has prepared for us long before we were born. And we come along the journey to a point where we feel like we do not belong, we do not understand, or just being in those boxes forces us or compel us to become people that we don't want to be, or characters, or to act and think and do things the way we don't want to be. And sometimes just coming together to talk about those things allowed us to touch base with ourselves, redefine who we want to be beyond the expectations of society. We redefine who we want to be, we declutter, we let go, and we just be. And from that being, we define who we want to become. So I congratulate you for that. Talking is a form of healing. It's actually one form of healing. And I'm here to invite you to the next level of the talking, which is about creative writing. In 2014, stuff happened to my life. Shit happens, actually. And I wrote a book and did a TED Talk. And in that process, I discovered the powers of writing. Writing is not just a form of expression. It is a form of therapy. It helps you declutter, detox your life. It helps you, it liberates you from a whole lot of things that you may be carrying in you without knowing. It allows you to touch base with yourself, and it makes you a content expert. It gives you control over your life. It helps you gain clarity. So I'm here to invite you, if you're interested in continuing the journey after the talking that you'll be doing at the men's conference, if you're interested in exploring further on how to express yourself, to tell your truth, to tap into who you are, to release more, and to find clarity in your life going forward, then coming into one of my workshops will be something that may really help you on that journey. I know writing may sound like very, very intimidating. It may sound like something crazy if you've never done it before. In my master classes, in my writers classes, I really take you by the hand and take away the fears, the insecurities, the self-doubts, and all the procrastination and excuses that you may have for not writing, so that you can actually sit down and do the writing. Because when you write, you release so much more in you. You touch base with yourself and you use your story, your truth, your reality to help someone else to touch base with their own realities. And I think if more brothers are writing about their lives, their life stories, it will really help us women. It will really help their daughters and their nieces and their potential partners to understand where they're coming from. So writing is more than just writing. Again, I'm inviting you. And who am I to invite you? I am the serial author of 23 books, 14 ebooks, and the coach of over 12 women within the last 3 years. So to say, I have coached 12 women and 15 kids to write and have their own books published. All of them are award winners, and most of their books are now being read in schools. And having their books in schools means that they are now a source of inspiration. With their stories, they are inspiring the next generation, and you could be one of them. So writing is an incredible way of expressing yourself, and incredible because it is that format that allows you to really sit down and tell your story and liberate yourself on your device or your piece of paper and pen without anyone interrupting you. You know, as you journey through life and you have some of these experiences, you really want to share them, but you fear that you'll be judged. You fear that you'll be interrupted, or you think that no one will be interested in your version of the story. Indeed, the world is interested in your version of the story, because without that, the stories of the world, the history of the world is not complete. So it is our responsibility when we have journeyed through life and make some of those experiences, especially those of them that really affect our lives. It is important that we share them. And one of the best ways to do that without being interrupted, you know, in the space of in your space, is to write. When you find your writing voice and you start telling those stories and you start liberating yourself, you see the world from a different perspective. And above all, you will use your story to inspire someone. And again, that would make you a content expert and an absolute owner of your story. And there's nothing like owning your story and using it to help a whole lot of other people. So that's what I would love to help you to do, to go from the talking at the Men's Conference to getting into a space where you can really sit down and write your story. Write it and let it be heard from your perspective without being interrupted, without any fears. So if you're ready for that journey, I would be more than happy to take you by the hand and to help you do just that, because that is what I do best. So I'll probably see you in one of my master classes. Prince, this is my message to you and your guests. And again, congratulations, and I celebrate you for this bold step. And we're done. And I'm glad you're doing this conference before you transition into 2022. So well done. And I look forward to having you in one of my classes. See how excited I am. So I'm going to stop here before I start blah, 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 blah. Have a wonderful conference and goodbye.
So yes, thank you very much. That was Beatrice Chaleke. She is the author of the serial books that she mentioned. Also, she's the publisher of the Ubuntu books, and she has extended her hands to as many as would like to write their stories. We've heard stories. I mean, we had Aiden written his story, and that's such a passionate story as well. And yeah, you may really want to just share your story out, and you think no one wants to listen, but that's not entirely true. People really want to hear your story. So that's good. Thank you very much. For now, I've been getting a lot of DMs and back channel messages. I don't know how that would sit around with people. people are requesting a break, a 10 minutes break or 5 minutes break, maybe a coffee break or just to stretch your legs. That's important. So I would want to honor that call and mute the room for now. Let's say for about, let's say for 15 minutes, all right? It's 5:40 p.m. where I am right now. So I'd like us to just mute it or maybe play some good music in the background. If anyone is going to help us play good music, I don't know. Arthur, you said you used to rap. Do you have some, you have some good music in the background? I mean, I just want us to
I'm trying to clean up my act, Prince, man. I don't want to rap, hey, man. And we've just spoken about it. You know what? We were rappers. We used to say, hey, nigga, this nigga, what? Yeah. Drop that thing, no, it's not right, eh?
It's okay.
Yeah,
I mean, if you have a good playlist somewhere that you'd like us to listen to, yeah, that's okay. I'd like us to go on a break for a few minutes, and after that, we will come back again and continue on the conversation. I see Tony Carr just joining in the room. That's such a great one. You're welcome, sir. It's really such a privilege to have you here. I don't know you. Please just send me a back channel and let me know if you are available to speak. Yes.
and Sebastian is back. You saw Sebastian is back as well.
I noticed him. Yeah, I did. No, so thank you very much, everyone. So it's 5:40 here. Let us go on a break and coffee break or stretch our legs or what it is. But yeah, we've been running this show since 8 a.m. That's how many hours gone already? Yeah, that's a lot, eh? That's about 9 hours gone already. So yeah, thank you so much. 9 hours straight. We need a coffee break. So I'll be meeting right now and we'll go on a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. Hello, can you hear me? Sorry, man.
So hello everyone. Well, welcome back. It's just it's the top of the hour right now, so I want to say a big thank you to everyone and welcome again, Arthur. I'm pretty sure you are available now, and of course Sebastian and every other person. So yes, welcome to everybody in the room. We will be starting this next session now. We have Ronaldo, Rosanda in the room. If you could just, Sebastian, if you could just spotlight him or maybe pin him so that those who are watching online can have a full view of him as well. So yes, thank you very much for that. We are having Ronaldo. Ronaldo is one of the hosts of Safer Sooner Rooms, and he teaches not just young men, but everyone how to get home safer. All right, I think that's the simple way to put it, how to get home safer. And if it is another way to introduce that, to also explain that, I mean, Ronaldo will do justice to that as well. So yes, Ronaldo, thank you very much for coming on. I'm really grateful. I just got a message that you were on your way, and I'm like, oh, I hope that flight is not delayed, but here you are. Thank you so much. Yes, Ronaldo, over to you. Could you please just introduce yourself and just share with us what you have for us today? Thank you, Ronaldo.
Well, my friends, first, my name is Ronaldo. Hi, great to meet you. I was born and raised in New York City. I grew up in the Bronx. The only thing I could say is that I've known violence, unfortunately, since the age of 3, 4, and I learned to navigate and survive New York City. And at the age of 56, I am very proud to say that I am a continued survivor, and that I teach others how to do the same. I take a lot of pleasure in teaching people how not to fight, which is the most important thing. I learned my current methodology from my coach and my trainer, Tony Blauer, who happens to run the SPEAR system. And he created a system based on the study of violence and how people move and behave in an aggression or violent or type of encounter. So that being said, I'm really glad to provide any type of advice that you might have about how to navigate violent encounters. So please be. I'm privileged and honored to be here with you.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, you have a lot of time anyway to share. So please do not hesitate. Do not hesitate at any point. Just go on with the flow and share with us. Would like to know. This is a gathering of men and men only. So, would like to know how we can build some mental strength, mental fortitude as men, and also be able to not just protect ourselves, but also protect our women and children as well. And so first, we want to know how we can be saner, and then secondly, how we can protect our women and children, and also how we can integrate these skills in the society. And not you talked about fighting and also protection as well, in order to be more of protectors that we are expected to be, and rather than being victims and cowards. Okay, so at what point, I mean, I'm just going to ask all these questions because I'm going to mute my mic for the next 30 minutes or more for you to go ahead and tell us all this. Now, at what point do we know, hey, you're being a coward right now, or hey, it's smart for you to get away? Whatever the case might be, there are times where we need to make this strategic decisions as well. They're very, 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 very crucial and important. But how do we as men grow and get to understand these things as well? So thank you very much. And it's over to you. I'm going to mute my mic for as long as possible. Ronaldo, just with this knowledge. Thank you so much, Ronaldo.
Certainly, I'm glad to help. Well, first of all, we have to understand that we evolved to live in groups. We didn't evolve to live alone. And being part of a collective, we always cooperated. So cooperation was always key. It was never, I'm the boss and you take orders from me and I sit back and I give you orders. Never. It was always, we work together, and there was always somebody who had a little more knowledge, and that was usually the elder. But what happened is that we have evolved a little bit away from that. And then a lot of the times that a lot of the elder knowledge didn't get passed on to a lot of the young people. So then as a result, people started forgetting that the most important thing in getting people to cooperate was respect and mutual trust. And they said, well, listen, if I cannot get a person to respect me and cooperate with me, then I'll get them to fear me, because I fear that if I don't have the cooperation, I will lose. And it was always that thing that you always wanted to have somebody's cooperation in order to live collectively. And men basically did that for the longest time, and then we basically lost our ways. The whole thing is that, as I understand it, the elephant herds are really quite an interesting metaphor for what it's like to be young and to be a man and to be a wiser man. I understood that there was a story about a whole herd of young male elephants that were together, because apparently when they get to be older, the mother herd, the original herd they come from, sends them away. And so these elephant herds of male were very young and very, very boisterous, and they went around collectively having a lot of fun at the expenses of beautiful animals. They would tear them apart and be very violent. And the people that were the keepers of this little reserve, they were beside themselves because they didn't know what to do. And what they did was they figured that they introduced an older male elephant to that little group. As soon as that happened, the younger elephants decided to adjust their behavior accordingly. The thing is that if we're left to our own reserves and to our own nature, children, unfortunately, are not long-term. And quite honestly, you've got to understand that when I say children, I'm not talking about 9, 10 years old toddler. I want you to understand that children, we are all children to the day we die. It's just that we grow older. We're older children, but children are very, very prone to be very impulsive, and they don't think long-term. And that's much, much easier to be that way when you're chronologically younger, but it's very easy to be that way as well as an adult. So that's why it's very important that we learn how to model our behavior with those that we admire, and for the right reasons and for the right traits. Honestly, I grew up in a household where I had only a mother, and I was raised by many women. I was surrounded by women. My whole culture, everybody around me, my caregivers, everyone, women. So having to establish my identity as a man was not a very easy thing. I found myself really just, I wish I had a mentor. And what I wound up doing for myself was I decided, okay, what do I want if I were a father? And I had a beautiful daughter. What would give me comfort, and what would make me allow a young man to court my daughter? And that's how I said, I want to model myself with that in mind, that I want to be the kind of person that when the door opens and the father looks and says, oh, so relieved. Because he knows that his daughter, he knows that I'm not going to be a saint, but he knows that if his daughter says no, I know. And I know that it means to respect. And I know that respecting other people also means respecting myself. When you honor other people, you honor yourself. When you respect other people, you respect yourself. And that is a type of self-love that you have. And it's really important that you must have it, because even if you don't have it, and even if you feel of self-loathing, if you have desire to want to love yourself, then make that possible. Wow, what a big deal it is, because that makes you important to your life. Now, I want you to understand, this is very important, very important. Your emotions change. Your thoughts change. Sometimes the cat gets a little excited. She wants attention. Pardon me. And everything that you have is capable of change. And listen, I'm not trying to tell you about your religion. I'm not trying to make you Muslim, Christian, atheist. But I want you to understand that many people can change that. That change is not permanent. What I mean by that, and my point is that who you are is not your religion. Who you are not your emotions. Who you are is not your thoughts, because they change. They can change. So as long as you understand those things, then what you need to do is decide what you want and say, that's what I'm going to be. But I must tell you, and I must warn you right now, that process of being a good person, if you want, is not something that you are, boom, good, there I am, ta-da! It doesn't happen like that. There's no magic. When you're in the process of being, it means that you're polishing a stone, and every day the stone gets finer, and hopefully the grade of the polish that you're using, the sand that you're using gets finer and finer, but it gets better and better. So the whole thing is that you may want to be a good person, and you decide what that is. And hopefully that means a person that respects himself. If you have self-love, you do not hurt other people, and you honor other people. And you know, the most interesting thing is, and the easiest thing in the world, is to listen. Because all great leaders listen. Model yourself to a great leader. Model yourself to the good characteristics that they have. Nobody is perfect. Sometimes, I must tell you, I have gases. I'm not trying to be funny, but that doesn't make me not a good person. That doesn't make me not a perfect person. It all mentions to me that you need to adjust yourself. You need to forgive yourself. And most of all, you need to not enable yourself to be an asshole. Sorry, please forgive my words. But the most important thing is, never give yourself excuse to be an idiot or a bad person. Never. The most important person that's going to tell you if you're wrong is you. And that's really important. Remember, because being moral, ethical is really, really important. And it starts in the house. When you're going to be polite to somebody, when you're going to say good morning, when you're going to say I love you, when you're going to say good night or whatever, it starts in the house. And if you're a single man, guess what? That mirror, if you have one. And if you don't have one, say it out loud to you, because you deserve it. You must always remember, you're going to defend your family because you honor yourself. You're going to treat them with respect because you honor yourself. And if you are, I don't care if you're a rogue, I don't care if you're a person that has been miserable all their life, when you decide I cannot do that anymore, and I have to be good because I want to be good, because it's important. Because I want to leave a lasting legacy that says, hey, I came from a good person that taught me some good things. He wasn't perfect, but he loved me. And that's really important. Perfection is not everything, especially when it comes to defending your family. So why is this all important about defense? It's all related. All of it related. My dear friends, I will tell you that the defense of your family is one of the most important characteristics you could have, one of the most important features. Now, let me tell you, to win is everybody's goal, right? We all want to win, but that's not important, as you must do something to always protect your family. And number one rule in protection is to avoid trouble. Avoid. If you know that there's a potential issue in a location or in some place, or there's a potential issue with maybe a person, you need to keep them away from your family, and you need to keep them, you need to keep yourself safe from them. If you see that there's a problem up ahead on a road, you take another road. So the key number one is to avoid troubles, especially if you know, and you must always be aware. What I mean by that is, look, I know that sometimes you don't know when talking to a neighbor who may advise you or listening to the news, but there's also these things that you have on you that you have that give you the most beautiful keys to what you will see coming ahead, your eyes and your ears. So your situational awareness to know what's going to happen there, what's happening up ahead. As you're driving, perhaps maybe you know there's 2 cars ahead of you, 2 cars behind you, and the cars to the left and to the right of you. You have to be aware, and that is going to make you safe when you have the loved ones that you have with you. And remember, the number one loved one that you have is you. I'm not saying that you need to have self-love and vanity. I'm saying that you need the honor. And remember that when you're trying to make yourself when you strive to be a better man, it's not like I said, it's not always easy. Looking for a role model is not easy. Who is that role model that you might look at? Sometimes you might think of a person in history. You might think of, you don't think about Arnold Schwarzenegger, because that's not a real character. Well, he's a real person, but try to model characteristics instead of the whole person. Try to build a person that you can actually model yourself to. For me, the childhood hero of my whole life was Don Quixote, but that's a different story about his quest to love. To love without any conditions, like without his thing with Dulcinea. He loved her even though he was never going to touch her. But those are honorable traits. You don't. A man does not have to be manly. A man has to just basically know that he needs to listen, and he needs to know when not to be aggressive. He needs to know how to avoid issues. He needs to be reasonable. And mostly he needs to always understand that he is a process and not an end product. Making yourself safe. Well, I must tell you, one thing you must do is when you are confronted in a situation, when you have something, you must be sure to have distance. Distance is very important. Well, why do I say that? Well, because sometimes people allow others to get really close to them. So the most important thing is to put your hands up. Says, hey, whoa, hands up. Like, may I please have some space? I don't know who you are. And what I'm basically going through right now is I'm telling you a little bit about my spirit system and the things that I was taught by my friend, Tony Blauer. You put your hands up and you extend your fingers and you look at the person. You say, hey, in a non-aggressive manner, of course, and you say, is there an issue, my friend? Without being aggressive, you want to understand that you're talking to your neighbor. You're not talking to somebody who you hate. And more importantly, remember this: when you're in a situation, you don't talk down to the person. You talk to the person like you care about them, just like you would to your family, except that this person's unknown to you and you need to find out what's going on. So your best thing to do is to use your intelligence, to put your hands up, make sure that they're not being aggressive. You don't put your hands up like this. You put your hands up like this. Say, hey, come on, man, please give me a little bit of space with your finger. And says, with your finger spread, and you say, look, what's going on? How can I help you? To try to find out. It could be the person says, you took my parking spot. It's like, whoa, is that your parking spot? Hey, dude, man, I don't need it. It's yours. I came here with my family, but I'm sure I can find another parking spot. You need to do those kinds of things. And why is that important? Because it's not about humility. Humility is not as important as your ability to listen to somebody, understand what's going on, and then deciding. Like, for instance, let's say, for instance, that you took a person's parking spot and you decided, you know what, this person's full of shit and I don't need the problem, and too bad. But what happens? You walk away, you're thinking you're having a great time, you come back a couple of hours later, and now you're your tires are flat and you have dents all over your car, and it's like it's not worth the aggravation. So you also have to do a little bit of what we call threat assessment, and you have to figure out exactly, is this really worth the aggravation of me having to deal with, that kind of situation? You have to think, and you have to be smart about it and clever, and you have no way of saying, you cannot say to the person, if I come back here and my tires are flat, I'm going to get you. It's like, it doesn't work, because it only works in movies. And reality is that, you know what, if you're not careful, you lose. And life is really a game of chess. You have to play your game very, very carefully. You have to choose very, very carefully. And I will tell you this much: you don't play the same play over and over and over again. Just like you wouldn't, just like being violent, that would be a bad game. It's no way to win. At some point, unfortunately, if you are into violence, you get older and you get slower, and somebody gets young and faster, and you lose. So the whole thing is, honestly, you have to threat assess. You have to really want something. I know that, again, many people grow up without a role model as to who they are, but look, you need to decide that for yourself. Role models aren't complete. They can be bits and pieces. I like this particular characteristic. I like that characteristic. I need to be like this. I want to be like that. I like the way this person thinks. I like this type of, I like this way of thinking about family. Honestly, a lot of it, unfortunately, has a lot to do with culture. And I'll be really honest with you. I come from a very machista background, right? Being I'm Latino. My family are Puerto Rican, and it's not easy, especially after this whole, over here anyway. And God knows it. I'm sure it's global, but the sexual revolution really changed things up quite a bit. But the thing is that if you consider that it did change things, but it didn't change things, because women still need to be protected. Your family still needs to be protected. Nothing changed except for the rhetoric. So what's more important, honestly, more than anything else, my friends, if you're young and you're not married yet, be very, very, very selective and careful about who you decide to get involved with, because honestly, relationships and family start like that. So more, I'm going to say this with compassion and love, because I know they're mostly men here, I hope. You cannot think with your dick. It's really very simple. You cannot be superficial, and you have to be very selective about who you're with. Don't accept certain things because of, oh, well, she's very pretty, she's got a very nice figure, or maybe she's very fun to be with. You have to be very, very careful with those type of things. If you're into that at all, I will tell you that family starts there. And if you're going to defend somebody, I think that there is where this whole key thing begins. Be with somebody that you genuinely love and respect. And importantly, somebody that genuinely loves and respects you. Make sure that you both have this key thing in mind that you want, because getting involved with somebody is really, God, it's a really big gamble these days, my friends, especially with all this stuff that's going around. I don't know about you guys, but growing up, I know that we didn't have HIV when I was a kid, but we had herpes. And now that we have HIV and we have all these other diseases, oh my God, sorry. It just seems to me that you take a lot of risk when you get out there. So be sure that you are very selective with the person that you're going to be with. And really importantly, remember that when you respect the person that you're with, you're not a player. That's a very important key there. Because if you really do genuinely care about yourself and respect yourself, then you know that at some point you might want to have a family. Guys that are players, I always wonder, do they know that at some point they might have a daughter and that somebody's going to be a dog and a pig to them? You got to think about all those things. Remember that empathy and understanding how things might work out for you are very, very important. Understanding people lets you understand that people are capable of making mistakes. Understanding yourself, understanding that you're capable of making mistakes, very, very key. But again, going back to defending your family, remember that the most important thing is to keep that person at a distance. And if you're with your family, make sure that they're behind you. Okay? What else can I tell you? I know that trying to talk a person down, especially if they sound very, very angry, is incredibly key and very, very important. So talking to a person, hey, you know, like let's say for instance, I'm trying to think of perhaps maybe that same parking situation. You come and you've taken the person's parking, they're accusing you of it, and you give them the space. Or you could say, look, listen, I'm just going to that drugstore right there, and I apologize. If you allow me, my friend, I'm gonna come back in less than 5 minutes. I promise. I'll wait for your car to be here so you could actually take your parking spot. You got to win that person's empathy. You forget about sympathy. You need empathy. Empathy is always more important. Do not try to get somebody to feel sorry for you. Try to get somebody to understand and relate to you as a human being. Is really, really key. You might say, hey, listen, you know, my kid is sick. I got this prescription and that pharmacy's right there. I didn't see you. I promise. But if you give me 2 minutes, like I already called it in. I'll be right out, and you'd be my best friend. You could say that to somebody who's maybe angry, and maybe they might even understand. So important empathy, and very important self-respect. Very important that you try at all costs to avoid a fight. Why is that? Because as big and as bad as you think you might be, my friend, there's always somebody bigger and badder than you. And remember that you might be getting punched or you might be getting stabbed. It's not very easy to tell the difference. Somebody might come at you with rage from something that they come with, that maybe an argument with their partner or with their friends, and you happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So remember, respecting yourself, trying to give yourself some distance, trying to have some empathy, really key. And then at the end of it, remember that when you buy yourself some distance and you have no other choice and you're faced with it, you have to defend yourself. Now that, pardon me, please, that's a whole big ball of wax, because when your hands are up and you're facing the person and you say, I don't want to fight, and they decide they're going to punch you, remember your hands are up. What can you do with those hands? You could always push away the danger. You could always push away the hand. And honestly, the most important thing that you need to understand is that if you're in a situation like that and you're with your family, that somebody immediately should be calling for help immediately. I don't know what the emergency number is in your location. Over here, it's a 3-digit number. You dial it and you say, this is my location. There's an assault right now. Please hurry right away. And you give them your address and your name, that kind of thing. You need to get help immediately. And then of course, if you happen to have any other people around, you need to call on your neighbors. If you see somebody there, you might say, people in general, they will say something like this: somebody please help me, please. No, that will get you 0 results. When you say, hey, you with the red hat, come on, man, you saw me. I don't know who this guy is. Help me. You with the red hat, you, come on, man, help me. See, when you do things like that, when you're very specific, you can actually call upon people. If it's a very powerful, magical thing. So always try to get the people around to help you, but don't do it in a general way. Be very specific as to who you need or who you want. When you are with your family, always try to make a plan. Say, listen, while this is happening, here's my phone call, call for help. And always think ahead of time. Remember, empathy, self-respect, and just genuinely that there's just so much. I know that what I've just given you right now is a huge ball of wax right there, my friends. That you can, if you take the onion of what I just given you and start peeling it a little bit at a time, you will understand what everything here is. I know, again, I've given you advice the way I would give it to my best friend or to my brother. What you need to be, how to choose the kind of man you want to be, choose what you want, and understand that you're capable of actually great things if you want. Remember, because there's nothing that allows you to ever lift a hand on anybody. An adult should never, ever. You only raise your hand when you want water. I'm sorry. And that's to say, hey, waiter, I want some water, please. And then you have to be polite about it. But raising your hands on anyone is absolutely positively not allowed. You should make it a rule. Not even children should be spanked. And I got to tell you something. I'm very, very old school. And that's a little bit difficult for me because I grew up with the spanking. But I think it's more important that the cycle of violence doesn't begin with little children and adults actually having power over them and spanking them because of anything like that. It's just the cycle of violence has to stop. There's only one reason why you should be violent. One. And that's because somebody is attacking you or your family. That's the only excuse you have. Because someone didn't do what I tell them to, because they disrespected me, that's not acceptable. So I urge you to think about those things. I urge you to empower yourself. Listen, nobody's going to come to you and anoint oil on your forehead and says you're free, now you're a better person. That's a bunch of nonsense. The only person that's capable of doing that is you for yourself. So look, this is the hidden truth. There is no truth. The truth is there is no secret formula. There is no secret motivation. There is no will. When I say will, I'm talking about that thing that says, oh yeah, I got this drive, I can do anything. Bunch of nonsense. What happens is you decide. And again, I don't know where you're at or what condition or under what culture you live in, but I can assure you of this much. If there's a way of changing something, you will find it, especially if you know that you need this and you decide that you want it. What you need to do, honestly, is improve yourself. So how do you decide that? It's relative. It's all relative. I need to speak to people with more respect. How do you do that? Shut the fuck up and listen. A good leader always listens and not saying, oh yeah, I want this person to finish so I can put in my 2 cents. No, you have to genuinely listen. When you are listening to somebody, guess what happens? You say, okay. They say something, you say, okay, and you repeat. So you're saying blah, 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 without the blah, blah, of course. But you're saying, so you're telling me that this is blah, 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 and this is how it happened. And that's how you need to be able to articulate, you need to be able to communicate. And trust me, this advice that I'm giving you applies to your family, because these things and these rules you you apply them in the house first. Remember, good morning, how are you? I'm glad to see you. It's nice to talk to you. Those things you have to say at home first. You have no right to say it to other people outside of your home. You must say it at home first. And I know that sometimes being home is not easy, and being around the same person all the time is not easy. But that ability to actually do that and to do it genuinely, my friend, I promise you, if you could just start that at home, or even whoever is closest to you, I'm not sure how that works out for you in your particular location. But really, honestly, how do we avoid violence? How do we protect our family? By being a human being. I know, really. You're thinking, well, no, you can do this move and that move and do this. And no, it's really, honestly, it's just being a good person, being a decent person, being not a soft, not a flake, but a person that says, okay, I'm a leader. I don't have to show how tough I am. I know I can stand my ground, and let me listen to my neighbor, and let me listen to, more importantly, to my wife. Let me listen to my child. Let me listen to my mother. Let me listen to my brother. Once you do that, everything else does fall into place. But all that, honestly, is really about self-love and self-respect, and all that really is so key. A person that certainly respects and self-loves is going to also self-protect. And I'm not saying that your family is you, but there is an extension there that is you, right? Even if it's not biology, it's sometimes it's social and sometimes it's cultural. These are my people. These are my people, and they're the only ones that I have. And I'm glad to stand for them. I'm glad to protect them, and I'm glad to love them. See, you are going to only protect correctly that which you love and with that which you value. If you don't value them like you value yourself, remember, you have to love you. I'm not saying, again, the self-love that I'm talking about, that one is the one that says, I want to be the best person I can be for that person. I want to be that self-defense hero to those people. That is more key than anything else. Everything begins behind this world here. Everything begins here. Anything else that happens afterwards, the physical expression of that comes afterwards. But I promise you, remember, I don't want to talk about romance because it's not really truly about romance. I know that sometimes people may think that romance and love is one and the same, and it's not. Because long after your romance is over and you're married to someone who you've been with for many years, as nice as it is and as beautiful as Hollywood and the film industry want to make it, it's not real. But then this other thing happens, and it's called love, and it's called companionship. So what I want you to do, and I want you to understand is, I don't want you to die for love. I don't want you to die for your family. I don't want you to die for companionship. I want you to live. I want you to live for love. I want you to live for your family. I want you to live to protect them. I want you to I gotta live. I gotta live. I gotta live. I don't want to, this is so important. I live to protect my family. When you place that value, when you place that positive energy, look, I'm not talking about the vibrational forces of the universe and all that kind of crap, because it's, again, I'm not trying to insult anybody that believes in that, because if you believe in it, awesome. But what I'm really talking about is real, down-to-earth, practical expressions of love and everything that you feel inside. So again, you're a man, you have to love yourself, because self-love is like self-awareness. It makes you aware of your situation, and it makes you aware of the people that are around you and the love that you feel for them. Everything really comes from that. And I hate to tell you this, because along with all those wonderful, itty-bitty, beautiful words that I say to you, comes a lot of annoying, aggravation and nastiness and hostility. But that's okay too, because if you think that you're going to have a fantasy, beautiful life is going to be a beautiful fairy tale, go someplace else, because it's not going to happen. Life is full of all kinds of ups and downs, in betweens, and all kinds of shit. So if you're willing to ride the roller coaster of life and understand that sometimes it's going to be better than others, and sometimes it's going to be a load of shit, and sometimes the person that you love the most is going to be the nastiest person in the world, it happens, and it's all acceptable, right? The thing is to understand that those things happen, that you're human, that they're human, and how we need to evolve. Okay. Now, listen, I know that we're here alive and well right now. I think we have a few weeks left in 2021, which, I'm not talking about New Year's resolutions or anything like that. But what I am saying, and what I am going to suggest to you is strive, be. Look for that. Make a goal of something that you can do. I don't care how small it is, because everything, I hate to tell you this, there is nothing that you can do or not do that doesn't actually somehow get looped around back into your life. And what I mean by that is your home life. Anything you do, so you start somewhere and you make the smallest positive change that you can. And I promise you that everything else in terms of self-defense will come. Self-defense is a beautiful thing. I honestly, I don't want to burden you with technique, because technique is not something that's going to save you. There are more people that have actually protected themselves and saved themselves through sheer will and indignation than people that have been trained to actually fight. So training to fight is not as key as being a human being. And what that entails is to also awaken that part of you that says, I am a human weapon. Okay, now that human weapon, I gotta tell you, that's you right now. The problem is that many of you don't understand it, or many of you have been what we call domesticated over 20,000 years. When we were living in small clusters of groups, believe me, it was mostly, right, a father, a mother, and their kids. And that was basically the clan. And everybody lived to protect the mother, the father, the sisters. And then when the sisters were going to get married, usually what happened is they went to another clan. And when the brothers were going to get married, their wives would come and live with them. And then basically they would find every one of them would basically become a clan of their own. And they would then have children and et cetera, et cetera. So my whole point is that in that whole process, we've always been human weapons. And somehow when we got to be bigger, we had to have rules that made us a little, that domesticated us. Because in a big society, we can't have people just randomly doing crazy shit at each other. We got domesticated. But honestly, from the very beginning, we were always afraid of wild animals, of tigers, of all kinds of predator that we were prey to. And we were always aware of it. And we were always like that towards each other as well, because there were times when strangers would come from a distance, and sometimes they were friendly, and sometimes without as much as a greeting, they would actually kill you and take your items. So the whole thing, honestly, is that we have been domesticated, but that's a very easy process to get by. Just remember that the most important thing in any type of situation, like for instance, that guy that I told you just a second ago when I described how you would have strangers come up to you and without giving you any notice would actually just slay you right there. Well, that's why you have to have distance. There's your body, it knows what to do. Your body knows that you need to have a distance. Your body knows that it needs to move if there's a boulder or an avalanche coming your way. Your body knows all those things. So you honestly need to awaken that. How that happens, it takes training. It takes training, quite honestly. What kind of tips can I give you? It's funny. I know that it might sound silly to you, but there's actually lots of practical self-defense from juggling very strong, heavy weighted, like maybe rocks and things of that nature. Juggling, because when you juggle and you catch rocks, that makes you faster. And those little things, those are reflexes, and those are things that make you move and make you look and use your eye and sharpen your acuity and sharpen your eye-hand coordination. And then as you're doing that and you're doing it standing up, your feet have to move along with that, because if that rock is actually moving in free in gravity, there are times when you're going to throw it, it's going to come in different directions. You have to move around with it. So honestly, look at how simple a little rock can actually take you and teach you how to basically take targets, grab targets in the air, as long as you're playing with it. Can you do that with a regular ball? You absolutely can. The balls can be they can be light, they can be weighted. You can start with a little ball of aluminum foil. You can start with a pebble, but you need to basically be able to move with things in open space. Keep your eyes on them and understand that. I think that's the best tip that I can give you, because quite honestly, I know that what I just described to you may not sound like a lot, but oh my God, there is a universe of self-defense in being able to grab and juggle. And again, you have to adjust those rocks. They can be soft, they can be clay, they can be very, very hard. I don't suggest you use glass, please do not. But the whole thing is that your ability to defend yourself is already programmed in you. All you have to do is awaken it. Don't think that jujitsu or wrestling is the answer. Don't think that boxing is the answer, because it's not. The answer is you don't know. You don't know anything that's ever going to happen to you. You don't know how you're going to be attacked if you are attacked, how to defend yourself. And that is something that requires you to have reflexes that are like that person throwing the rocks in space and grabbing them, and catching them. Reflexes are very important. Your ability to adapt is very important. So I beg you that you don't marry yourself to one type of self-defense. There is no one solution to everything. I personally, I learned Taekwondo as a kid. I learned Krav Maga as an adult. I'm a KC method instructor, which basically that's the style that they use for the style that Christian Bale used in the Batman Enterprises. I teach that. But I also teach spear. And it's funny because every time I learned something, I always felt, oh my God, this is it. I gotten better. I gotta let go of what I learned before and move forward. It's all a load of nonsense. It's not. There's so many different things and so many. Look, in a real fight, since you don't know what the person is going to do, the most important thing is to make sure that there's distance and that your hands are up. If your hands are folded on your chest like this, you're making a big mistake. Your hands should always be ready and quick to move. But then remember that if you're able to talk the person, you can also talk the person down. And that's really more important than anything else, because as big and as bad as you really want to think you are, remember that sometimes a little itty bitty titty committee can beat the shit out of a big freaking Goliath. And there's nothing more humiliating, because if that fight could have been avoided and you said, you know what, I got this, I can take care of this, then your ego and your pride just beat the crap out of you. And there's nothing more humiliating than being humiliated by somebody who you thought was a lesser enemy. The thing is that if you respect others and yourself, then nobody's lesser. And that's really crucial. Why is that? Because the way that you deal with your enemy is going to be the way you deal with your loved ones when you're in conflict. Think about it. Think about it. You have to be really careful and selective about your tools, when you use them, and how you use them. Remember that sometimes people use a fly swatter to kill a mosquito, right? But sometimes they're so angry, they take a sledgehammer and they take the whole house down to kill one mosquito. Be very, very selective with your tools. Be very, 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 be very aware that the most important tool in this whole conversation and these whole concepts that I'm trying to give you is the one here, right? The one between your ears is the most important tool. And the second tool that I'm trying to teach you is the one, is the emotional one. And you forgive me, I'm going to point to my chest. I'm going to point to my chest and say that the emotional tool is very, very important, because how you think and how you feel affect how you move and what you do. So I will say that there's a load of these things that need to be understood. I just gave you a what looks like a little puddle, but I promise you, what I've given you is an ocean, and very, very deep. I do recommend that that you consider these thoughts, that you consider what the value of these words are to you. I will say that that's the best advice that I can give. And I honestly, I wish that somebody had given this to me as a child growing up. Now, I'd be very happy to entertain any questions if you have anything that you might want to ask me about.
I just want to say, you know what, Reynaldo, I worked in the bank for a number of years. And the one day the finance planner says to me, she says, do you know, divorce for a man after the age of 35 is financial suicide. And I laughed, you know, I thought, okay, no, that's quite interesting. How did she? But you're very right in regards to choose your spouse very, very carefully. Make sure that you guys actually aligned, you know, that you've got more or less the same goal so that you can work together when that love feeling sort of, not the love feeling, but the infatuation and the lust and all of that wears down. You've got something solid that's left over. I'll be honest with you, I was reading up on ladies apparently, with the ladies, the same hormone that is released during breastfeeding is a hormone that is released, I think it's oxytocin. It's released after sexual intercourse. So you can, the women can actually get also mixed up, you know, and think, oh man, I just feel so much love for this guy, because you jump into a sexual relationship too early. It's very important to be wise about who you let into your bed, because it's more than, I think Reynaldo said, it's a gamble. Don't gamble with it. I say it's more than that. I say it's Russian roulette, you know, because you could actually die because of that decision. So don't make it quickly. Thank you so much, Reynaldo. No, I'm feeling everything you're saying, you know. I'm going to now go back onto my tangent and say, Reynaldo, you could actually condense this into an amazing book for young men as well, you know. We need some of this guidance. It's coming with time. And there's a lady who Prince keeps playing her video. He's played it twice. And she's helping people to actually write books. And I'm signed up for that. So I'm trying to get everybody involved, because I believe everybody's got a story and everybody can actually change other people's lives just by their experience. And the one thing about an experience is that it's the reason it belongs to you is so that you can actually give it life and share it to others who would be able to learn from it. So thank you so much, Reynaldo. Thank you for this. I
You're very,
appreciate
very
it.
welcome. I'm so grateful to share it with you. Listen, I just want to let you know, I was married. This is my second marriage. My wife divorced me at 36. No. Let me rephrase that. She divorced me at 46. And it was very interesting, because I really, I know what you mean. They say that 36 is rough. I'm going to tell you something. Better to be alone than to be with somebody who doesn't want to be with you. Do yourself a favor. If your partner says, "Hey, I'm done," let her go. Let her go. It's not easy. A divorce hurts men very, very much, but it doesn't hurt them in the pocket as much as it hurts the heart. So for me, honestly, if in case you're ever into that, I will tell you that I promise you'll survive. I will promise you're better off not wanting somebody who doesn't want you. And if you still want them, get over it. I promise. You know, there is, life continues. We all continue. Thank God that if it wasn't for somebody having gotten over some broken heart at some point in the past, we wouldn't be alive right now, all of us. So let's not forget that the end of the world does not happen with the end of a relationship. the only relationship that you need to honor always is always, because remember that a wife can always divorce you, but a child is always your child, and you must always support them. And if a wife is there for you forever, then they're the best friend you ever have, because the value of a good wife is, and a good relationship is a friend. And sometimes friendships they change, and they evolve, and they get close and they get far, and it happens. It's normal. It's part of the whole thing. But as long as you accept the reality of trying to be a good person, always understanding and valuing yourself, and understanding and valuing the others around you, I think you're really going to be fine. You really are. Really, just look for good role models. And as far as the book is concerned, I know, look, in your life, you are the protagonist, and your life is a novel. Write in the best words that you can for yourself. Make sure that the characters in there are the important ones that you want. Don't give value to characters in your life that don't deserve it. Remember that your life is a novel. Be sure that you're the hero in it. Be sure that you don't take a second place to anybody in your life. Your life is yours.
Thank you for that. I love that you are the protagonist and you are the main character. You are starring in your own life story. So tell it, give it the wings that it deserves. I agree with that very much. So thank you so much, Reynaldo. For me as well, my wife, just before she left, she says to me, "You're a good husband. You're a good father." No, she said, "You're a good father. You're a good friend. And you're a good partner, business partner. But you're not a good husband." And I was like, wow, but all those three things you've listed are what constitutes a good husband: a good friend, a good partner, and a good father. And I struggle to reconcile with that. But I'm hearing exactly what you're saying, that, you know what, maybe they might actually be doing you a favor. Don't be happy to poison yourself, and say that, no, this is love, get back towards living your own life. Thank you so much, Reynaldo. I hear you so much. I don't know if we've got Dan. Dan was here. He's been quite patient. Are you able to speak now, Dan? Thank you. Oh, have we lost Dan? And Dennis, are you with us, Dennis? Oh, Reynaldo, we're gonna have another interview and just interview Reynaldo for another. I think I would love that as well, because there's a lot to learn, man.
You be careful, because my wife calls me preacher.
You call you preacher. Wow. Well, that has come back. No, preacher! You know what? If your wife calls you preacher, that's actually a compliment, eh? It means that you come with the spiritual weight, which is a good thing. So I hear you, man. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And look, I don't want you to get the wrong impression. Please forgive me. I grew up in my grandfather was a missionary, and I have aunts and uncles that own churches. And I personally, I read the Bible at least maybe 2 or 3 times a day, and I study it voraciously. And I'm a big fan of Jesus, right? But you'd be very surprised. I'm an atheist. I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't offend you. But and ironically, you hear all those words, and I tell you, I think Jesus was an amazing, beautiful being, and I love the stories of Paul, and I love reading the Gospels like you wouldn't believe. I love Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. They're my favorite topics. I happen to be a big I do a lot of scholarly research. I love the Old Testament. It's one of my favorite. Well, to say it's a book is not fair, because obviously it's a collection of books. So yeah, I'd be happy to come back, as long as you have me, right? Because my whole my whole life has been dedicated to learning and really just being a better person. And it's funny because I that whole thing for me, I love Genesis, and I started from the very beginning, and I take it all the way back to the very end of the New Testament, which we call Revelation. But yeah, I have fun with it, and anybody who would love to chat with me, I have a whole bunch of ideas. Like I said, my scholarly research comes. I do it a couple of hours a day, and I listen to a whole bunch of different scholars. I even listen to people that I don't agree with, and it's really all good, especially because at the end of it, quite frankly, it makes us really good, intelligent men when we can discuss these things. And how is that important? Well, it just means that we respect each other, even if we don't agree. And guess what? That happens in marriages, especially, and in families. And anybody who has a teenager in their house, God bless them, because teenagers are tough. And as far as the wife telling you that you're not a good husband, or whatever the case might be, understand that everybody has different definitions of what good husband is. And sometimes people are disappointed, and sometimes you don't live up to others' expectations. So what I can say is I'm really, truly sorry, because I know it's not easy to hear. It's not. But the thing is that I will tell you that you can survive that too, because sometimes, things don't work out. And self-love again, self-love, and loving that person, saying, look, things are not working out, but I did love you, and things were great for us. And I hope that things will be great. I hope we can meet down the line. And if we don't, I wish you well. I hope that the rest of your life will be okay. With my former partner, I don't stay in touch at all. But that's, that was a different issue altogether. My biggest problem is, I'm not sure if you can tell, at this point, I'm 56 years old. When I married first time, I was 36, but I looked like I was 12. So I married a much younger woman. Be very careful. Try to marry somebody who has a lot in common with you, because marry somebody who cannot understand you because of a generation gap or chronological difference. It sucks. Don't do it. Marry somebody you can trust. Marry somebody who you can trust. If you're going to have children, who could say, well, this person has a level head and makes decisions really good, and I know that God forbid I'm not there, I can trust this person. And that's really important. But those things are learned as well, and those things can always be acquired. Don't think that you are an end product. You're not. You're a developing product, and you're whatever you desire to be. Remember, you can do anything. I love the Christian way of thinking. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Well, I'm going to take that, and I'm going to say, okay, then that Christ inside you, that's what strengthens you. That which is inside you, which is Christ, and do it. Make it work. I don't care what it is. You need to be a good person. You need to be you need to strive. You need to always want to there's warmth. Listen, the one thing that I keep hearing a lot is that there's no such thing as cold. And that cold is actually the absence of warmth, right? Don't be cold. Be warm. Be warm. Be warm, and remember that we're on this earth not to be miserable. Okay? But don't be an idiot and think that you're supposed to be happy all the time, because that's a fool's goal. To be happy all the time is stupidity. You're not supposed to be happy all the time. It's not supposed to be like that. You're supposed to have ups and downs, ups and downs, ups and downs. Good times, bad times, good times, bad times. Not the same always. So understand that life is life is like being on a big wave. You have to ride it, and you have to respect it, and you have to understand and cherish it. And you have to basically be willing to adapt, because he that adapts doesn't break and survives. Okay, so do those things for you. Do those things for yourself. Don't be, more importantly, just look. Don't be an idiot. What does that mean? Don't be the bad guy. Don't be the guy who doesn't care. Don't be the guy who doesn't put the toilet seat down when he finished, using it. Don't be the guy who leaves the toilet paper without replacing it. Don't be the idiot who doesn't, do the right thing, even if it means that you have to make the extra effort, even if it's not natural. Because I'm going to tell you right now, sometimes being a good person is a pain in the fucking ass. But it beats the hell out of feeling like a piece of shit when you're not a nice guy and you realize it. So love yourself, okay? And I'm sorry, I know I can go on and on and on, and I don't want to do that to you guys.
Hey, Ronaldo, you hear Ronaldo said, you know what? If you do marry someone who knows what a fax machine is,
Oh my God, that helps. Otherwise, like, what the hell is that? Because in the Flintstones, do you remember? I don't know if you've ever seen the Flintstones. You ever see the pictures they used to take of the Flintstones? There's a little bird that, like a woodpecker that would peck on a slab, whatever picture you wanted.
Yes.
See how old I am?
Yes, I see.
Well, look, it's nice to be able to relate. Like my wife right now, I'm forcing her to watch Seinfeld because I'm not sure that I'm forcing her because she English is a second language and she needs to learn how to speak English. So I said, listen, this is not for entertainment. This is for you to learn how to talk English. But it's all in fun and all with love.
And you know what? Who was it? Kramer. Kramer's gonna teach us some rubbish.
Oh, you don't want to talk to me after like 4 or 5 cups of coffee. I'm worse than Kramer. And it's funny because that kind of sarcastic humor is what I'm really used to. I'm very old school. I'm not as politically correct as I think I'd like to be. It's like, the humor in Seinfeld was, okay, you're gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's like, and you laugh because, even though culturally, some people, like, I grew up and the worst thing in the world that you could be was gay. And it's like, well, guess what? I have some bad news for you guys. Life has just changed. And guess what? You might have 4 or 5 kids and one of them will probably, not unfortunately, one of them might be, and you have no choice in the matter. And guess what? What I'm starting to understand and read a lot from, from what I'm gathering, they don't have a choice either. So it's like, life is really evolving at a very fast rate for all of us, my friends. All I can say is just stay tuned, keep your seatbelt on, and whatever these freaking kids come up with next, whether or not they want to be called he, she, her, it, whatever go with it. Go with it. Because remember, if you guys remember anything, hopefully I'll say Elvis Presley and you'll understand who I'm talking about. There was a time when Elvis Presley was singing his rock and roll music and dancing, and everybody said, "Oh my God, that's the end. Jesus is coming tomorrow." And it didn't happen. We somehow lived. Rock and roll came and went, and then all kinds of other craziness, and there's rap music. And God knows that what happens in the future is not going to be something that we might appreciate as adults now. But if we don't stay with it and stay on top of things, we're going to become relics. Don't be a relic. Don't be a relic. You're not a dinosaur. You're a freaking human being, a man. An evolving man, okay? Anyway.
You're not a fax machine.
Don't let me rant.
I hear you. Yeah, man. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ronaldo. I actually enjoyed talking to you very much.
It was my friends.
Thank you. Thank you. And Dan, we lost Dan for a second. We've also got Kofi Donkor Amoateng. We can speak to you right after Dan. I don't know if Dan would be able to speak now. I know he's been prepared to speak for two instances already. So I'm not sure if he would be able to speak now. Dan, are you with us?
You know what? I got to tell you, and there are times when I'm in a talk in a class and a person talks and I don't have any questions. Why? Because sometimes it's pretty damn clear. It's okay not to have questions and not to have anything to say. I'm cool with that. If you're cool with that, I'm cool with that too.
That is actually so true. Although you've raised a number of points, so I would assume that there would be a question or two, because I have a question. For example, I would ask Ronaldo, what would you suggest as a good age to actually think of getting married? Because we tend to make the decisions a bit earlier. I'm also finding out that, I don't know, I was doing some research and I'm finding out that the arranged marriages actually seem to last a lot longer. And I don't get it. I don't get it why parents choosing your spouse would actually tend to be a better matching, maybe because both sides know if you guys will get along. They know you guys from birth. I don't get it. So yes, that's like one of my inquiries. I would think, what age do you think would be a good age there, Ronaldo?
Okay. Well, here, let me. I want to challenge your paradigm, because you're going on the premise that marriage is for everyone, and it's not. And I'm going to tell you right now, why are we married? Find out why. Do yourself a favor, guys. I know that being overly analytical is stuff for nerds, but find out why we got married. Because if you figure that out, you might not want to be married. Marriage was not something that everybody did. It's something that evolved over time. And marriage was always about controlling property and controlling who was with who, and making sure that when things were inherited, this property went to the firstborn. It was a whole bunch of yucky shit like that, guys. So first, try to figure out why we're getting married, because marriage is, I hate to tell you this, marriage is a construct that's actually been forced upon humanity. I know I sound like I sound like Morpheus from the Matrix, but it's the truth. Marriage is not for everybody. You do not have to get married. You do not have to have kids. That's a bunch of malarkey. So when you get married, when you damn well please. You can get married at 99 if you find the right person. You can get married at 20 if you find the right person. For me personally, what would I say? It seems to me that the going trend right now, at least in this part of the world, is that kids are staying with their parents well into their 30s, not getting married. Now, how does that work? It's a cultural thing. It's a cultural evolution. Again, we're not static. One day it's Michael Jackson, the next day might be Madonna, next day might be, I don't know, whoever the hell is next, the next flavor of the week. But the whole point is that challenge the paradigm about when to get married, if you're going to get married, because you don't have to. There's nothing that says that you need to be married. That's not true. That man and woman should not be alone, that whole thing about Genesis. Well, guess what? Not being alone doesn't require you to be married. You can actually have friends. You can actually have, there's lots of societies where people live that aren't sexual in nature. In other words, there's lots of relationships. There's not just one relationship in your whole life and it's a marriage and it's a wife. That's not true. You're a human being. You're 360 degrees. You're not just one point in that 360 degrees. Your marriage is probably just one point of that, and there's always a whole bunch of 359 other points of life that you have. So be sure that you're a full person. Understand that you need to challenge the reality of the fact that you have to get married. Who told you that? That's not true. Don't challenge. Find out why. Who said I gotta get married? Who said I have to have children? Who said that? Who said that? Who came up with this idea and why? Well, it says it in the Bible. Well, okay, where in the Bible does it say it? And did you read it? Is it a verse or is it the whole chapter? Are you reading it out of context? Did the person, when they wrote it, did they write it when there's a certain thing going on? Did they have a certain type of way of thinking that we no longer have? Were they living in Neolithic times and they had Neolithic issues they were dealing with? You need to really consider a whole bunch of things. So please forgive me. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I just want you to understand that when you say what age is the right age to get married, how do you mean that? Where do you mean that? And why? And who says you have to get married? And that's really important, because once you understand these things, like Neo from the Matrix, you feel empowered. What pill do you want? The red pill, the green pill? Oh, somebody says I gotta have a certain career and I gotta do this by this age. Otherwise, I'm a loser. It's like, get the fudge out of here. It's not true. It's not true. You don't conform. I mean, I'm not saying that you should be a rebel for everything, but don't conform to shit so easily that you would actually think, oh my God, I'm 29, I'm not married. Oh, I'm a loser. Nobody wants me. It's like, no, that's not true. Do you know how many women and men out there never get married? Never. And guess what? It not everybody's meant to be married. So do yourself a favor. Stop thinking in such a small little box and question everything. Okay. Now, somebody out there had a question. Who was that? Hey, Dennis. Hallelujah. And it's funny because, you know, again, I grew up in that mentality of being empowered and anointing people and giving them the power of the Holy Spirit. And please, I don't want you to think, yeah, it's real. When I say it's real, I don't mean it in the Christian sense. I mean it in the human sense that we need to empower each other. We need to be each other's brothers, and we need to say, "Hey, whoa! You did what? Did you say that to your, come over here? Let's talk. You can't do that to your wife. You can't talk like that to your kid. That's not right. Come on, man." And then you get your brothers together or your friends. You say, "Come on, you know, let's talk about this," because you know, I don't, you know, guys have to basically be able to do that for each other and speak out. And I think it's awesome. And I think you're not always going to agree, but the most important thing that you must understand is your children and your family and your wife, they should never be handled, not even with the mosquito swatter. They need to be handled like they're precious little gold, even though they might be acting like little turds. Those are your little turds, and they're going to shit in anybody's face. They're going to shit on yours. Get used to it. Okay, Cynthia, you have a question? I'd be happy to hear it. Let's hear it. You're not going to waste my time, Cynthia.
Cynthia, are you there, Cynthia?
Well, it's okay. And then you could type it or you could say it, you know, and oh my God, I see a few. I see Kofi, I see Dennis, and he speak it, my brother. Thank you. You know, it's funny, this whole technology stuff, please forgive me. I'm still, you know, I'm still a guy that grew up, that was born in 1965, that never had a computer at home until 2005 or something like that. I was, technology is still very new to me, and I'm an IT professional, so that you know.
It's too late for that because I already said, you know, the fax machines.
A fax machine. Oh my God. You know, it's funny. I think right now, the only fax machine I have access to is the one where I take a PDF and I send it from my computer or my cell phone. I haven't had a fax machine in such a long time. But then I haven't had a pager. Remember those pagers? Or the, you know, the old cell phones that used to be little blocks, that briefcases. And listen, we lived through so much technology change. It's gonna be awesome to just see what's gonna happen in the next 10, 15 years, right? So so listen, guys, having a question is not always you know, possible, and that's cool. I'm good with it. You know, you could always ask and try to find me. You can find me, and I spend a lot of time in Clubhouse. If you ever need anything, I'm happy to be there.
Actually, I think Cynthia has a question. I've allowed her to unmute. So if you give her a couple of seconds, she unmute and she can ask the question, because she went back on mute the moment you speak, and so she cannot come back on mute again. So 1 second.
Alrighty.
So Cynthia, you can actually unmute and ask your questions now. Did I click it? Yeah, I think I clicked it. Cynthia, now is the time.
Take your time. Hurry up.
Take your time, hurry up.
Don't worry, Cynthia. It's cool.
When you're ready. But I want to say thank you very much for sharing that. I think it's so seldom that we hear someone say, a man saying self-love to another man, because we're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to love everybody else and just give our love to everyone else, and we put ourselves last and everything. And having a man who says that, you must love yourself first, that's incredible. It's none of the whole toxic masculinity stuff around. There's no fake positivity and all that kind of stuff. It's just, so yeah, thank you. Thank you for making it a safe space for us to be vulnerable, because we are human and we can be vulnerable. Thank you.
I'm so glad to say that. Listen, can I also share something else for all of you young guys out there? And Cynthia, you forgive me, please. I don't want to say anything inappropriate in front of a lady, but the most horrific thing in my youth growing up, and I'm sharing this very personal thing, is the term, I'm not sure if you guys know it, it's called pussy whipped. You don't want to be pussy whipped. You don't want to be pussy whipped. Do yourself a favor. You do not want to be pussy whipped. Seriously, please, look, do yourself a favor. There's plenty of stuff out there. I'm just going to mention a couple of really interesting stuff. Keep it to yourselves and don't laugh. There's a whole bunch of stuff out there available for young single guys that they don't have to go around chasing after girls, and you could be by yourself. Trust me, I'm not going to elaborate on that kind of stuff, but really, don't be pussy whipped. It's the most humiliating, shameful thing to be, even if you're in the hunt. Well, the only time you should be that way is in the honeymoon. Okay. Anyway, Cynthia, you still there, my love, or are you giving up? I think she's giving up, which is okay. I'm fine with it.
Cynthia, you there?
Well, she might be having some technical issues, so it's
Because
okay.
she unmuted and I heard her mic went off there a bit, so. All right, it's okay. I think she can't. It doesn't. Sorry.
It's okay, Sebastian. It's okay.
Right.
I'm actually. It's funny because I'm actually doing this on my phone, and I don't have like a. I only get to see one person at a time. I wish I could maybe adjust it. I usually do these calls on my computer, but today, for whatever reason, we're using the cell phone, and it's really been a pleasure, my friends. I hope that if you ever need anything else, ever want to ask, I'm really happy to provide whatever little experience and advice that I have. The only thing I can say is that I've been by myself since I was 16 years old. So that makes me independent, away from my family for 40 years now, and navigating and living alone and feeling sad, feeling happy, having good relationships, having bad relationships, knowing when to get out, knowing that this relationship didn't really work well for me, but I took more abuse because she was pretty or she whatever. It took all that to lead me to where I'm at right now. So I'm really glad if I could share that with you guys. I'm more than pleased to. I know that a lot of guys don't know how to be nurturers, because I also know how to take care of babies. I was an uncle for many of my nieces and nephews, and I changed their diapers. And I did it with the special privilege of being able to say, "You little shit, I actually changed your diapers. Don't you talk to me like that." But then that's just my sense of humor. But honestly, there all those things, a man should know how to cook. A man should not, so it should never be beneath a man to know how to be a culinary expert. A man should do a lot of things for himself. And then a lot of things also, honestly, when you forget about the actual gender, people should be able to do things in general. People should be able to take care of themselves. Unless you were born with a twin, you were born alone. And unless you are, unless of certain circumstances, you're likely to die by yourself. So it's all related, my friends. So I honestly think about the holistic approach. Think about yourself as a whole human being. Think yourself as potentially a person that might have a partner, but also remember that give yourself permission to not have one, because sometimes it's better to be by yourself. Why? because sometimes being by yourself allows you to go all kinds of places, do all kinds of things, and spend the time to yourself. There's all kinds of benefits. There's all kinds of pros and cons to being anything that you are. But remember that a lot of the things that you're going to be are up to you, or the things that you're not going to be are up to you. Sometimes not being something is more important than being something, right? So it's been a complete and total pleasure, my friends. Is there anything that I can answer for you? Again, I'm in the clubhouse. I'm in.
I have something for you.
Please.
What do you think about this statement? If you can't be alone with yourself, you shouldn't be with somebody.
Let
me say it one more time.
No,
if you
no,
cannot. You got
it?
it? Okay.
No, I understand it. It's just that it just seems to me that general all-purpose statements really are kind of useless. You know, don't get me wrong. It's just that you should be able to be by yourself. You shouldn't be so overly lonely by yourself, because you know, as a kid, I grew up very lonely, and I remember I used to have to comfort myself by saying things to myself as you know, if you're by yourself, you're not alone. And but the truth is that I think we're like cats. You know, some people say cats are day animals, cats are night animals. They're not. They're diurnal, meaning that they are day or night, whatever the hell it is. And we're so different that sometimes you want to be with other people and sometimes you don't want to be with other people. And you should hopefully have a balance in all those things. So being by yourself is cool. That you shouldn't want to be with somebody because you're lonely. I just want to have a woman next to me. It's like,
yep, you got it.
That's a person's life. That's not a puppy. Even a pet is a life. Don't take a life lightly. That's everything to that being. And remember that pets, you know, animals and humans are sentient. A lot of them. I'm not saying all of them are. They're sentient. They have feelings. They actually care. They actually have love. They're actually capable of feeling and feeling hurt too. So be very mindful of this that you create. Remember that not only are you like the protagonist in your own story of your life, you're also the whole universe to a whole bunch of beings and people and things around you. So be very, very understand your power and be very, very careful with it.
Thank you very much. That's a good one. Alta, over back to you.
I'm still pondering on the advice, you know, that sometimes it may be better to be alone, you know. I think Ronaldo said that sometimes it's better not to do anything at all than to do the wrong things, you know. Sometimes doing nothing might be actually the right thing to do, you know. Don't do it might be the right thing to do. And I think that's a lot of the time where we're misguided. We always seem, particularly with men, we always seem to think that there has to be something that I can do to sort this out. I think I posted on Men Must Talk. It was almost 3 weeks ago. And it was a man who was crying, and it said right next to it, it said, you know what, sometimes there is no solution. Sometimes the solution is actually just to feel what you're feeling and let it happen, you know. You don't always have to have a solution for every single problem, because sometimes there is no solution, or you don't have the solution right now. So don't take it the wrong way and think, no, this is the end because I've been unable to solve this. As men, we tend to be driven towards solving all of the problems, and marriage seems to be a phase in our life. We say, okay, I need to do this, I need to finish school, I need to start a job, okay, then I need to get married. We draft all of these things up, and we've got like a timeline and a schedule of what would make me a successful person in my image. I think all of those things need to be readdressed, and we need to relook at all of those things so that we understand that, you know what, things are not prescriptive. Let's not do a blanket statement for everything. Like Ronaldo there is an atheist, but he's giving us Bible verses, you know, so it's a bit out of Ronaldo probably knows more of the Bible than a lot of Christians who would stand there and say, no, I'm a devout Christian. But Ronaldo will give you the verse and tell you, okay, no, I do actually study the word on a daily basis. So I think that's what I don't want to do. I want to stop doing that. It's just having a blanket description for everything and a blanket, more or less solution for everything. There's so many different situations, and we need to just learn to listen, as you said. Learn how to listen. It's a skill. So thank you so much again, Ronaldo. I don't know who we're going to speak to now. Kofi, are you still there, Kofi?
Yes, please. I'm around.
Yes, please speak to us, and then I'll try to get back to Dan as well right after you. Thank you so much.
I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm enjoying the conference, you know. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
there's a lot of
I'm just listening on.
They never get to be discussed. So I actually appreciate today, because I'm getting, and you know what I'm appreciating today also, Kofi? I'm appreciating men who say that, you know what, I cried for hours, and I'm like, what? And that's exactly what I think I need, a good cry. Yes, Kofi, please tell us. Thank you.
Crying is very important. Crying can be very cathartic.
For me, thank you very much for that opportunity. I appreciate it. I'm Kofi Donko Amoating. I'm from Ghana. One thing, I'm not married, you know. So I'm a single person who wants to be married in the future. So what I listen about Ronaldo Rosado, he said, you should not be happy every day in your marriage. I want him to come again and explain why you should not be happy every day in our relationship, our marriage, you know. So that's why I wanted to raise. Hello?
So I think you're dropping in and out, Kofi.
Hello?
Can you repeat your last statement or
me?
question? You're dropping in and out. Can you repeat your last statement?
The question is, I want to ask a question about why don't be happy every day in your marriage? This is the question I want to ask.
That's
because,
easy.
Ronaldo.
Good question. Being happy every day is not possible. It's not. It's not real. Being happy every day, it just, listen, I think it's almost like it's not realistic. It's not. I think what happened is maybe too many soap operas, too many movies, too many stories about this, and it's not achievable. Happiness is to me, happiness is a butterfly. And every now and then that butterfly is going to land on your flower, and sometimes it's going to go to another flower. And it's okay. Because if it stayed on your flower all the time, then the butterfly would die and so will the flower. So reality is that sometimes you're going to be happier than others. But guess what? Listen, sometimes not being miserable is better than being miserable. And sometimes not being miserable doesn't necessarily mean being happy. Sometimes it's just okay. And that's the whole thing about life. If you have expectations that every day is going to be a romantic flowers and all this, you're in for some really bad news. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. Sometimes your life is going to be cold, sometimes it's going to be hot, sometimes it's going to rain, and sometimes the big butthole of life is going to plop a big piece of shit on your head. And guess what? That is reality. Live with it, expect it, and ultimately want it because it's real. Want what's real. Don't want what's fake. Fuck the matrix. Fuck the matrix. Get out of it. Get out of the pods. Live reality. Honestly, listen. I truly. You're talking to a man who loves the Bible so much, and loves all that so much. But I know that we weren't born with all that knowledge. That somehow we learned all these things. So unlearning them sometimes is not always easy. But sometimes it's a matter of just really honestly to give it your best effort, because thinking that life is going to be just one way is just not going to happen. It's not. It's like saying I'm going to eat this. I'm going to drink water and eat bread for the rest of my life. It's not going to happen. And I see a whole bunch of comments.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ronaldo, to make your point. So.
And by the way, I love Ghana. I love Ghana. Did I say that?
Yeah.
Listen, over here in the Bronx, you know how many people from Ghana live here? I'm not sure. Do you know about a famous Ghanaian named Little Vic? He did the song for Batman, the Lego movie.
Oh.
Yes, well, that's a movie for kids, but still, I love Batman. So I hope you don't mind. I share that with you.
Really?
Wow, straight from Ghana.
I don't know the movie. I don't know the movie. That can you give me the title of this movie?
Lego Batman. Lego LEGO, like the toys for little kids. Legoland. The little toys you put one on top of the other. They made a movie and they had a person singing called about the Batman theme, and the name of the person is called Little Vic. If you go on YouTube, the name of the song is called "We Ridin'," and it look for the Batman. It's a Batman song from Lego, LEGO. And like I said, this guy, his name is Little Vic. He's an amazing musician. He's a crazy looking rap artist. He looks like a native Black American, but he's from Ghana.
Okay, I'll find out. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, my friend. Much love, my guys. I appreciate the I'm trying to do small things that make your partner happy every day. Like, do small things that make everybody happy every day. You know, the wonderful thing is that when you do things that are good, it's for everybody.
What? Yeah, it's true. But the happiness is not like pay your bill. You know, you pay your bill. Sometimes you'll be in a bad mood, but your partner has to make sure everything. You see, your partner has to make sure you will be happy. That's why I was asking if why not be happy every day, you know? Why not be happy every day? That's
your partner is not responsible for your happiness. That's not the look.
Yeah, but for me, your partner is responsible because she's the person who have to accompany you, you know, who have to make sure everything will be all right in your life, you know. That's why in the Bible, it says you have to leave your parents and join your partner, something like that. So I don't really look at something like that.
No, I appreciate what you're saying. I want you to be really very careful, okay? Please understand that the Bible, if you're not very careful, can say a lot of things that don't make a lot of sense. And sometimes these things can sound very contradictory. I only say that to you only because I want you to understand that many bad things have happened and people have quoted the Bible and used it as an excuse. So what I'm going to say to you is, be very, very, very careful with that. And also remember, I know we're talking about marriage and right now, right? But let's break it down to something maybe more basic. The person that you're married to is your friend. And I want you to understand that if that person is not your friend, then that person is your slave. Okay? That person is not responsible for your happiness. That person is not responsible to make you happy when you're not happy. That is not true. The whole thing is that we are separate beings. We cannot. I cannot be inside my partner or my friend even. Let's say, for instance, the friendship. Let's forget about the gender for a minute. Can you ask your friends to do all those things for you? Can you have your friend do? Remember, you cannot require anybody to do something for you that you were not willing to do for them. And then more importantly, you always have to make the first effort. Always. It has to be you first. So the thing, when I say effort, I mean to be the person that's willing to help. But you do that for your friend. And let me tell you, like I said, if your wife is not your friend, then you have a problem. But understand that friendship is also it's a very elastic word, just like relationship and just like marriage is. There's no solid rock and says this is the way it is always. It changes. So I really honestly need I want to urge you to be very, very careful with what we believe. Now, again, like I said, please be really careful. The Bible is awesome. I love it. I swear to you. I'm not saying this out of any meanness. I love, but there's so many things that say things that don't make sense. That and please forgive me. I'm not trying to be funny or sacrilegious, but did you know that God once spoke through an ass? Right? Did you know that? Did you know that it was okay that there was a time in the Bible that if a girl got raped and she was a virgin, that she was forced to marry the person that raped her? It's like, but think about those things. Why am I telling you this? Because I want you to understand that when that was written, it was written at a time when those things were common every day and that was acceptable. These days, rape is not acceptable. You rape a woman, you go to jail, and that woman doesn't have to marry you. Right? So I beg you, please be very, very careful with the Bible. Just like I'm going to ask you, if you have a gun in front of you, be very, very careful with it. If you have a knife, be very, very careful with it. Why? Because it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful tool. But if you're not careful, you're going to hurt somebody, hurt yourself, or you're going to make some damage.
I think a big point here that we're talking about is applicability. You always have to check that when you pick up something, is it applicable to you, your lifestyle, your belief. If it doesn't apply to you, you don't have to take it on. Am I right?
Well, listen, what I really want you to know, guys, is that we're moving into the 22nd century, and that a lot of the Bible was written at a time when we were still we weren't even hunter-gatherers. So understand that context is very important. It really is. We're not the same. We don't dress the same. We don't even the way we live and the dwellings we have are not the same. So just be really mindful that, okay, what does the Bible say to a person living in the 22nd century, 21st century? You need to understand that, because otherwise you're going to have something that has no value for you in this modern time, and you're going to try to force it. It's like taking a round object and putting it into a square peg. It's not going to work. You need to understand the context, and you need to understand that if you are going to fall for one paradigm, at least please, for the love of yourself, for the love of your knowledge, for the love, find out why. Who told you that? When did somebody said you had to marry it, and what did they mean by that? And what was the context? Again, don't be an idiot all your life. Don't take a round ball and stick it into a square peg and think it fits. It doesn't work that way. Make sure that you put the round ball into the round hole and the square object into the square location. Otherwise, you're just basically just like, I'm going to force it, and no amount of lubricant is going to make it work. So please, I beg you, please don't believe me. All I want you to do is ask, who said that and why? Marriage is not for everyone. And listen to me. When I was married my first time, I was so hurt. My life was over because I only wanted to be married for once in my life, and I wanted to be with that person till I died. What a lame bunch of shit. Because let me tell you, when I started thinking about it, because I was sad for 5 years after that marriage broke, when I started thinking about it, I said, oh my God, I was with this person for 10 years. And for 10 years, she put up with my shit and I put up with her shit. Oh my God, we didn't kill each other. Isn't that awesome? And that is an accomplishment. I want you to understand that the whole idea of marriage and lasting forever was based on the whole premise that if you got divorced, that you would be turned away from God and shunned forever. And it was like damnation. And I got to tell you, it's not true. It's not true. You shouldn't be with somebody you don't love. If a person doesn't want to be married to you, don't force them. If you're lucky enough to find somebody who's going to be with you for the rest of your life, more power to you, my friend. Because remember that it's all about friendship. And remember this, that there are people that have brothers and sisters. They live in the same house, they grew up together, and they don't like each other. So it's not easy to say that you're going to find a marriage we're going to like each other and love each other for the rest of our lives. That's a lot to expect. And to expect that it's always going to be perfect, it's not. So just think about it. You do not have to be married, but what you do have to do, honestly, and the secret to life is this, ready? The secret to life, living. Ooh, I know, right? You wanted something a little more profound? There is nothing profound. There is nothing profound. There is no secret to life. Life is about living. Life is about what you do and how you get from one day to the other. And sometimes that's a long time, and sometimes that's a short amount of time. And hopefully for you guys, it'll be for a very long time, and hopefully evolving and becoming better and safer and smarter. Being a whole person is the most important thing. To think that your culture is you is such a big mistake. Your culture is not you. Your culture can change, just like your menu, just like your diet, just like your thoughts, just like your feelings. Don't think you're going to be the same, and to be happy all the time, it's not going to happen. Happiness is not meant to be every day, because that's not real. It's not, there is nothing there. It's all about, honestly, again, I'll say it and I repeat it to the very end. You have to decide who your role model is. Pick something, pick a characteristic you want, model yourself to it, live it. Don't let people limit you, and mostly, more importantly, don't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself. Be smart. If somebody says something to you, well, you have to love God. Okay, well, why? Don't you dare have somebody, oh, because you're supposed to, because God is good. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I can show you a whole bunch of verses in the Bible where God wasn't exactly, the nicest guy in the world. Well, how could you say that? Well, come on. How could you not say that? There's a lot of things in the Bible that you say, oh my God, did God really do that? Like, for instance, the story about Elijah, who's a bald-headed man, and he's walking away from a village, and a whole bunch of kids start teasing him and calling him Baldy, Baldy, Baldy. And Elijah prayed to God, and God sent some she-bears and killed a whole bunch of children because the guy couldn't take a joke about being bald. And I know that sounds sacrilegious, but I promise you, if you look it up, you'll find it. There are all kinds of stuff like that. Why do I say that to you? Because, again, I know that maybe you love the Bible, and that's really good. And you know that the Bible is the word of God, but you don't know it until you read it. So you can say all you want, that's the word of God. Read it, understand it, know its context, know the history, because it really is a beautiful book. And everything that we ever did about God and all those wonderful things were meant to basically tell us how to live. But guess what? Those are also the same things that tell you, you have to be married by a certain time. It's like, oh, that's not true. And I'm not saying that the Bible is wrong. Remember that the Bible is also very old, and there are lots of copies of it. And sometimes people do things to it that we don't know. Just like sometimes people put stuff in our food that we don't know what the ingredient is. So, I say that to you with a whole bunch of love, and hopefully with a whole bunch of understanding that, you need to be You need to be on your feet. You need to have your eyes open, and you need to have your ears open, and you need to have your heart open, and you need to be receptive, and you need to be, you need to be those things, even if you decide you don't want to be good. Because if you don't receive things and if you don't see things coming, then when that big boulder is coming down that hill and you happen to be in the path of it, you won't move.
So Ronaldo, we have a question. Some coming up. 1 second. We've got
certainly.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I've just been really listening. Thank you, Sebastian, for that. I've just really been listening in the background, Ronaldo. I think you're making a lot of sense, and I would really like to appreciate everyone upstage, giving different perspective and different opinion to a lot of relevant and important discussion as men. I just have a little bit of caveat in there that I would love to throw in. I think that a lot of people, when they come together in whatever kind of partnership, union, or a situationship, as the case might be, the mistake, I think, and this is my own personal opinion, is that people come in with the idea that you are supposed to complete them. And so once that does not happen, it makes it look like something is wrong. So when you come into a union with the idea of having someone complete you and not rather complement you, you ultimately end up becoming a manipulator, in my own way of looking at things. I think as an individual, we need to find what makes us whole, what makes us unique, what is our safe space, what is that ground zero for us, if that makes some sense, because you are ultimately responsible for your own happiness. If you're looking for someone to get that from them and you don't end up getting that because they are also in a journey of trying to evolve and identify what makes them unique, they might not have time for you. So as men, while they have been a lot of limitations out there, or what the media makes it look like what is right and what is not right, we have to define for ourselves what is right and what makes sense to us and remain in that safe space. So if you go into a union with someone, just know you're there to complement them. You're there to help them evolve and become a better version of themselves, and not necessarily being there for you, as the case might be. I've seen a lot of weddings in Africa, for example, where the major cause of separation is because they think that you're not doing enough, while in reality, it is about them, but not about you. So when they throw that at you and you're not delivering in their own little world, you're not doing anything for them, you're not, I don't know, they make it look like you are not supporting them. So just to agree with you on one end and also throw a little bit of perspective on why certain things are that way, especially in certain region where I'm familiar with. But in the meantime, I think that this has been a very fantastic conversation, and I'm really, really excited to just be here, listen, and just really enrich myself. I'm done speaking for now.
Hello,
Sorry about
Corey.
that. Thank you.
Was that Godwin Oga? Oga, was that you speaking?
That is correct, me.
Yes, I heard the voice. I was like, I know this voice. I know this mission. I can hear this brother. I know this man is a man with a plan. Thank you so much, Oga, for sharing. Thank you.
Yeah, that stuff about completing or not completing, it's it's like, oh my God, how do we walk around half people all the time? It sucks. It's like, oh my God, no wonder I couldn't put my pants on. I only have one leg. Or maybe it's not, maybe the torso. Anyway, I'm just trying to be funny because I'm being too literal. But the thing is that to walk around and thinking that there's another part of you that isn't somebody else, and that you have to find that missing part of your puzzle that you can connect together, and it's a bunch of malarkey nonsense, and it's just it's a paradigm that honestly I don't suggest or recommend for you. But again, remember that reality is a very interesting thing, my dear friends. I mean it literally. Something as simple as half empty or half full, that's a paradigm shift in either direction that you choose. But then there's also a lot of dualism going on in there. And it's not, life to me is not about good versus evil, because that's just too damn simple. It's a lot more complicated, and people are not just one way always. Again, we said this, we went brushed through it. We said, you can't be happy all the time, just like you can't be sad all the time. Because if you're either one of those things, I think they're trying to invent medication and therapies to treat people like that. But we're not meant to be in one state always. It's just not real. And I do appreciate what you said, Mr. Godwin. And by the way, I love your name, Godwin. Godwin, just curious, where you from? Is it Nigeria or something like that? And I'm sorry, I hope I'm not being too nosy. It's just that when I hear these beautiful names, I'm just, my imagination runs because they're names that I've heard in the Bronx. And it's like, I know people with those beautiful names.
No, you are not being nosy at all. Yes, you're correct. I'm from Nigeria.
Okay, because I had a friend from Nigeria who's the most dearest man I knew in the world. His name was Godwin. And I remember he invited me to his house to eat, and he served me this really slimy rice with goat and fish in it. And I thought I wanted to die. I said, oh my God, please eat it and be polite and say it was good.
I can imagine that.
But here in the Bronx, we have a lot of African markets and that, and then it's like it's very interesting. It's when you live in my neighborhood happens to be very West Indian, so I'm very glad and blessed to have a lot of different varieties of curry. But it changes. It used to be a Jewish neighborhood at one point, so it's like go figure. But I love it all, and I loved culture, and I love hearing your beautiful the beautiful way that your words flow out of your mouth. They do. Listen, it's poetry to me. I think that people that think that their accents are a detriment are foolish. I think a person that speaks English with a beautiful accent, or any accent for that matter, is actually a genius in my world.
That's nice to hear. I mean, there's so much you can learn by just really interacting and just having a conversation with people that have a little bit of different opinion from you on certain topics or on certain subject, right? Because you just really enrich yourself and you learn a lot more about what you think it is and what is not. It's really, really informative for me, because every time I get to have this kind of conversation, especially since we'll be having these topics on Clubhouse and before the build into the conference, there's been a lot of momentum in the background, a lot of groundwork that's been going on. When you sit down to just think about everything, you are in the right space and you're learning, because ultimately, if you are not evolving and becoming a better version of yourself, then something is wrong. Nothing happens once you remain in your comfort zone. You've got to go outside that. They call it breaking the Chinese wall down. If you don't do that, you remain stagnant in a way. So when you meet people that are helping you evolve, you really want to stick with them and just really stay there. So again, no, thank you.
Thank you, Godwin. So I'm looking at all the beautiful names out here. I see Juan Duran, I see Jean Baker, Dennis Samlin, I see Arthur Kitola, and of course, my friend, Mr. Sebastian. This is awesome. I'm so privileged to see such beautiful names. I can't imagine where you guys are all from.
I think we're from all around the world, I would say, actually.
I would agree, all around the world, man. And Juan was supposed to actually come right after.
Actually, I got it wrong, Arthur. It's actually Olga first. And then after Olga takes over from Ronaldo, we will have Juan, and then Dennis will take over the mod from you, because I know you've been working so hard since this morning. Thank you so much. You must be so tired right now, Arthur. I'm really grateful for you.
Right, definitely. No, I'm happy to do it, man. This has been my dream to have and you know what, learned so much. So I won't even complain. This for me has been an awesome experience. So I'm happy to do it. Thank you so much.
It's a great space to be, right, Arthur? I'm sorry I had to dial in late because it's been a very hectic time at work, and I was trying to really jump in and jump out, but that wasn't really happening, you know. But yes, I'm glad that the space has been there and the conversation are happening. I really hope that we're all taking something out of it, you know.
It was just a matter of time, Olga, before we lost you during certain hours, because yeah, man, I'm sure they're working you now to make sure, hey, this guy is quite clever. Make sure he does the job and say, yeah, no, fine.
I'm not sure it's about really being clever. It's just and the workload has doubled since I got a promotion, and it's been hectic, really. I've been really AWOL from Clubhouse. The other day I came in, Cornelia was like, where have you been? Anyway, that's not about that. This space is about we men talking and just really helping ourselves. The guy from Ghana that was asking the question earlier on about the marriage and how someone is not happy in what you go into marriage with. I was thinking in that line. So having established the fact that, I mean, you're responsible for your happiness and that your wife is not responsible for your happiness, what would you guys think is supposed to be the key role of people that are getting married? What's the ultimate aim? I don't know if that makes some sense. If happiness is not the case, what is?
What's the goal of relationships?
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay, well, listen, you know how we're born, right?
Yeah.
We're born unable to take care of ourselves. So the first relationship that ever really existed was that between a mother and a child.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, that came to be something that was about nurturing. But the thing is that as we evolved, because again, it wasn't, our relationships were based on this thing of, you know, I take care of you, you take care of me. And that way, that child that grew up, that was taken care of by the mother when it was born, completely dependent, took care of the mother or the parent when they were older. And that was a cycle. It was always been that way. So honestly, I think that our way of development has not really changed much. And I got to tell you, now, I'm not sure if you guys know about the Madagascar cockroach. The Madagascar cockroach is something very amazing, is that when it gives birth to babies, not to little eggs. And every one of those little babies are nurtured and fed because it cannot feed itself. So we were born so dependent. So that the whole thing about relationships in general was always about, I take care of you, you take care of me. I do for you, you do for me. I look out for you, you look out for me. I feed you, you feed me. I share with you, you share with me. And that was all about the relationship. It was never about, well, I marry you and you have my children, and now you do what I tell you, and I drag you into the cave and I bring meat and I drag you by the hair. No, it was never like that. We always lived in groups. It was always family groups, and we always looked out for each other, even when we weren't on the best terms with each other, even when we didn't like each other. Because in your family, sometimes your brother or your sister is not going to be the best person in the world you're going to like. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that you looked out for each other. And that was really it. It was about, I wash your back, you wash my back, I scratch your back, you scratch my back. It's it. That is always been relationship. Even when you think about deities, you think about God. You know, with God, it was always, you know, you worship me and I'll take care of you. We make a deal. You know, and if you don't, and you break the deal, then you know, things are gonna go to shit. But it was always about it was always a relationship in terms of like almost a business model, but a very personal business model, and really making sure that somebody's going to be complimenting you, making sure that you're happy. That wasn't it at all. It was really just so much more basic. It's about the basic needs of life, you know, and sometimes those basic needs of life were the best you can get. And then sometimes when things were in abundance and there was everything that you needed, you could actually then progress and maybe introduce other concepts. But at the end of it, it was always about survival. It was always about looking out for each other. And it was never about, you complete me, because it never was.
I love the way you ended that whole conversation. Because, I mean, because I came in quite late into the conference, I am just really trying to really wrap my head around the direction of the conversation and just trying to see what is applicable to me. Sebastian did make mention of something. It's about applicability. So in the business world, they will tell you we customize product based on certain markets and certain geographies. What you sell in the UK, for example, might not be sellable somewhere in Kenya or somewhere in Nigeria or South Africa, for example, because they don't know that product. Here, for example, people value these relationships. It is something really important for them. And again, I'm not sure who made that comment earlier on. When you hit a certain threshold in regards to your age, people begin to look at you differently, especially if you haven't gotten married or you don't have kids, or I don't know. It feels like you are not doing what is expected. It brings me down to my own line of thinking again. So society, traditions and cultures have boxed people up in a certain way that they think that from 1 to 10, you should do that. You must do that. You have to do that. From 11 to 20, this has to happen. It's like you are on a journey. And if you do not do that, then you have not done what is expected and something is really wrong. So once you try to come outside, I'm not sure you've heard my story before. So I come from a family where education is not really a thing, if you know what I mean. But someone had to break that cycle for me to have what I have. So if that hasn't happened, I probably would have been sitting down somewhere in that same box, in that same cycle, with the same narrative about what is right in my own way of thinking, because the society has made it look like that. So if you try to do anything remotely different from that thing, they will frown at you or try to push you or try to, you know, make it look like what you are doing is not right. You should not do that. So I really appreciate the fact that Sebastian threw in that comment. It's really about applicability. So once we began to evolve and you see certain things that really do not make a lot of sense to you, I think that it's your responsibility as someone who's really smart, you know, or I don't know, educated or exposed, whatever the case might be, to question and ask fundamental things. Everything should not really be accepted hook, line, and sinker. If it doesn't make sense, it does not make sense. And you did make mention of the 22nd century that is coming, or rather is upon us. If we do not think in line of what the world is changing towards, and we are fixed with a narrow mindset on keeping to what has been happening before, we really might just end up in a scenario where there's no innovation, there's no thinking. And I think that as men, we have a huge responsibility to really, you know, ask the hard questions, challenge the status quo, make sure that we are doing things that are making or breaking boundaries in a way, because the next generation depends on us to do that. And if we're not doing that, I'm not sure we're going to live for them to come. So really, why I'm thinking a lot about what the future holds or what is right and how we can really navigate this paradigm that we have been. I'm sorry? Was someone trying to say?
No, no one said anything.
All right. So while we're trying to navigate this paradigm of what has been the norm or not the norm, as the case might be, we really have to really ask the hard question on how we can make our own unique contribution as men in our society, in our nation, and ultimately the world at large, because we have a lot and we really cannot afford to fail. So for everyone that has been here and have shared one thing or the other, I've learned a lot. My wealth bank has increased remarkably well, and I'm not taking this conversation lightly. And again, I do apologize for coming in late for the conference. It was just due to, I don't know, things beyond my contract at the time, but I'm glad to be here, as Otto will say. And I'm just excited about the line of conversation and what we are having in this space so far. So again, you all, thank you for having me. And I would yield my mic at this time.
Oh God, never apologize for life. Life happens. This is the way it goes. We're glad and we're grateful that you guys made it here. You guys share your story and your vulnerable sides, and it helped us grow and learn, and for that we're grateful. So there's no late. You come when you're ready. You come when your time is up. It's not up. When you come when your time is right, and no one knows except for time.
I know, Sebastian, I know. I mean, because every time I get to really sit down and talk and hear people just ask questions, you know, it just really humbles you in a way, because you never know the kind of people you're meeting, the cycle of network that they have. And by just being in that space alone, you are enriching yourself. But yes, really, thank you for pointing that out. It's good to know. I mean, I was just really trying to be, I don't know, polite in a way. But yes, it was good for you to point out.
It's a man's room. We can put the manners and the P's and Q's aside for a bit. As long as we're not like screaming at each other, I think we're good.
Hey, you know, sometimes that's the way we talk. Come on, I'm not arguing with you. I talk loud. What do you want? Come on, don't make me feel bad. Oh, come on. There are people that think you're arguing because you talk loud. It's like, no, I'm just a loud, obnoxious little bitch. What do you want? That's the way
passionate. I don't scream.
Passionate. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And you saved me from using the word bitch. I don't mind using the word bitch. I like the bitch like you wouldn't believe.
Actually, this is a reason why you shouldn't use the word bitch. Bitch is degrading the female. It's a degrading term for the female of the species, because it kind of bringing the point that they are weaker and they're whinier and they're just more revengeful and stuff like that. So likewise, let me give you an example.
It's funny because context is very important.
Oh, absolutely,
and
absolutely.
I never referred to myself as a girl. I just said that I like to complain and kvetch, and I like to yell, and I like to play with words. But at the end of it, quite frankly, let me tell you, to me, words and emotions are nothing but a beautiful layer of colors, and I paint the world with them. But, you know, sometimes some of the words I use look like shit, and some of them look like they're dark, and some of them are like green puke, and they're beautiful because at the end of it, you paint a beautiful picture. But remember, the context, very important. So don't you dare call a woman a bitch. But
we're not going down that road.
Right. But life's a bitch, and then you die, right?
Yeah. So, let me share this thing that I've just
learned. I don't know that that's an insult to a woman or a dog.
Let me share this thing I've learned. We always go and tell someone, like, you've got balls when you've done something really brave or something that's really not normal. Like, you've got balls, or you've grown a pair. We always say that, right? But actually, if you really look at it carefully, balls are the most sensitive thing on a human body. Too hot, they hang low. Too cold, they hang all the way up. You hit them by mistake, you're gonna scream for sure. You mishandle them, That's it. But if you look at the female version of it, you know, I'm not going to use the word. They take a lot. They take a lot of stress and bring kids into the world. It takes a lot. So why do we say you've grown a pair or you have balls to someone who is brave, and not the other way around? If that makes sense.
I know. I know. I know.
Do it.
Okay, listen. The scrotum is the woman's labia, and the actual testicles become ovaries. It's the same shit.
Ouch! Wow, I never heard of that one. That's a good one.
Well, I'm just telling you that we're all born and that certain parts evolve into something else. The penis, the penis becomes the clitoris in a woman, so that you understand they all have the same parts. Now, I actually beg my wife to always, because I say she has balls. Now I ask her to please grow a pair of hair on it. So, but I don't mean that I want her to be transgender, because I don't swing that way. But hey, listen, it's okay if you do. I'm not against it. I'm not for it, but I'm not against it. But my point is that, you know, they're words. If you're not careful, you know, you could tell somebody to go fuck themselves, and you can say it like this: look, would you please kindly go fuck yourself? Or you can say, go fuck yourself. Look at the difference, right? So if you say look, would you please go to hell? But go there nicely, go there kindly. You know, don't hurt yourself there, but please go fuck off. Again, you could tell somebody to go fuck themselves. If you say it really loud to their faces, they're gonna hurt. Or you could tell somebody, I love you! And it's like, get the fuck away from me, yeah! Context and the way you say it is very, very important. So if you're gonna tell somebody that they're being a jackass and they made a mistake, say it in a nice, soft whisper. They won't be as angry. It's like, hey, you're kind of a jackass. You shouldn't have done that. You know, it's like
masterclass on communication. I like that.
Well, hey, it's about being a man.
Jeez.
And that's communicating properly.
Well, it's just communicating, because you know what? There's all fucking kinds of way of communicating. And sometimes calling a guy, hey, listen, you little fucking turd. What the fuck were you thinking? You know, it's like, hey, well, it depends. You know, are you friends? Are you like enemies? Or, you know, do you talk like that to your friends? Is that do you have like a brotherly relationship with them? It's all different. And there's not to say that one thing is completely wrong and completely bad. It's like, no, don't you dare limit yourself. Don't you dare limit yourself. Make sure that when you express yourself, you do it in a clear manner, and you do it in a manner that that's consistent with what's going around. You know, you don't yell to a person, you don't tell a person, there's a fire, I think you should move now. Because then you're an idiot. It's fire! Move. So, you know, it's there's a time and a place for everything. Be very careful with locking yourself down with stupid rules. And listen, Godwin, can I please beg you, listen to me. I know you've probably seen The Matrix with Morpheus and Neo, right? The thing is that I want you to understand that the reality that you're talking about really is like that. You don't have to actually buy into any one of those things. You know, I'm not saying that you're in a pod or that I'm in a pod, but that reality is so layered and has so many, it's like an onion. You peel one and then another and then another and another. For me, my biggest salvation, the thing that absolutely changed my life, was to say that, look, no matter what situation you're in, and it applies to a lot of things, it's either half empty or half full. The volume doesn't change. So if you have, you know, I'm going to talk about ounces. A cup of water has 8 ounces. If that cup of water has 4 ounces, either half full or half empty. But the volume never changes. It's just the way you look at it and how you act. And that makes all the difference in your life. And I promise you that if you could find a way of applying that to your life, you'll see, look, should I be miserable? Should I be sad? Should I, you know, all those things. Like, hold on a second. Am I gonna worry that I'm going to fail, or am I gonna worry, or am I gonna focus on I might pass? I might fail. I might pass. The same shit. You still got to take the same exam, the same whatever the hell it is, and either one of them might be the possibility. Choose whatever you want, and make sure that you're not being influenced because that's what they said I should do. I should get married at 18 and have 5 kids that I can't afford. It's like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Challenge reality. Take the fucking red pill, the blue pill, or whatever the fucking pill. And if you think you're in a pod, get the fuck out of it. Because you don't need to be that way. And I swear to you, life is, that's the way I described, that's the reality of life. It's your point of view. It's what you choose to believe. Do you want to see things through a Christian perspective? Do you want to see things through a Buddhist perspective? Do you want to see things through a real holistic, neither one of those things perspectives? I want to see things the way they are. I want to see things, do that. But don't you ever limit yourself in your reality, because quite frankly, reality is like a freaking set of good glasses. You can change them if you're lucky enough to be able to buy a different pair. Some of them might be that beautiful beta block or whatever the hell it is. Some of them might allow you to see things really crisp and clear. Choose your reality. Don't you dare settle for anything, and don't let anybody tell you that you're supposed to or not supposed to. That's a bunch of caca.
Absolutely. I'm gonna do that. Thank you for sharing as well.
Thank you so much. So let me introduce Dennis Sumlin. Dennis Sumlin is actually the next moderator who's going to take over from Arthur. And Dennis, would you like to introduce yourself?
All right, am I unmuted? I guess I am. All right, what's going on? Thank you, Sebastian. What's going on? So my name is Dennis, and I will be your one of your hosts for the next few hours. We got a lot of people ready to speak, and hey, I'm one of them, but I'm further down the road, and I'm happy to facilitate this great conference that we're having. And I tell you, this is really important, and I'm glad that we're having this conference. And Ronaldo, is that your name?
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness, you actually almost took my speech.
Yes.
I mean, this is you are on fire, and I agree with pretty much everything you said. Well, almost everything. I don't know, 98%. I don't know who's keeping count. 98.6 Kiss FM. I don't know. So cool. I think that we are a little bit behind now because it's about 1:20. And so I want to know, I think Gene is in the room because Gene is our next speaker. So is Gene ready to go? That would be my question.
Gene is definitely ready to go. He's put the thumbs up. He's ready to go.
All right.
Welcome, Gene.
How you doing, Arthur?
All right. Can you hear me?
Gene?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
What's going on? It's your forum for now, Gene. And talk to us. Introduce yourself and tell us what you got to say.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be on this platform talking to men around the world. I don't know how to follow up that last talk. Ronaldo, you laid it down. So I'll do my best. And so let me start off by just asking you some questions and put us in the frame of mind, and I'll get to who I am and what I'm going to speak to. Have you ever felt yourself spiraling out of control? Have you ever felt like something was off, but you didn't know kind of what it was? Something was off. Have you ever felt yourself kind of losing interest in the people around you, your family, kids, your wife, friends, work maybe? Have you ever felt yourself in autopilot going through work and life? Just
yes, Gene. To all of those, yes.
Yes. How about this? Have you felt anxious? You feel anxious all the time to a point that you're losing sleep. You're not sleeping well. You're waking up tired every day because your mind is just racing. It's anxious about something. Have you ever started to neglect the small things, the details of your life and work? All of these things, this was me 11 years ago. So who am I? I'm Gene Baker. I am in a town called Grand Blanc, Michigan, USA. It's just south of Flint, Michigan. Some of you may have heard of Flint's trials and tribulations with fresh water. So that's kind of where I live. I've lived here since 2002. I raised my family here. So all of these things are signs and symptoms that I missed. Now, what do I do professionally? I work in the health field. I've worked in the health field since 1997. Wow. I actually sell pharmaceutical drugs. I've been in leadership and management positions since 2000. So I've worked in a number of diseases and sold products that help those diseases, including depression, which is what I want to speak to today. What I also understand is that at least here in the United States, we don't have a healthcare system. We have a sick care system. Everybody gets paid when you get sick. Think about it. Everybody gets paid when you're sick. People don't get paid when you're healthy. You know? So keep that in your mind as I move forward. So, all right. Because I didn't pick up on all these signs, it nearly cost me my job. Wow. It nearly cost me my job. Like literally my boss had to sit me down and read me the riot act. So I'm going to share kind of what happened, and then we're going to transition into, okay, so what did I do to get out of this? Because I think ultimately that's what's going to help some of you listening now and others that will pick this up later. So where do I want to start? So I told you my profession. 11 years ago, I was a district sales manager. That meant I had an area in Michigan and sales reps under me that spoke to doctors and hospitals about products and appropriate use of those products. I was a busy guy, highly successful in what I did. Family-wise, I grew up very traditional. My father went to work. My mother was a housemaker, which means she worked from home. She was queen of the house, kept everything together. So she worked just as hard. She just worked from the home. So that was my upbringing. And my wife and I decided that, you know what, she was going to be home with the kids when they were, especially when they were young, and provide them the atmosphere and the upbringing that we desired for them. And we were able to do that. That meant that bill-wise and providing-wise, pretty much everything else fell on me. So why is that important? Well, starting back probably about 14 years ago, my industry started to go through a series of downsizings, mergers, right-sizings, whatever you want to call it. The fact remained that you had this amount of people and it just got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. I mean, to the point it was literally like every year and a half, you're going through a major restructuring, downsizing, and you're wondering, do I have a job? So but going through this, and the good news from that is you learn how to deal with change. You learn how to lead, grown people when there's, major times of uncertainty, and you still had the pressures of performing on your job. So I learned a lot in that. But I also didn't recognize that all of these events year after year and the stress was starting to take its toll. So, as the man of the house, how many feel that it's your responsibility to make sure that your family's okay? That's how I was raised, right? As men, we felt this is my responsibility. Yes. Somebody was saying something?
No, I'm agreeing with you, man. I mean, yeah, man, it's a war, it's a journey. Yes, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. So as men of the house, it's our responsibility. It's my responsibility to make sure my family was provided for. Mortgage paid, cars paid, gas, light, phone, food on the table, right? All that. So, but the more people that were losing their jobs, it meant there was fewer jobs in the market, in my industry. So the greater the stress that I ended up starting to feel. And as a man, I was thinking, well, I don't want to stress my wife. I don't want to stress my family. And I need to deal with this. Anyone feel like that? Like, I got this. I'm the man. You know, I'm good.
It's a man thing, Gene. We literally need to sort it out. Be a man about it.
Yeah, that's it, right? Be a man about it. You got this, man. Yeah, be a man. You know, so that's what I was thinking. I need to be a man, quite simply, without my job, we would be on the street. So yeah, be a man, take care of your family. So I kept my feelings bottled up because I didn't want my wife or my kids to really worry about it. Like, we're going to be okay. I wanted them to see a strong father figure. King, right? Got this. We got this. We're going to be okay. And then 11 years ago, got word that there's going to be another major merger. And we were going to merge with this very large corporation. And this was announced at the beginning of the year. And they said, as the year progresses, we'll get more information on what this is going to look like. Okay. So as the year went on, we started to figure out, I don't think that on the merger side, the people in our company were going to get the jobs. Pretty much they were training everybody else on the other side of the other organization on what we did and our products. That didn't leave a whole lot of room for us. So all of us started to think, we're probably not going to have jobs. And seeing what's happened in the market, knowing that there wasn't a lot of jobs there, people were stressed. So we're all worried about performance. We still had to perform, but we're also worried about where our families. So here I am worried about everybody else. And in the back of my mind, thinking, okay, I got to take care of my family too. So, but I didn't talk to anyone. For everybody else, I had to be the person in charge. I had to be the person in control and be giving the advice. Because I was the man, right? Not literally just the man in my family, but I was the man. I was the guy in charge. So, I'm the one dealing out the advice, but in my head and in my body, the stress, this anxiety was taking over to a point I ended up in the hospital. Blood pressure through the roof, diabetes through the roof, cholesterol through all my numbers, just whack. And I'm like, what is going on? I remember a pastor came in and said, why are you worried? I'm like, I looked at him like he was crazy. Anyone ever said that to you? Why are you worried? What you mean, why am I worried? Like, it's obvious. He's like, no. What does our faith tell us? Lay your concerns, lay your worry at the Lord's feet and let it go. That's easier said than done. I had said those very same words to many others. But literally, when I thought about that and stayed that night and said, okay, Lord, yep, I'm going to lay these worries at your feet. Literally, all my numbers came down and I was able to be discharged. But there's a difference between concerning yourself with what things that you can control and worrying about things that are outside your control. So that's number one I want you to think about and learn from today is don't worry yourself about things you have no control over. Find things that you can control in your world and control that. Get yourself some wins. And that's what I did. So to speed things up, all of us kind of lost our jobs. And I was looking for work. And I was looking for work for 6 months. Yeah. That was tough. And during that time, I fell deeper and deeper into a depression. I was withdrawing from life. I should say that even before that, I mentioned earlier that my boss had to sit me down and say, I'm not sure what's going on with you, but your numbers are good, but you're letting these admin things go down, and and you're not doing them. What's the problem? I didn't know. Like, I knew I wasn't doing things, but I didn't know why. I didn't understand. Like, I'm a highly productive, effective type of person and been a great leader. Like, I didn't understand. I'm slacking. All right, I'm slacking. End up losing. We all got laid off, and I just was falling deeper into this pit. And I was losing interest in family, friends, anything. So that's where I ended up. So how did I pull out? First thing I would tell you is know thyself. I heard others, speaking about, the Bible and whatnot, right? Well, there's a phrase that you can know the word, but not have a relationship with the maker, right? Or vice versa. You could go through life, go through the motions. You think you know yourself, but you don't really. You're not in tune with really knowing yourself. You're just going through the motions. Your subconscious is driving your actions. And you've lost sight of who you are. So you're not picking up on some of these signs that are critical for you to understand, hey, something's off. So when I say know thyself, you got to spend time with yourself. Meditate. So people are like, well, I don't know how to meditate. Don't worry about the technicalities of it. You can look it up. But the more important thing is spend quiet time in your thoughts. What's going through your head? What's important to you? Are you connected to what's important to you? Or are things bothering you? Or are you you'll be able to hear your mind talk to you. It's sad, it's detached, it's anxious, it's whatever, and you start to work through some of those things, and you start to really think about it. Because sometimes when you're going through the motions in life, you're not in tune with, okay, I'm missing life. I'm missing the forest through the trees. And that's what happens. So you got to know thyself. You got to spend time, and so you can recognize, hey, something's off. That's really critical. As we start to think about anxiety and depression, something's off. Something's off, but you got to know yourself to know that. So once you recognize that something's off, what do you do? Well, what I did was I started to reconnect. I said, okay, and it really came down to, I one of the biggest signs that said something's really off. I was out to dinner, drinks with some really good friends of ours. And I wasn't there. I had no interest in the conversation, no interest in who these people were. I was in my own little world, just not even thinking about anything. I was just sitting there like a lump of coal. Anyone been there? It's taking up space. That was me. I literally got up from the table and went to the restroom, and I said, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? That was a pivotal moment for me. I love hanging with my good friends and spending time with them. I knew at that point something was really wrong. And then from there, that turned into more reflection time and spending. I said, okay, if that's a problem, let me figure out why, and then start to reconnect with these people. So I ended up spending time with my kids. I went to as I was laid off from work, I went to their sporting events, spent time with my wife, spent time with family, and spending time with them, celebrating their success, took my mind off of my so-called lack of success or lack of a job. It allowed me to focus on something else and positivity in my life, in their lives. Critical, because positivity creates more positivity. You don't want to be around a bunch of negativity that's going to create more negativity. So you want to be around things that you enjoy and other people's success potentially that are around you, or the people you care for, that could potentially help you appreciate other things. So I did that. I created positive experiences, things that I enjoyed. I happen to enjoy being outside, which, if you didn't know, vitamin D is really important. I used to sell a product for depression. And in Michigan has one of the highest rates of depression in the country. In the country, you got about 20 million people suffering with depression. Another 20 million suffer from anxiety. But in Michigan especially, a large number of people suffer because they're inside most of the year. They're not getting vitamin D. Vitamin D is really critical. So if you feel like you're not getting sunshine, get out and get some sun. If not, get some vitamin D. It really helps from a depression standpoint. So create positive experiences. These are small wins, and you start to appreciate small wins. Start to appreciate life, the details of life that maybe you've glossed over. So you start to appreciate those small things, which starts to create bigger things and more momentum moving in the right direction. Give time to others. Donate your time. Give to others. Feed into them. Because oftentimes when you do that, it comes back to you. If you can't find the positive in your own life, create some positives in others. Give to others, and guess what? Their gratuity to you, their appreciation is going to help feed positivity in your life. So that was another thing that I did. It's just giving to others, even in my time of need. I was giving to others, which really helped them focus back in on me and give me positive energy. Take care of yourself. So here's what I did. This is critical, and I'll get into a little detail on here. Physically, you got to move. You got to move. Whether you're walking, being outside, lift some weights. Literally, lift some weights. Go to exercise classes. Exercise, getting your body to move is critical for your mind. It's all connected. That's one of the biggest things you can do is take care of yourself physically. Nutritionally, do you know you got two brains in your body? You do. You got your brain. But your gut is considered by many like your second brain. It's got its own set of neurons and impulses and whatnot. So, when I feel that in my gut, you see something, but you feel it in your gut, it's connected, but they signal each other. So when your gut is off, guess what? Neurotransmitters start to become off to your brain, which then feeds into an environment conducive to depression and anxiety. So you got to really pay attention to the food that you're putting in. So what does that mean? What do you do? What do you do differently? What kind of food? Well, okay. The first thing you would say, if you are eating a lot of processed foods, especially in the Western diets, a lot of processed foods is terrible for you. Terrible. It's great for the whole medical complex, but it's terrible for us as humans. Get away from processed foods. Eat more foods with higher fiber. Eat more foods that are fresh vegetables, green leafy things. Those types of things are going to change that gut flora and allow you to eliminate some of the toxins in your gut. Once you recompost your gut, now the signals start to become more consistent to your brain, and that connection becomes more consistent and more favorable to positive neurotransmitters and positive thoughts and feelings. So your gut, pay attention to what you're eating. If you don't know, start researching. Exercise, critical. Get out and move. Spiritually, make sure that you're in a right space. Everyone's not religious. I'm not saying religion. I'm saying spiritually. Like, if you're a believer in a higher being, connect. Take some time to try to make that connection. If not, at least connect spiritually within your own spiritual self. Yourself, like I mentioned before. Those things are critical in itself. As much as I sell pharmaceutical grade products for a living, there's no greater product, better product in the market than good food and sleep, rest. Those are in exercise. There's nothing better on the market than that. You want to prevent yourself from getting a disease, and you want to prevent yourself from getting depression or falling deeper into depression by eating right, sleeping, and exercising. Critical. A couple of other points, and I'll end. Talk to others. As much as I'm talking right now, I really don't talk that much, especially with regards to feelings. Anybody out there like, I'll talk about feelings? Yeah, oh man, feelings? Come on. But literally, we all need somebody to talk to, preferably other men. Find a friend that you can talk with, and share, because guarantee they got something that they want to share too. I would say if you have a good friend that's female, then they can fill in there too. But I don't want to get into anyone's business or create situations with male-female friendships. But at least try to find a male friend, somebody that you can talk to. If you can't, go to a professional. It's okay to talk. We got this thing in our head as men that we can't be in our feelings. It's okay to express feelings and to discuss feelings. Do that with a friend, or if you need a professional or pastor, someone that you can share and get some things out of your head. And then lastly, and I say this lastly, because especially here in Western culture, we have a tendency to reach for a pill quickly. As much as, pharmaceutical companies would love for people to take pills, it shouldn't necessarily be your first option. But I say this with a caveat. Depression is nothing to mess with. Sometimes you need to take a pill. And if you've been prescribed a pill and it's been highly recommended for you, there's a reason for that. And maybe you should take heed on that, because you don't want that depression to turn into thoughts of suicide. And we know the rates of suicide around the world are terrible. So a man every 40 seconds. It's terrible. And it starts with this whole cycle that we just went through. So if you need medication and medication is available to you, really strongly consider it. But all these other things that I just went through are critical as well, and could potentially keep you from having to go on a pill. I didn't have to go on a pill, but I would have if I needed it. So let me stop there. Hopefully that gave you some tips. I'll take any thoughts, comments, questions.
All right, we're opening it up for questions. That was great talk there, very important. Lots of good things you said there. So interested to see if anyone has any questions, and let's have a little bit of a conversation around this before we move on.
You know what?
If you have a question, please raise your hands and we can unmute your mic.
It's Arthur speaking. I just wanted to quickly say, there was a question that was, it was actually Sebastian who was speaking about and saying that, with the ladies, they also have a lot to deal with. And I wanted to speak about, because I was reading about the man conundrum, and the fact that men have been seen as disposable for centuries, man. We see the men as they're the ones who used to go to war. You know what? In terms of looking after the family, the children, the woman would make sure that the household is fine, but then the man would make sure everyone is fine. So the burden is so much bigger on the man's shoulders, because his goal is to make sure that the entire family is fine, including his wife and his kids. The woman, primarily her role was to just make sure that the kids are well and they're looked after and they're growing well. But with the man, the load seems so much higher for us men. And when I say we're disposable, I think also in terms of health, because we've got a lot of pressure. And when it came to war, it was about men going to war to protect the country and to protect the women and the children. So we've always been seen as a disposable, more or less, aspect towards the home. And especially now what's happening with the single mothers, there's this narrative that says that single mothers are actually more likely to get government grants when the man is not in the household, which is actually quite interesting, that it may be actually better for the woman not to have the father in the household if she wants to maximize on the grants that she can get for the children. So
Yeah.
that's
Isn't
where
that
it
something?
becomes a bit. Yes, please proceed.
No, I said, isn't that something? That's crazy.
It definitely is.
Exactly, we're almost treated like, what, we're just there for and when you're unable to fulfill some of those requirements, then all of a sudden you're less of a man and you're not worthy of being a father as well. So it's quite sad, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, those thoughts, it's hard not to think them. Like when you've been that person, and all of a sudden you can't be that person. It just lends itself to you start to feel I'm less of a man, like I'm not living up to my manhood. And so much of that is it's just societal garbage. But some of it's true. Like we are expected to care for, but that just means that we need a support system. We need to talk through kind of what we're thinking before those thoughts turn too negative on ourselves or to others. So hopefully everyone hears that, understanding that you got all this going on in your head, make sure that you're getting it out of your head, like you're talking about it. That's the first step.
Yeah, we do have a question here. Remy seems to have a question there, so we're gonna ask him to unmute.
Hi everyone. Hi guys. Hi Dennis.
What's going on, sir? Good to hear you, man. Good to hear you on here. I know you probably spoke earlier, but glad to have you back in here. What's your comment or question?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear me fine.
Now we can.
Yep.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much, Dennis. What you said pretty much just summed up the last year of my life. Like the last year of my life. I was breaking down. I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't know how to reach out for help. I just kept thinking, just man through it, man through it, man through it. And it was destroying me. Destroying me. The one thing we need to recognize as men is that this thing doesn't care. It literally doesn't care. It draws no quarters. So whatever help you can get it. Just get it. Just get it. Whatever help you can get, just get it. Because you by yourself, based on the stories that you've been told, you are not enough. Forget the stories we've been told. Something really important you pointed out, Arthur, you pointed out about how men were hunter-gatherers and the women were taking care of the house. I realized that the mothers connect the children to the world, but the fathers connect the children to community. They connect the children to community. And you need to be okay, not perfect, but you need to be okay to make that connection happen. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if, am I still, okay, I'm unmuted, yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Okay, excellent, thank you. Sorry, I'd actually been on a project and I got off about 20 minutes, about 40 minutes ago. And I had to dive right in because my brothers are speaking. I may never have been in the same room with you, but we are facing the same things. They may take a very different shape, but we are facing the same things. And being able to support each other by talking, by recognizing the fact that, you know what, I'm not alone in this, that goes a long way, a very long way. And Dennis, you said a lot, bro. You said a lot, as in there were some parts where I felt like tearing up and crying because I kept feeling that, you know, maybe I was the only one that was going through this. But you helped me understand that I'm not alone. You know,
that was Gene, by the way.
That was Gene for real?
Gene.
That was Gene. I didn't give my little speech yet. That's a little later on. That was Gene that said all that.
Your name already tells me you're a genius. Gene, you know what? You're amazing. You're amazing.
Thank you. I don't know about amazing. I shared my story and you know, by the grace of God, I was able to pull out. But you know, I appreciate your comments though. It's you know, I have a passion for life and I have a passion for people, and you know, and I think when you have that and you allow your passions to come alive, whatever your passions are, you know, but if you have a passion for life and you have a passion for people and you start to feed into your passions, you can pull yourself out if you can pull yourself out. And I keep going back to F because, like you said, we're not alone in this. And depression is a major deal. Like, it is nothing to mess with. And so, you know, don't get too confident with this, not take it seriously. All of these steps are critical that we spoke to. All of them are really, really important. So that's what I can say to you is just don't be another statistic. You know, take it seriously, get moving, celebrate small wins, create positive momentum. Because sometimes when you're in the throes, you just got the world on your shoulders. It's too much of a bite to bite off. But you just start small. And that little win, that little feeling that you get, euphoria, the celebration of whatever it is, you know, you build on that and you build on that and you build on that. And you start to get some air and you start to feel its momentum. And you start to spend more time doing the things that you know what you love to do. All of this is so important. So, any other questions? And I'll turn it back over.
Profound, brother. Very profound. I you know, having someone in your corner to talk to, like you spoke about, having that person to be able to turn to when you need someone to express your feelings towards, when you need someone to really listen to you. Because that's what happens with a lot of men who end up committing suicide. It's because everything is held in. It's all bottled in. And what we need to understand is that we cannot hide or get rid of or suppress our emotions. They have to be dealt with and processed. If they're not dealt with and processed, we're going to be in deep doo-doo. This is what causes domestic violence or suicide or other kinds of crazy behavior, is because we're trying to, as men, trying to process this while trying to be the man and handle everything. And we can't do that. We just can't do that. And like Arthur said, you know, in society, we're made to be disposable. And that's always upset me, how men are viewed as being disposable. That's a big, one of those big things that I have about society, how men can just be thrown away. Ah, yeah, you can handle it. You're a man. Just throw them away. Put them on the front lines. Use them as robots, whatever. Corporate cogs, whatever. That's sad, but that's the world we live in. So to be able to process these things without blowing up, it's critical to have an outlet, because sometimes we're going to be depressed. That's the natural up and down and flow of emotions. Every day is not going to be happy. But when those days are when you feel like you got up on the wrong side of the bed, then hit the wall, what do you do? So yeah, thanks for sharing all that. Anyone else can ask any questions? You can raise your hand or put it in the chat or something for Gene, you know, while he's still here.
Yeah, this is William Jackson, if you don't mind me asking a question.
Sure,
when it relates to that, and I'm a teacher, and a parent, and I'm always interested to find out how the influence or the relationship that you have with your children influences your decisions that you make as a father and as a man, but also as, and I use the word servant, as a servant to your family in a good way. Because even though we're faced with a lot of stresses, even though we're faced with a lot of challenges, we are of service to our families, but we also have to be, and I've been listening for a while, of service to ourselves. And when I say service to ourselves, men have this tendency to take up certain hobbies that relieve our mental stress, that relieve our mental anxieties. And I remember my grandma, she used to always say, nothing beats a peace of mind. And she used to always tell me, she's like, as men, as you get older, you need something to relieve your stress. And she'd always, make me blush because she would say, and I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about, what do you like to do with your life, whether it's go for walks, whether it's go for a drive, that helps you relieve your stress and give you a different perspective on life. And one of the things that I used was like, okay, how can I model the stress that I'm going through with my kids, but in a realistic way to show them that, yeah, everybody deals with stress, everybody has stress, but how do you manage that stress and how do you take care of it? And I'm glad that the gentleman I was talking to also mentioned taking a pill. If you need to, take a pill. That doesn't mean you're going to be on it forever, but as something to help and as a foundation to get you where you need to get to. But as the speaker was speaking, how did your children help you balance what you needed to do and what you needed to accomplish to help you get through this?
Yeah. Man, so who was that speaking?
William Jackson.
William, I so appreciate that question because my kids were a big part of me pulling out, to be honest with you. I have a tendency to be somewhat of a workaholic. And, I almost, in my mind was thinking, okay, God is saying, okay, son, I told you to focus on your family and you didn't. Now I'm going to force you to. I mean, literally, these are thoughts that went through my head, like that God is sitting me down. So let me focus in on my kids. And you know what? It was one of the best things that could have happened because I didn't have an agenda every day. I could go to my kids' track meets. I could go to the other events that they had and spend time with them and see them. And more than just, as they come in the house, whatever, like spend time with them. It was, that in itself was great. And it's to reconnect. But it was interesting too. My daughter, and I remember, having a conversation with my daughter, which might not have happened otherwise, but, we started talking more and, I was sharing, some of the stress that I did have and what I was doing. And I was preparing, I was getting a number of interviews, but I wasn't getting the final job. I was the bridesmaid for a number of positions, really good positions. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? And it was stressing me out. And I remember my daughter was like, Dad, why are you so concerned about it? Just be you. Just be you. You're preparing too much. She said, you're preparing too much. I said, well, that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be ready for these jobs. I'm supposed to prepare. Yeah, but she said, Dad, you're prepared. You're prepared. I know you are, because that's what you do. Just be you. Oh, I said, man, the wisdom out of a child. And that was a turning point. There was a turning point because literally, man, I'm trying to figure out why I'm not getting the job. And I'm buying books and I'm studying. And I'm like, okay, I got to change, what I'm saying or how I'm answering these questions, whatever it was happening. I wasn't getting the offer, And when she said that, I'm like, yeah, okay. I am prepared. I've done what I'm supposed to do. Now it's in God's hands, and where I'm supposed to be is where I'm going to be. And literally the next interview, it was a done deal. and I got the job. So my kids were critical to me pulling out because, one, I was focused in on them and saw things and spent time with them in a way that, me working so much, I might not have done, probably wouldn't have done. But then having conversations to, you know what, my kids, they can understand some things. They can understand that, yes, daddy's a little stressed. Daddy's concerned, but we're going to, and still know that, you know what, we're going to be okay. They had confidence in me. That was so helpful to me to know that my kids have confidence in me. Like, Dad, you got this. We know we're good. We know that you got this. We know that you got this. And we understand that you're stressed, but just be you. Man, that my kids blessed me so much in that regard, in giving me that additional confidence that I needed and that additional, okay, that, you know what? Relax, Dad. Relax into who you are. When you are who you are, everything happens. It always does. I'm like, you know what? You're right. Let me just be me. So yeah, my kids were critical to pulling out.
Wow, definitely. Good stuff, man. Any more questions or contributions for Gene?
Well, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Appreciate you all.
Thank you very much, Gene, for that powerful speech and share of your personal life. I always think it's brave when people come on a forum and you know that people are listening to you live and it's going to be accessible for a long time so people can come back and listen to it and watch it. And for people to be able to share their life, it's just cool for people to be able to come up and share their life open like that. So thank you, Gene. You the man, yo.
All right. Appreciate y'all.
All right. Cool. So we're gonna keep it rolling here right now. Okay. So we got Chaike coming up next. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, because you know how sometimes names people mispronounce my name. I wonder, how do you mispronounce Dennis? But people say Denise, all kind of things. So we're gonna bring Chaike up. You don't. I know you're asking me okay, hold on a second. We're gonna get him up here.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, brother. You are on the air. What's going on?
Is my video on? I don't know. I don't know if y'all can. I haven't been able to see anybody. I don't know if that's just how this was planned, or is there
I think that'll be up to you. If you want to use video, go right ahead. My video's not on, to be quite honest. So it's certainly up to you.
We can take it off. I mean, not that I'm not afraid to show my face or anything like that. It's just that I had a pretty busy day, and I had a couple of pointers, so I'm gonna have to read some stuff. So I don't want to look impersonal.
No, I definitely understand. Well, however you deliver it, brother, we are waiting to hear your knowledge, brother. Start, kicking your knowledge. All right. Am I pronouncing your name right though? Chaike, is that right? I want to make sure. Chike. All right.
Chike.
That's what's up, Chike. All right. What's up with you? Take it away.
No problem. No problem. All right. First and foremost, want to peace and blessings and strength and power to everybody. I hope everybody's doing well today. I want to thank you all for tuning in, and especially Prince and the One Africa Forum for hosting this impactful event. As the brother said, my name is Chike Nwabuku. I'm a US-based American Nigerian writer, filmmaker, educator, and storytelling coach. But before I get into my speech, just want to ask an open question to everybody. What does the word balance mean to you? Did everybody speak at one time? Y'all still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's a raise your hand to speak function, so we have to release them one by one.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah.
Am I supposed to release them or okay?
Hey,
Anybody?
Chike, can you hear me?
One person balance.
Remy has a question.
Chike,
Yes.
Kedu?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Everything's okay. Everything's
Yes, sir.
okay. Everything's okay. So, to answer your question, balance is everything in the right place at the right time.
Yes, sir.
Now, Nigeria, we understand as it been.
As it be, oh.
As it be.
Thank you. As you can see, I have that Nigerian connection. We're all family here. But I definitely appreciate that. But yeah, awesome. So I asked this question because my work in storytelling, storytelling coach as well. Work in storytelling, I did a lot with emotions. As all emotions are meant to, touch you. All stories are meant to touch you on an emotional level. Whether you're telling brand stories, watching a movie, or designing your life story, there needs to be an emotional connection for it to have meaning for you. I believe a lot of men today are off balance, myself included. I've been there and I go through it myself. So not to call anybody out, it's because we're not as in touch with our emotions. I believe the speaker before spoke about this a little bit. I just wanted to go a little bit more in on that. We've been programmed to believe that it's weak to acknowledge our emotions or to be in touch, so to speak, with a softer side. Yet if there are no emotions, life is not as meaningful. We're not feeling things as we go along. We're just simply going through the emotions of what society or someone has told us that we're supposed to be. That's usually hardened, emotionless, tough-skinned barbarians who are not supposed to hurt, cry, or show fear, or feel like anything's bothering us. But that's not reality. Reality is that we all feel emotions just like women do, just like children do, just like anybody else on this planet. We feel pain, we feel afraid, and we want to cry too at times. And I'm here to say it's okay. We're human first, and having emotions is human. Luckily, on my journey, I found communities who shared this belief. For those who know what capoeira is, which is a dance martial art from Angola, which was popularized in Brazil. I've practiced, taught, and been involved in this community for over 2 decades. In this space, I found men who could dance centrally, but at the same time, literally could kick your head off, literally. I also found old heads in the, ghettos of DC, Philadelphia, Brooklyn, Lagos, just different parts of the world I've traveled to or lived in, who could shed tears and cry when they needed to, but could also literally cut your throat if they had to. And I'm not, saying this like, oh, everybody's gangster or anything like that. It's just that I found balanced men. I found role models who taught me how to show love to a woman while still also keeping my manhood in check. You don't want to show disrespect to a woman, but you also don't want to accept emasculation. But all in all, like I said, this is all about finding balance. And I believe it's something that we need to work on. So we live in a diverse global world, which is highly connected by the internet and constant communications. We interact with more and more people on a daily basis, get all sorts of news from all different places. It's okay to feel something. It's okay to feel something. It's okay to acknowledge that things affect us, that things not always the way that we want, whether it's directly in our personal life or whether it's in our communities, whether it's something we see, on TV, whether we see, we know somebody, may not even know what's going on, or I may never travel to Indonesia, but I see something over there. It's okay to feel affected by all that. The trick here is not to suppress how we feel, but to learn how to manage them better. So I just put together a short list of a couple of ways I believe that we can increase our emotional intelligence. And like I said, I've heard some of these things already echoed before, and already kind of had something prepared. So I'll just go ahead and share my piece. Number one, I believe, is to develop self-awareness. That's really just acknowledging, first and foremost, how we feel. Acknowledging that we are who we are. There's this guy I recently saw on YouTube. I forgot his name. I'm guarantee it'll probably come back to me. come back to me. Ooh, I know it's Jason something, bald headed brother with gray beard. He was talking about, how a lot of times, men were defined by only a few words. But once again, talking about the storytelling background, writer, theater, and stuff like that. Actors to me are some of the most bravest and also most balanced people. When you know how to balance yourself as an actor, because they're able to go through so many emotions. We can see somebody, who can play, a god or demigod in one movie, then also somebody very soft and sensual in another movie. And yet, we don't necessarily see them as being soft. We just see them as being able to, connect with different parts of themselves. And I think that's really where it all starts, developing a self-awareness, allowing yourself to feel, allowing yourself to be mad or to be jealous or joyous, or allowing yourself to cry if necessary. It's really just about giving yourself full permission to be fully human and not to be defined into a box. A lot of artists go through this as far as like, hey, some of the most groundbreaking artists, of our time or in history, they all say the same thing. They're not going to allow themselves to be defined, by one thing, by somebody else's expectations of them. And I believe that's what a lot of us need to get to as well. We can have an idea of who we are and what we want to do, but it's more so about, allowing ourselves to be fully human and expressing that however which way we feel necessary. The next number 2, I would say, is take responsibility. You have to take responsibility for your truth. You have to own your truth, because in the day, life is a series of choices, and really, all these choices are things that we are making. It's not something that somebody's forcing on us. Whether you're choosing to be, kind, whether you're choosing to be, unkind, whether you're choosing to be helpful to others, whether you're choosing not to be helpful to others. All these are a series of choices, and I think that this next step is really about owning our choices, not blaming anybody else for who we're choosing to be and for how our life is turning out. This is not to say that people cannot impact us, that people cannot, have some type of influence over our lives. I think, a lot of times we hear this idea of racism is, really about having the power to having the power to execute, your bias. But end of the day, everybody has biases. But it's more so about having the power, to execute it. So really, it's about understanding that you have to take responsibility, for what's going on in your life, regardless if somebody has that power. How can we, first and foremost, just deal with, what we can control and basically take responsibility for that. The third one I would say is defend your emotions, right? This is kind of where some of that traditional man energy comes in. It's like, yeah, this is how I feel. Like, I mean, this is what it is. It's okay. Like, hey, you know what? I feel like crying right now, and I'm going to cry. I feel angry right now. I'm going to be angry. Not allowing anybody else to say you're not allowed to feel something. This is where you can push back against those oppressive forces and say, no, this is how I feel. I mean, you've seen this in, people who stood up, to regimes, people who stood up to, colonialism, slavery, whatever. I mean, it's just like you stand up for it. Like, this is how I feel. I don't care if you have your great PR campaign that's telling me I'm not supposed to feel this way or trying to soften the blow or this or that. It's like, no, this is how I feel, and leave it at that, leave it at that. I mean, as we go on, we'll see that's not necessarily about, not being able to change your mind, but it's also okay to say that, hey, I take responsibility for how I feel and I'm willing to defend that, and I'm not going to be moved from my position unless I'm truly and genuinely convinced of it. The next one, number 4, I would say, is to express your emotions. I heard this echoed early on when I came on about expressing your emotions. As I've already said, I'm a writer, someone who at one point I was writing a daily blog. Not gonna be doing that as much, but however, regardless, the idea is to find some type of outlet for it. Whether you want to write, you want to speak about it with others, you want to create art. We just need to find some way to relieve your stress, because as they were saying, you cannot have all this bottled up inside you. You know, you can take responsibility for how you feel and defend it all you want, but if you never let it out, it's going to come out at towards the wrong person at the wrong time. You know, and once again, that's going to go back into creating this sense of being off balance or not having all the things in the right place at the right time. Number 5, I would say you want to develop self-discipline. All right, and that's about managing your emotions. You know, you want to learn to acknowledge your triggers. You know, understanding what is going to trigger you to feel, you know, hurt, to feel, you know, upset, to feel joy. You know, you want to acknowledge these things that are triggering you and not always respond to them immediately. Sometimes you need to just acknowledge the truth, just acknowledge that it's there. Acknowledge that, hey, you know what, I'm feeling anxious right now. Just acknowledge that it's there and not even respond to it just yet. You know, give it some time to process. Give it some time to know that, hey, okay, you know what, I acknowledge this is here, and you know what, I can deal with this at a later time if I have that, you know, if I have that opportunity. You know, because having that self-discipline, it is kind of like, you know, going to the gym or something like that. You know, the idea is that, okay, you know what, I can acknowledge it. I can, you know, I think Simon Sinek, you know, developed that whole, you know, start with why. I know he was speaking one time. I thought it was very interesting. He was saying that, you know, we always want things to happen immediately, you know, but he was like, you know, you don't go to the gym and work out for 9 hours straight and feel like you're going to be in shape after 9 hours in one day of being at the gym. You take these things, you know, step by step, day by day, piece by piece. And I think it's the same way with the deal with our emotions. Sometimes just acknowledge that it's there and, okay, you know what, I can process this over time. You know, process this, you know, okay, today I know I'm feeling angry. I know I'm feeling anxious, but you know what, the decision I need to make about this decision is not until next week. It's not until next month. It's not until next year. You know what, let me process this over time. Take it step by step, day by day. Number 6, I would say create a sense of purpose, which I alluded to earlier on. You know, when you don't have emotions attached to your story, whether it's your brand story, your movie, your life story, you don't have a true sense of purpose. You're just going through a series of events, you know, and these things are not meaningful to you. You know, I heard earlier, you know, men being disposable and things like that, which I definitely agree with. I definitely agree with that. There's this sense of men are, you know, too disposable and things like that. But I also think at times it's because we're not creating a deeper sense of purpose for us, and that's because we're not as in touch with how we could or how we should or how, you know, we are supposed to be feeling, you know. And I can't necessarily tell someone how you're supposed to be feeling, but the idea is more so having a deeper sense of purpose allows you to feel, you know, the excitement, allows you to feel, you know, a deeper sense of meaning in your life that, hey, you know what, I'm going to defend my position that I'm not disposable. I'm not disposable. Like, okay, you know, well, I grew up in the U.S. I schooled in Nigeria too, you know, at a time or whatnot. But one of the stories that, you know, I always found interesting was a story of Igbo landing, you know, in the south of here, the U.S., which is basically a group of Igbos who came. Igbo is an ethnic group in Nigeria. Who came to the Americas, you know, rather than walk into a life of slavery off the slave ship, they all jumped overboard. Every last one of them jumped overboard and said, "I'd rather commit suicide than to walk into a life of slavery." I'm not advocating for suicide by no means, but I'm saying that, you know, that's something that's always kind of stood out to me about this sense of there's a sense of purpose. Like they're saying that even you know, Jay-Z has this line, you can, you know, lock my body, but you can't trap my mind, something to that degree. This whole idea is that, you know what, when you have a sense of purpose, it's like you're always going to be in control of what's happening to you, regardless of what's happening around you. You know, and I think that's really about, you know, trying to tap in so that everything's in the right place at the right time is really when you acknowledge that, you know, everything's happening for you. These things aren't necessarily happening to you, right? Everything's happening for you, for it to happen, you know, for it to grow you in some way, for it to shape you in some way, for it to teach you in some way. But everything's happening for you. And this is where that sense of purpose, you know, everything starts to align. It starts to feel a sense of balance. Like, you know what, I'm balanced here. I'm purposeful, you know, in what I'm doing, even when things are, you know, feeling awry. Number 7 is recognizing the feelings of others, because at the end of the day, this life is not just about ourselves. There's men here who love other men, men here who love other women, men here who love they families and they cousins and things like that. It's the idea of just acknowledging that somebody else is going to be impacted by our emotional state as well, right? So this just goes back to that golden rule of trying to treat everybody the way that you yourself want to be treated. And also acknowledging that, from my definition, this doesn't have to be everybody else's, but part of the measure of man is also how he impacts others around him. So it's like managing our emotions is important. And it's also just as important to acknowledge the emotions of other people. How are other people going to be, affected by, how we're managing our emotions? If I blow up and get upset or whatnot, okay, how is somebody else going to be affected by it? I'm a father. I'm a teacher as well. I heard one of the brothers speak about that as I'm a father and teacher as well. It's like, if I have a student who acts belligerent, I had a student throw a stapler at me one time. And I mean, I know y'all can't see me right now through the video and things like that, but I'm about 6'1", about 250. And when I was in capoeira hardcore or whatnot, I was like 215 doing backflips. So it's like I could have flipped if I wanted to or needed to, but I had to learn how to manage my emotion that particular time. I know somebody else could be affected by that. Number 8, I only got 2 more here. Y'all bear with me. Number 8 is to seek allies. I've heard this echoed a whole lot, and I'm totally agreeant with that. Whether that's your romantic partners, your friends, community groups, or professional help, however you want to call it, you need to seek allies, to learn how to deal with and process, this thing that we call life, because it's not easy. It's not easy. We have all sorts of stressors, all sorts of pressure, all sorts of things that we're dealing with. And end of the day, we're not meant to do it alone. Human beings are social beings. There's that whole saying, if everybody in the world, if we were the last man on earth, would life still have meaning? I don't think it would. I don't think it would. I don't think life would have meaning. I don't think it would have meaning. I don't think we could even comprehend that. Because at the end of the day, human beings are social beings. We're meant to be and interact with others and to work with others. And I think that, this is really another part of managing our own emotional well-being, our emotional states, is to be able to seek allies and be able to acknowledge when we need help, acknowledge when we need a friend. We need somebody to listen to. We need somebody to speak to, somebody to complain to, somebody to break down to. The same way we can be there for them, we should also have people or somebody to be there for us. And the last thing I would say, which is number 9, is have a growth mindset. You want to believe that you can always grow at all times. Know that you can get beyond your current circumstances, no matter what's going on. There was this, there's this famous, I'm not say famous, but there's this guy, he's a Navy commander or something like that. He did this speech 2014, I believe University of Texas or so, went like viral, got a couple, millions of views online or whatnot. And he gave this analogy of 10 different things of how to, tell the graduates of how to prepare for life. And one of the things he was saying was that, like that you want to learn how to give people hope, right? Give people hope is that learn how to give people hope even when you're up to your neck in mud. And that's something that always stood out to me. I just played it for my students of the day as well. That's part of the reason why I'm referencing it. But I mean, I think, managing our emotions is also about that as well, right? Is that when we feel angry, when we feel anxious, when we feel hurt, when we feel, torn down and things like that, is that remembering that, as long as we're breathing, it can always get better. As long as we're breathing, it can always get better. But with that said, I just wanted to, finish off with just saying that I believe all these are some tools I'm hoping to impact, and I'm hoping that, some people can take away from all this is, about finding balance. I hurt, I feel pain, I feel anxious, I feel afraid, I mean, being a teacher, I speak every day. You know, working in, I've worked in theater, I've done acting, I've, done other public speaking gigs or whatnot, but I still felt anxious coming on to speak with you all. Y'all not been seeing my face. Y'all not been seeing my face or whatnot, but that's what I'm saying. So I had to tap into the same thing I'm trying to tell you, is to learn how to manage it. We want to, learn to get in touch with our emotions, learn to manage them, find an outlet, find allies, recognize emotions of others and treat them the way you want to be treated. Then always know you can grow, So, yeah, as men, we're a strong species, we're fighters, we're warriors, we're all the above, but we're not balanced if we're not whole. We're not balanced if we don't know how to bring it all together and be able to hold space in a strong way, but also hold space in a soft way where we allow others to exist, we allow emotions to exist, we allow the firmness and the flow. That's something you learn a lot in martial arts. You want the firmness and the flow. You hear Bruce Lee, be like water, so you want the firmness and the flow. So that's really about it, what I have to say, yeah, holding on the fort, it's about holding space for, emotions and, firmness and the flow. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chike. So we're gonna give you a couple little questions so you can handle it. So people get prepared to ask questions if you have any. But Chike, I want to ask you, you mentioned these 9 points and all these things. How do you make it through every day? Like, do you have a daily routine or anything that you do psychologically or spiritually or physically to kind of keep yourself in balance?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. I think it's really kind of going through, these things that I said. I mean, trying to have some discipline, trying to have some structure to my life, as far as getting up, making the bed, wasn't made well, I can't say it wasn't made this morning, more so I left the house and came back. I got children here. It's not made right now, but trying to have some type of discipline. I go to the gym, I have an outlet. I write constantly. I have people I talk to. I have my wife to talk to. I have different things like that, and then also I'm not perfect. And sometimes I don't make it through the day. Sometimes I feel beat down. Sometimes I break down. Sometimes I'm like, hey, you know what? I don't know how I'm going to make it. So this is not about saying I'm perfect and I'm just going to tell everybody else what to do. I'm just saying these are some tools that work for me, and I'm, hopefully somebody else can, use them as well, and we can all create this community together of knowing how we can, continue to grow, grow with each other. Like I said, it's about the firmness. The part of the firmness are like these 9 points, but then the flow is kind of like, hey, you know what? Sometimes these things, change. Sometimes, maybe, next year is going to be 10 points. Maybe, in 5 years, hey, you know what? Only 5 points we really need to focus on. So, like I said, it's the firmness and the flow. So it's just a balance, of every day trying to use some type of tool to help me get through it, and acknowledge that, if I am struggling one day, that, what, allow myself to struggle, allow myself to go through that process, because there's only way through it, only way to it is to go through it, right? Only way to the destination is to go through it. So sometimes I'm downtrodden, and you know what, accept that that's where I'm at that particular point in my life.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Thanks for that. Thanks for that answer. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Chike? To raise your hand, or if you're on stage, you can speak or put it in the chat. Either way. All right. So, Chike, so if a young man came up to you, maybe 15, 16 years old, and wanted one piece of advice. Now, keeping kind of these 16, one piece of advice, what would you tell this young man?
It would depend on what they're going through, but because I work with 16-year-olds, I work with high schoolers, I think a lot of their challenge is having a sense of purpose. And I think having a sense of purpose for them creates the self-discipline. It creates the acknowledging, where they're at in their life, and taking responsibility, what they have to do to get to where they want to go, and things like that. I think a lot of it is just having, even a growth mindset. When you have a stronger sense of purpose, you can start to develop, hey, you know what? I believe in myself. I believe I'm gonna get there, even if, I want to be a millionaire, but right now I'm making a minimum wage and I can barely even afford, bus fare or whatnot. It's like you can have a growth mindset even from that particular position when you have a sense of purpose. So I think a lot of our challenges, and me personally, I'm not even, I don't subscribe to any particular religion. That's just me personally. I was raised Catholic, and I do believe in God, but I've grown to a place where I acknowledge there's many different ways of, communicating with God, and many different ways of experiencing, God, but the reason why I say that is because a lot of this still is going back to a sense of purpose, and I admire people in religion who I feel are sincere about what they believe. I don't think everybody's sincere. When they're sincere, they have a strong sense of purpose, and I believe that they're able to do a lot more in this world because of a strong sense of purpose. And I think a lot of it for a 16-year-old, the same way it may be for a 36-year-old, is that having a strong sense of purpose. When you have a strong sense of purpose, then you're able to manage your emotions, manage the challenges and the trials, a little bit easier. Doesn't mean that you can, you're perfect, you're gonna manage it, to perfection. It just means that you have a strong sense of purpose, and that in itself, your belief system is really kind of what gets you through, a lot of, all these challenges.
Yeah, belief system, definitely what you go to in the time of real serious need. When you go to what do I believe in? What does all this mean? Where am I going? Those are very important questions, and a strong belief system definitely helps you move through that.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any comments or questions around this?
Maybe I put them to sleep.
No, you know what I learned? That when people don't have questions, that means you were very clear in what you said. That's what someone told me. I say, anyone questions? And then you hear crickets, and it's like there are people who are still there. They're still listening. We still got people listening, but there's no questions. So like, oh well, you were just so clear. So that actually could be that could be a good thing, that you were very clear because you came with your 9 points. So if you had to narrow it down, right? Because 9 points is a lot of points. So if you had to narrow it down, what would you say is the most important out of your 9 points today?
I think it's one that I didn't even highlight as a particular point. As far as like a bullet point or whatever, I just think, the balance of having the firmness and the flow. I think, men, we've only been taught to have the firmness, but I believe that we're living in a world that everything's constantly changing, and like there's this flow of information, flow of people from one place to another, flow of money, money's, the different exchange of wealth that's going on right now, technology. I just think that, we need to know how to, like adaptability is the flow, right? We have to know how to adapt. And that's all about flow, but then also still keeping the essence of manhood, because we are the hunters, like we are the one. I still believe that, hey, when a threat comes to your family, to your, whatever, okay, you know what? We are physically made stronger. We should be the ones to step up, at the same time, we have to have a sense of flow, because, just because we're stronger in one sense doesn't mean that we can't, step to the side, and just because we're a leader in one sense doesn't mean we can't be a follower in another. I think that's the firmness and the flow. So yeah, we can be leaders and followers, and I think we should be both. And I think that a lot of times with men, we've only been taught to be leaders, and we feel a lot of stress about not being a leader in every situation. But in part, it's like, you know, we can share the throne. You know, we're king and queen. You know, and that's okay. You know, as long as we all respect the roles that we have, then nobody should feel minimized. Nobody should feel, you know, diluted.
That's a very important point you just mentioned. Now, we're getting to you, Alfredo. I'm gonna give you this sentence here. It's very important that you mentioned that as men, we are always expected to be leaders, and the word follower has a stigma. You're a follower? Don't be a follower. It's got a stigma to it. But you know, the greatest leaders had to learn from somebody.
Exactly. I mean, you know, even going back to, you know, religion and things like that, these are followers of Christ, followers of Muhammad, followers of, you know, I mean, you could be a follower of a great philosopher, but yet you're still a leader in your community. You know, it's like you have to have both. You have to have that balance. You know, you have to have everything come together at the right time, right place. Is saying that I'm all of it, and that's okay. You know, like I am a leader and a follower. You know, I am strong, and hey, you know what? I can also be weak at times, but you know, my weakness does not define me as only being a weak person. It's saying that, hey, there's a place where I can grow in. You know, look at you know, I watch a lot of basketball, whatnot, you know, or just taking the whole sports mentality. It's like, you know, there are no weaknesses, you know, if you're always growing, right? Either, you know, you that whole saying, you never lose, either you win or you learn something, you know? So it's just kind of like, yeah, you know, we're allowed to be leaders and followers too. And it's okay, you know, to be a follower, you know, when necessary. It's about knowing the balance of when to be a leader and when to be a follower.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. Alfredo, you ready?
Born ready. Born ready. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. So, you know, what's your comment, question? What's up?
Yeah, so this is a great event, and I got to hear some of the stuff that you guys are talking about. I was here earlier this morning, and I had the chance to participate when Chuck was here. And I don't know if this was already said, but I just wanted to comment on what's going on. One of the things, I'm a sales coach, sales trainer myself. So I work with a lot of businesses and different people with different mindsets. One of the things I find out is that few people practice gratitude. Okay, and I want to put that in the table. It may sound like something very typical, something very basic, but it is so basic that people forget it, right? And just the fact that you take 5 minutes out of your day, maybe 10 minutes, and just meditate, be grateful for what you do have versus being overwhelmed or stressed out for what you don't have that you do want. That makes a lot of difference. It makes a huge difference in your day. I started practicing this about 5 years ago, and I've noticed how my life has improved because everything is aura, right? When you communicate with people, you transmit those emotions to people without even noticing, right? Because it's a mood, it's a state of being. So it's very important to just leave the moment, just be grateful for what you do have. Do you still have a lot to work on? Yes. Are you perfect? No, right? And that's fine. But can we just sit down and look at and just be grateful for what we do have? You know, that's what I just wanted to put on the table because I think a lot of the points that you guys are talking about are very interesting, very on point. And just all I got to say is just be grateful. That will make a huge difference in your life. That's what I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that's a great point. And I'm a men's coach. I've been working with men for a while. And that is one of the things I run into very, very, very often. A man does not stop to give himself credit for things. They don't be grateful for things. I'm like, why don't you give yourself credit for the great week you've had? Nah, you know, this ain't the big thing. This is just, okay, so it may not be the big goal at the end of the year, but what about giving yourself credit and gratitude and thankfulness that you got through this week and fulfilled your goals for this week? And so a lot of us seems as men that we put our pressure on ourselves. If it's too small, it's too insignificant. You know, I want the big thing, and the little things become the big things. You know, when you have a goal, to get to the big goal, you have to conquer all kinds of small achievements before you get there. And we were talking about happiness earlier and how you can't really find happiness. You kind of lean into it. And so happiness comes day by day when you are grateful for the things you have in your life and for the things that you're accomplishing every day. And so I think you're certainly right that we as men seem to shy away from patting ourselves on the back, because that's another thing. Patting ourselves on the back or thanking ourselves is, of course, again, stigmatized, self-absorbed. So great points.
That's a very great point. Very great point.
Anybody else with more comments or questions, comments, contributions? All right. So Chika, tell us more. What can you said you write blogs, and what do you do in the online world? How can people like get in touch with you if they want to know a little bit more about you or the work that you do?
Sure. So I do have a website, a personal website. Does need I will be working on it this weekend, but I'll put it in the message. I can do a message to everybody. Is that okay? Or do I need to say it out loud? But long story short, it's Chike Nwabukwu. Nwabukwu is my last name. The name is Chike, N as in Nancy, WAB as in boy, UKWU.com. That's where you can find me personally, Chike Nwabukwu. I also run a film production studio, Zikora Productions. That's ZIKORA Productions. I am a educator as well, and I have a few projects, education entrepreneurial projects that should be, springing up in 2022. So, since those are not on the web just yet, I will hold back on, let you know that. But long story short, if you want to reach out to me directly, you can just go straight to my personal website and, reach me out there or Zikora Productions website. We can go there.
Oh, cool. Thanks. Absolutely. So just reach out. All right, cool. Thank you. Stick around, man. Stick around. We got much more people ready to drop some knowledge on us.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just wanted to talk about being grateful. I just wanted to thank everybody, whether, questions or not. I appreciate everybody's time. Simple as that. I appreciate everybody's time and the opportunity to be able to speak, So thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you for sharing your time with us and your
And
knowledge
sorry.
with us. Yes, go ahead.
We have Alfredo and William on the stage. They have questions to ask. They have their hands raised.
Yeah, Alfredo had spoke. He wants to speak again. He has another comment.
I think William is just clapping his hands.
And
Okay.
William was clapping his hands.
Actually,
Okay.
I did have a question. I was just a little slow.
Okay, no problem.
I had a question comment. One of the things, and I was listening to what Chika was saying. I'm an educator too. I've been teaching 33 years in elementary, middle school, and college. And it's interesting how people, when we talk about men and giving themselves personal recognition and personal respect, I think in many cases we lack that because society says that is self-deprecating, but I totally disagree to that language, because as a physical education teacher for over 20 years, and now I'm a STEM teacher, when you're talking to young men, I'm gonna focus on young men, you should understand how emotionally it empowers them and it helps them grow and mature when other men in their lives give them props, give them smiles, high fives, pat on the backs and hugs, even when they accomplish the smallest things. And I noticed in many times the young men that doubt themselves, that look down on themselves, do not get that emotional recognition that they should. So when I'm teaching my students, I always, no matter what the small accomplishment is, to give them a fist bump, a high five, something, because they need that encouragement, they need that recognition, they need that that somebody's looking at them and somebody is taking notice of them. One of the worst things that we can do in the people in our lives, particularly men, even men that are gaining small successes, medium successes, or large success, is ignore them. And that creates a mindset that either one of two things, either that nobody cares about me, nobody sees what I'm doing, which leads to thoughts of lack of self-respect, potentially thoughts of suicide, mental depression, emotional depression. But it can also go the other way where they're just thinking like, I'm the best thing since sliced bread. You know, I can accomplish anything, which sometimes is a good thing. But we have to remind each other that how do we feel when somebody says, good job, gives us a pat on the back or a handshake? And as a man of color, even in situations now when I'm in meetings, when I have an idea and I share it, and I'm sure many men have experienced this, maybe people don't say anything, but when somebody else says almost the same thing we say, then it's a whole different story. So as men, we need to make sure that we, and like they say with the women, we may not get roses, we may not get flowers, but we need pat on the backs. We need to make sure, just as this young man is talking, give him a compliments in what he's doing and even his small successes, because that builds up to even better successes, and promoting other young men and even the young ladies and girls in our lives. Because there's nothing worse than not being recognized, not being congratulated, not being even seen. Like I said, the little things can be big accomplishments. And we need to let our young people know that they are appreciated, even if they lose at something. And I think it was just said, losing is a learning experience. And we need to stop putting down when there's a loss, because in the loss is a gain of what you are able to learn, what you're able to do, and what you're able to accomplish later in life. And this is just some of the things I just wanted to share as a teacher in elementary and higher education, that be sure to let these young people know you appreciate them, that you see them. They want to be seen. They want to be recognized. And we have to make sure that as we're growing, we put our hands back and help others up, because there's so much stress on the young people today that it is almost unimaginable. Because as we're working and we're striving, we're forgetting that other people are looking at us. And we never know the little eyes that are watching us, not just our personal children, but the other children that we mentor through our words, deeds, and actions that they look at and they see us doing. So I just wanted to contribute that. And Chika, keep up the good job. I'm writing your name down so I can follow you on social media. Maybe we can collaborate on stuff. I work in social media and technology and do a whole bunch of other cool stuff as well. So God bless you and thanks for sharing.
God bless you as well. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. That was great. That was great. It's so important. And, you know, we've been talking about it for, but it's so important because I've ran into it as well. Just give thanks. Give thanks for who you are, the things that you accomplished. And even when there's nothing specific that you've done, because, you know, as men, we're very like material oriented. We want to accomplish something in the material world. But, you know, as people, we are worthy of life because we are alive. We're worthy of love because we're alive as well. And sometimes we forget that as men because we're so outcome oriented. And so just remember that you know what had to happen for you to be alive? You know how many people had to live long enough to have the person that had the person that had the person that had you to be alive? That is an amazing feat for us to even be alive, because hundreds of people in history had to live long enough to have their kids to have us. And so we should give thanks that we're even getting up in the morning and breathing. So many people are not. So just thanks for all this knowledge and all this recognition. And I salute all of you, all men here, all the contributions. Absolutely. So we got, I don't want to mispronounce these names. Oh my God. Titiane. is up next.
I think it's Tutaleni.
Tutaleni. There we go. Tell us if we're saying it right or wrong. Smack us.
No, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You are on.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I am Tutaleni Asino. And I came in the middle of Chika speaking, and I really loved what Chika you had to share. I sent a note earlier saying, well, I think what Chika was saying pretty much covers what I was saying as well. So most of what I'm going to be chatting about might be just a reflection on that and my own addition on what has been shared. So let me start off maybe with just a bit by introducing myself. I'm Tutaleni Asino. I'm a professor at Oklahoma State University. I focus on learning, design, and technology and comparative and international education. I'm Namibian by birth and origin, so I've only been in the US in terms of for finishing up my school and teaching. So I like to say that I spend most of my daily existence with one foot on the African continent and one other foot here in North America. So my identity is sort of captured in those two continents and the experience that I have from that. But I also pull motivation and inspiration from the works of people like Frantz Fanon, who reminds us that through every day we are constantly recreating ourselves. So I know that I am very much a work in progress, and I think that for me fits very well with this conversation. So because I lecture for a living, feel free to please interrupt me and tell me if maybe I cut out or something, because I might just keep going and no one is there and fall prey to that old saying of leading when no one is following you. We're still together, right?
We are still here.
Fantastic. So I'm going to sort of arrange my reflections on being a man in today's world through a combination of quotes and proverbs. And I'm going to start off with one of my very favorite ones. It's an old African proverb that says that until lions become their own historians, the tale of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. For me, this is intensely personal because, especially for being an African man, most of my identity is already defined by somebody else. Before I enter the door, before I enter the room, someone already had an idea of what I am and who I am and what I need to be. So I have now a responsibility to start telling my story and to start sharing my own glory, so that to balance off the other stories that are being told about me. But and I think that's also what it means, has to do with as well about being a man. But I think also if you the next quote that I have is from Shakespeare, which is also Shakespeare's work inspired by Socrates, when he says, "Know thyself and to thyself be true." I think most of us don't really know ourselves. So it's going to be very hard to tell our stories when we don't even know ourselves. So when we talk about being a man, when we talk about manhood, I think we are often engaged in this aspect of othering. We're not talking about how I need to be a man or about my manhood. I'm talking about how somebody else needs to be a man. I'm talking about what it means to somebody else to be a man. I'm talking about maybe how the younger generation that's coming up behind me, how they're going to be a man. But I think we need to really reflect on our own sort of sense of what it is to be me specifically as a man. What does that mean to me, right? And when we're talking about someone else being a man, we're often not reflecting on our own identity, right? We talk about strength and everything else like this, but at the same time, the person who's saying that is probably suffering and burning inside, right? They have their own issues of self-worth, their own issues of identity, they have body issues, they have all of these other things, because all the other conversation that they're engaging in are really an othering type of conversation, which are looking at somebody else becoming instead of them. So I think that's also another part that we have to reflect on about who we are. We need to really know ourselves and have to be true to ourselves. My next quote comes from Chinua Achebe, who is a famed Nigerian author, and says that no man should enter his house through another man's gate. Most of who we are, again, is often described and decided and defined by somebody else. Especially as a Black man, your identity, again, is already defined by somebody else. So we're constantly entering our own experiences through somebody else's lens. So we have to sort of go back and build our own gates so we can enter our houses through them instead of what somebody else has decided for us. I also think it's incredibly important that we have to start taking more of responsibility. I love the quote by Martin Luther King, where he says that in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. And I think for me, this is important because it's about accountability and responsibility. So I hosted, one of the other things that I do is that I'm the founder of Namibia House Club on Clubhouse. And it's a great community where we have about 12,000 members. And it has grown rapidly, in large part because of the collaboration and partnerships that we have built in there. But 2 weeks ago, we had a speaker, Uncle G, come on to talk about mental health for men. And he said something to me that has been stuck in my head, bouncing around for a while. And he said, you know, often we men complain that when someone's saying that, oh, you know, all men are trash, men are abusive and all of these things. And those of us who are not that, we often say, well, I'm not, so I'm not that person. And he said, you know, if let's say that's true. Let's say, for sake of argument, that 90% of men are really great. They handle their business. They are just honorable people. And we have 10% of them that are not, that are violent, that are abusive, and so forth. So you have the 90% that are good, the 10% that are not so good. But what ends up happening, though, is that the 90% are quiet about the 10% that are not so good. So what responsibility do we have to be able to actually talk about when our colleagues, our friends are not doing as well as they should be? So we can say we are not in that category, but like the words of Martin Luther King reminds us, we are silent to when our other minority are not being what they should be. So we have to also hold each other accountable. But I also like the work of Albert Einstein, who was quoted as saying, try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of value. So I have to constantly ask myself, what does success look like? And what is it that I value? Right? So what does it benefit me to be, to have $1 million or $10 million in my bank account, but my value to be suspect? but I have to also know myself to know really what it is that I value. Another quote that I like is by a Roman emperor, Marcus Aurelius, who says that, we need to stop wasting time arguing about what a good man should be and just be one. There's simplicity and complexity in that one phrase. Waste no time arguing what a good man should be and just be one. But again, that comes back to knowing yourself and knowing myself about what is a good man to me, but also who has been good to me. Because most of our identities are strongly related to power. And I think Chika touched on this in his remarks as well. We have internalized views of what strength looks like for being a man, right? And most of our identity are really caught up in the power that we perceive to have. And when that power is threatened, that's usually when things go bad for us. So we have to reflect on that issue of identity and stop maybe debating about what a good person should be, what a good man should be, and spend more time being one. I have just one more quote here, and then I'll open it up for any feedback. But it's from President Obama's book, Audacity of Hope, where it says that, someone once said that every man is trying to live up to his father's expectation or make up for their father's mistake. And I think when I saw this, I reflected back on my own life and experiences and about relationship. Right? We often say that in a relationship, you're usually fighting or being compared to the person who was there before you, right? So if the person that you're with was with a guy who was with a guy or was with a girl who was abusive, then you're going to be compared to that experience. If they are with a person who was really, really good, you're going to be compared to that experience. But at the same time, we're always also trying to live up to the people who have molded us, our parents, our fathers, our uncles, and so forth. There's this constant area of comparison that we're trying to live up to and trying to battle against. So I think really for me, as far as these reflections go, is that we have to really think through about what does it mean to be a man in this current time and space, where we have to be both strong and sensitive at the same exact time, where we have to be vulnerable, but at the same time also perceive that we have to be invincible. So what does it mean to be a man in this space? I think for me, it also means allowing ourselves to be, and that's it, just allowing ourselves to be. And that means being amongst all the complexity that makes us human. That includes vulnerability, it includes strength, it includes crying, it includes laughing, it includes everything. We have to allow ourselves to be fully human. I'm not so sure as men we have done that. And I think for me, that's really the bigger issue that we have to contend with. We have to allow ourselves to be fully human. But that comes back to what I said at the very beginning. We have to know ourselves and to ourselves be true. And I think without that, all reflections that we engage in about being a man are going to be pointless. So I'm gonna stop there before I keep going on for another 4 hours.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's hear some questions or any comments about this. Great presentation there. So here's a question. I'll ask a question like I did other speakers. What do you do to maintain yourself every day, your equilibrium? What's going on in your head? Like, what do you do every day? Do you have a daily routine? Do you have any way that you move through times when things get a little rough? Share with us there.
I do two things. For me, one of the things is unplugging and finding a way to minimize my screen time. Because we go from being in the office or being in school or wherever, looking at a computer screen, and then stopping that and going home, sitting in front of a TV screen. And I like to be able to unplug, even if it's just for 20, 30 minutes a day. Sometimes that means driving home from work. Sometimes that means walking. Sometimes that means working out. But just kind of finding a time to be aware of myself and of my being. That's one of the things that I usually like to do. But I'm also very fortunate to be connected to people that keep me centered. Friends, family, my wife, of course, really helped me to be centered. But I think for me, just being able to unplug is really important. I don't function well if I don't get enough silence. So that for me is the one thing that has really been useful for me. I need a time for silence. If I don't do that, I can't function. So that's the one that I make sure that I do each day.
All right, that's what's up. So if you could give advice to a young man that maybe sought your knowledge about, what should I know moving forward? I'm 16, 17, 18 years old. What should I know moving forward as a young man? What's one piece of advice you'd give him?
Ooh, I always fumble that question because there's a student who came up to me. I was giving a talk at a school in Southern Africa, and a student came up to me and said, "Well, how can I be more like you?" And I think I fumbled that question, which is sort of similar to what you're asking. But I think what I usually would say, and what I've started saying now when I've asked a similar question is be a good listener. That's the most important, because people are always talking to you. People are always talking even when they're not saying anything. Whether they are the way they're standing, the way they're walking, the way they're saying something, the way they're not saying something. Just be a really good listener. Because without that, you can't learn anything. So for me, that's really the most important thing.
Thank you. That's really good. So my name is Sebastian. Hi. I'm taking over from Dennis because he's going to be preparing his portion of tonight.
Okay.
And I love what you shared with us. Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to go around and ask this one more time if there's any questions from the room itself. If you do have, please raise your hands and we'll bring you up and then we can have you share your question, or if you have something to add on to what, let me get your name right, to Taleni.
Yes.
Yes. You're the only first one I got it right. Okay, so we have a question from Chike. Chike, do you want to come on and just ask it? There we go.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I'm not sure how you raise your hand on this thing, or maybe I just didn't see it. But either which way, I'm on now. So I had a question and a comment. I guess partially I will I'll start with the comment. Because saying that a young person asks how to be like you, being a good listener, and I think that's a great point. Hold on one second, Kosi, please step out. Thank you. That's my daughter. Yeah, no, I think that's a great point, and I think that's a very important point. It made me think of something though. It's almost like being a good listener is I think it's a great step in the right direction, and it made me think of being a good interpreter. Because it's like when you interpret, you have to listen, but then also kind of put it in your own words. Because when you ask you know, how could they be more like you? I was thinking, well, how could they be more like themselves? You know, and in part, it's kind of like you have to listen, but then also recreate it as an interpreter. But that's just something that came to my mind when I heard that. But then the question I had was that I know Tutaleni says that he spends half the time in Africa, half the time in the U.S., and I just wanted to know, just from your perspective, what do you feel are some of the differences, if any at all, the way manhood is seen in the U.S. and the way manhood is seen in Africa, or I think you said Namibia. I googled you while you were talking, so maybe I just know that from there. But but just regardless, what are some of the differences, and where are some of the places one can find, I guess, common ground in defining manhood on a global scale?
Thank you. That's a good question. It makes me think about other things. But let me go back first to what you said about, and you're right. I'm agreeing with you completely that it's not about like being like me, but being a better version of themselves, just being themselves. I usually tell my students, I work with a lot of PhD students, and I always tell them, as my student, my expectation for you is that your dissertation is going to be at least 10 times better than mine, right? Because I have hopefully learned from those mistakes, and I have taught you not to repeat them. So someone who's younger than me should hopefully be at least 10 times better than me, because they have the opportunity to listen and learn from maybe just observing the amount of messy stuff that I do. So I really look forward to I get excited when someone is able to do better than I have, because they have learned, especially the young people. I think that's a great thing. As far as the differences, I can only talk on as a Namibian man, and I can't speak on behalf of Africa as a whole. So let me limit my comments to that. But Namibia was under the apartheid system when I was growing up, and it became independent in 1990. So I grew up under a system of oppression and discrimination that was legalized in the country. And I saw the different, first just in terms of being a Black Namibian and being and Black people in the US. I think I know how it feels to be a Black man and discriminated against when you are part of the majority. And the people on this side know how it feels to be discriminated when they are in the minority. And that discrimination, although the word is the same, discrimination, I think the experience is a little bit different in terms of how we experience that. And I think all of that view colors how we experience and how we see the world. Similarly, I think Namibia as a whole is having currently a big cultural reckoning about this idea of being a man. What does it mean to be a man? Because traditionally, the man is the one who rules the house. That's their space. And no woman is going to tell them what to do and what not to do. But fast forward to current time where more women are educated, more women are in power, more women have their own resources and things like that. And that's now challenging our own idea of what it means to be a man. Because if our identity as a man was caught up in this notion of power that we have over our domain, which we call our house, and now a woman doesn't need money from me anymore, she doesn't need my permission to do anything, what does that mean now as a man in that context? And I think Namibia as a whole is really coming to terms with that transformation in society. I think that for me, I don't know, I don't have a good sense of how that is occurring in the US. I think for me, my experience being in the US, my notion of being a man and my manhood is more challenged by external forces, right? By somebody who's able to humiliate me in public by virtue of me being a Black man, and I can't respond to it, right? So it's a little bit more of an external force on this side, whereas I think in the Namibian side, it's a little bit of that internal battle of the shifting nature of what it means to be a man. So I don't know if that made sense and answered your question.
Yes, no, it did, and I don't think there was a right or wrong answer. It was just more so, getting some feedback from your perspective. So, yeah, thank you for sharing.
Sure.
Awesome, thank you, GK. So I think we have no more.
Actually, can I add one last thing? Sorry,
Yeah.
it just made me think that I know saying in Namibia, the idea of manhood is changing because more women are educated and not as dependent on some of the things men used to provide, and I feel like that's happening across the board. It's happening kind of like globally. I think maybe in the U.S. Some of those things, not all, some of those things happened a little bit earlier, because the whole women's rights movement and voting rights and stuff like that, But yeah, no, I don't know. I think it's interesting, and I think this is why this forum is such a necessary, interesting space, because as these roles are changing, we have to figure out what are we going to keep and what are we going to. Or what, not necessarily what are we going to keep, what are we going to let go of, what are we going to keep, and what is necessary to kind of adjust to or let go of or adapt to, because hey, defining manhood is not going to be the same as our fathers or grandfathers or great grandfathers and things like that, because we live in a different world, So
I absolutely agree with you. I think that's what we are. It's having to determine what we're going to keep, what we're going to reject, and what new we're going to create, because it is changing, and I think we have to get an identity of who we are, but also reflect on whether or not what we have always known, and how wrong it has been. I think one of the old saying someone said was that for someone who has had all the power, when they have a little bit of power taken from them for reason of equality, they view that as oppression.
Yep.
So I think that also doesn't just apply to race relations. I think it also applies to us as men, that we have been used to having the power, and when some of that is, we see it or we perceive it as it being taken away, we see that as something against us, even though a lot of the time it's not really us losing, but we're gaining.
Sorry, was somebody saying something? No, I absolutely agree. I think that going back to something I spoke about earlier about the balance, finding balance, and like you said, doesn't only happen in a racial sense, it's also men and women. And I think part of understanding what we're going to keep and we're going to let go of is that in both senses, both gender and in race, you have this challenge that even when we are willing to let go of sometimes on the other side, whether it's race or it's gender, someone who's traditionally been oppressed wants to now take over all the power. And that too doesn't necessarily create, a winning situation, even though it's understandable why they may want to take over all the power. But it's like, that's not necessarily creating a winning situation either. So it's like, this is part of what, I mentioned before, is at certain times we are going to have to defend our manhood. They had the whole, what's that movement, Me Too movement that was happening, and it's like, I have a daughter, I have a wife, I have a mother, I have sisters, I love women. And it's like, at the same time, it came to a point where it's like a lot of men were feeling as though, hey, if you just breathe the wrong way, somebody's going to accuse you of, something inappropriate, and we have to find a space where we can say, hey, you know what, it's okay to give a woman a compliment, say you look nice today, without it necessarily being harassment. So I think it's always about trying to find that balance.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'll totally agree with that. Sorry, I just wanted to raise a point. We spoke about this earlier today, and I spoke about having. Sorry, it's Arthur speaking here. Arthur Kitolo speaking. I spoke about having a room for the Men Must Talk movement on Clubhouse, and we had the room. It was quite an interesting room. But at the end of the room, and my co-host, I'll tell you this about my co-host, because this is in line with what Chike was saying, is that he was in South America, and he saw two lovely ladies by the bar. So he thought, no, let me go and order a drink at the bar there. Maybe I can chat one of them up, So he goes to the bar and he makes sure he keeps his eye on the bar, the bartender. He gets his drink, And then one of the ladies says to him, she says, hi. And he's like, hi. And she says to him, are you gay? And he says, sorry. And she says, because you haven't looked. This is in South America, guys, man. So these are some of the difficulties we face, as men. So in South America, the girl is asking, if you haven't looked, do you have a problem? There's the reason why you're not looking. While when you he's from the UK, and he says in the UK, you don't look, you don't go to a bar and stare down a woman because it's rude and it's creepy, So yeah, then I just wanted to throw that one in there. Thank you. Some food for thought.
That's cool. Like, I'm thinking as people are talking about this evolution, men not really knowing, getting upset. Oh, I can't even look at a woman. I can't even do this. And sometimes, and I listen to both sides of the story, and women go, because sometimes a man will go, hey, what's going on, baby? Smile for me, and we think that's harmless. And then you hear from the woman says, well, who are you to tell me to smile? You don't know me. And so I think as men, we are used to taking certain liberties with women, and it's never been opposed before because men have had the power, women have been subjugated. So we just kind of say, hey, what's going on? Smile for me, or hey, you look nice, or hey, whatever our comments are. And sometimes, at least here in the US, there's plenty of stories about, men patting women on the butt, whatever, things like that. And it's always been wrong in many women's eyes, but no one really said anything about it. And so now that people are speaking out about these little things, some men are taking it like, hey, what that was harmless. But maybe it was never harmless. Maybe it was just women didn't feel empowered to say anything. And so what are we doing as men? What is a compliment and what is going too far? What are those little, what they call microaggressions that we're doing that we've always taken for granted that really we probably shouldn't be necessarily doing? So I think about all this in the evolution of where society has gone. It seems to me that in a lot of ways, society has ignored people when they've brought these topics up, whether it be about male aggression or whether it even be about racism or sexism or anything like that. And the establishment ignores the conversations being had, and then it gets to a boiling point. And so that's how we got, for example, the Civil War in the United States. People didn't just break out fighting. It was a progression, and the establishment ignored it. Hey, slavery is wrong. The establishment ignored it. Slavery is wrong. Establishment ignored it, and then it blew up. The civil rights movement. Hey, we got to solve these problems. The establishment ignored it, then it blew up. The same thing with Me Too. Hey, you think you can kind of like not do certain ABC things to women because they find that offensive? Well, no one listened, so then it blew up. And so I'm just putting that out there, is sometimes we have to be aware of what we're doing, and listen to people when they say that something makes them feel uncomfortable, something is not right, and don't minimize it. And so, there's a difference between complimenting someone and invading their space. There's a difference between complimenting someone and saying something that is us making an assumption or being a little bit too forward in the wrong context. So I was just throwing those things out there just as thoughts.
Dennis, that's interesting that you're saying that, because as you were talking, I was reflecting back on the behaviors that men are supposed to show. They're supposed to take charge. They're supposed to be, like you're saying, they're supposed to take leadership. They're supposed to take command. But you look at some of the things that the media presents in the past, and you look at some of the movies, like you look at the James Bond movies, you look at some of the military movies, you look at some of even the romance movies, that the guys are supposed to take command, they're supposed to take charge. But the issue with that is there isn't any guidance of how to take command and take charge the correct way that leads to building relationships. And the media, unfortunately, presents what it wants to present, but people look at it as, unfortunately, it's like, okay, well, this is the way I need to behave. This is the way I need to act to get this reaction. But when people do that, particularly men, and when women don't react that way, it's kind of like, okay, so what's wrong with her? It's like, why is she acting like that? What's her problem? But sometimes we have to look at ourselves as men, because we have to make that determination of the type of person that we're going to be. And my mom and my grandma always taught me that it was okay to compliment a lady on her hair or her nails or her clothes. But I've learned that while you're doing that, be careful that you don't give the false impression that you're necessarily interested in her. You're just giving her a compliment. And sometimes it just takes just being open and honest, like, hey, I'm giving you a compliment on your outfit. It looks nice. You wear it well, and then keep it going. One of the things that happens sometimes is, man, we like to linger, and we kind of like to have it draw into a conversation when there really doesn't need to be a conversation. And I think women still would like to receive compliments from men, but I think that they don't want the idea that they have to have a conversation with us. And I know my sister, she shared a couple of times with me that, she doesn't mind men giving her a compliment. It's just the continuous looks, which turns into leers. And then they think that, okay, I gave you a compliment. Now I'm entitled to have a conversation with you. And we have to be mindful of, hey, it's okay to give a compliment, but are you giving a compliment just to give a compliment? Or are you giving a compliment to lead something else? And that's where these mixed messages come in that we have to be careful of. And I even taught my son when he was younger, I said, like, if you see a young lady and she's attractive or whatever, it's okay to give her a nice compliment. But once you give her that compliment, just keep it moving. And if she says something in reply, cool. If she doesn't, cool. If she stops and have a conversation, it's a two-way conversation, as opposed to you trying to take control or manage the situation or whatever you have. So you building on that initial comment that can grow into a nice, friendly relationship, not necessarily one based on, dating or sexual attraction or whatever. So I just wanted to contribute that.
That's excellent contribution. And it made me think about, what are our motives as men when we speak to women? Because you'll hear a lot of men say that you can't be friends with women because they're always looking at women as a possible romantic prospect or a possible sex prospect. And many men don't consider the idea of actually having friendships with women that are not sexual. And so a lot of men look at women as continuous possible prospects for whatever their agenda is, rather than looking at them as, hey, well, this may be a person I can be friends with. with no sexual intentions. And so, you know, we have continuously sexualized women. So we can only be friends with men, but when it comes to women, yeah, well, I am looking for a girlfriend. Well, I am looking to have sex. I am looking to blah, blah, blah. So a woman is not a person. A woman is the next prospect. And I think that we have to get clear as men about, you know, what our intentions are. Why can't we be just friends with women? What's the problem with that? Why are we continuously looking for prospects instead of kind of relaxing for a bit and letting things flow? Why are we continually looking for sex instead of relaxing and letting things flow? And so it really is about where we're coming from as men and how we see everybody else. If we see all other men as friends and all other women as possible sex objects, then that causes a lot of unspoken upheaval in the social fabric.
Right. And that is, and I'm glad you said it that way too, because you look at now, the last couple of years, the Me Too movement, it's like women are like tired of being looked at that way, treated that way, disrespected that way. And all they want is given an equal opportunity and equal chance to make to make their way in life and to establish what they want to be in life. And it's so funny how we have in the schools, excuse me, we're teaching the young ladies, hey, you have just as much opportunity as the boys do in this life to make your way. But unfortunately, when they start out trying to make their life, that they're hit upon, they're given unnecessary comments. They're already thought that they are not equally as intellectual or as creative as men, but in reality, given a chance, women are more innovative and creative than men because they think differently and they apply the different nuances to be creative and to be innovative. And this is why you see more and more women in leadership positions, because of the way they think and the way they can manage people. And I think as men, if we take a step back and we think back of the lessons that we learned from our mothers, our grandmothers, and our great-grandmothers that related to life and living, there was some phenomenal wisdom that we passed over that we just did not take advantage of, because their part was nurturing us to grow, yes, to be providers, yes, to be protectors, but also to be nurturers in our families as well, because we're one of the most important teachers that our children could have. And we have to make sure that that we change our mindset if we have to, and look at our roles as being mentors to boys and girls, young ladies and young men, because as we get older, it's a shame that we have all this knowledge, but we don't want to share it with the youth that are coming up, particularly the young ladies, because we're finding more and more young ladies are wonderful leaders. They are patient, they are creative, they are innovative, and they're more than capable of taking businesses, if you want to talk in a business perspective, to the next level. And if it means being a mentor, being a role model, humbling yourself to do the things necessary, then do it. And just be a benefit. Don't be a menace, be a benefit to society, and think about your legacy too. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
If I can just quickly follow up on that, I think there was something that was said earlier that kind of jogged my mind, is the word entitlement. I think we have really, as men, been entitled to certain things that and I think Dennis said this before, we're never right in the first place. And we need to really look at that. We have to really ask, what is it that I'm entitled to? Because the word entitlement always has a negative connotation, but I think there are some things that we all as human beings are entitled to, and some entitlement that we have taken that we were never entitled to in the first place. But I'm also worried about the boys that are coming up today, because I think we are so focused on teaching them about the bad things that they shouldn't do, that I'm not so sure if we are also telling them about the greatness that they can be. And I'm just wondering if decades from now, what would the boys of today, how would them being men of tomorrow look like? And I think we have a role in not just telling them about be respectful, don't be don't be a bad person towards women and everything else. A very crucial point. But I'm wondering, how much are we teaching them also about their own identity? What does it really mean to be a man? And that's what I'm sort of really worried about, the boy child of the future. What is that going to look like?
Can I add on to that? I think, if I may, I think that's a great question. And personally, I think everybody brought up great points. But I think I'm curious about what manhood going to look like moving forward as well, because part of what I believe is that it has to be balanced in the sense that because I'm a man of color, black man in the U.S., African in the world. It's just like how we want to pertain it, and it's like even is why I said it's important. Like we look at it both in the race aspect, also the gender aspect. Even as Black people, it's not necessarily. I don't think it's necessarily beneficial to say we need to like switch places with white people. Right. The same way with men and women, you don't necessarily need to switch places because, if, it's not necessarily saying one person has to be on top of the other. It's more so how do we find the balance, right? How do we find this balance of saying, hey, you know what, I'm sorry, I wasn't sure who was just speaking on my screen. I don't know if that was Tutaleni or someone else, but just saying that, it's not just about explain to them what they can't do. It's also okay, what can you do within this new world, in the same way with young women. It's like I'm a fierce advocate of having young women in leadership, fierce advocate of women stepping up and being empowered. And I'm also saying that there's ways that we can do it that we're sharing power, and there's times that men need to step back, allow the women to step up. And there are also times too that the leadership position just needs to go to the best leader at that particular moment, regardless if it's a man at that particular moment. And it's not saying that that this is taking away opportunity from a woman. It's just saying that, hey, maybe some women are not necessarily ready for a particular position at that moment. Doesn't mean they're not going to be ready for it in the future. And at the same time, if they're kind of like evened out, something like that, then yes, man, take a step back. Or if the woman's in the better position, then yes, woman, step up. I just think it's about finding a balance where where each gender is learning how to be their best, and also understanding what things that that they want to steer away from, that's gonna throw the balance off. So.
If I may just chip in with two observations that I've made before. One thing is the movie scene, Hollywood has been a man-led industry for the longest time. So we had a lot of opportunities there to actually dictate how we decide the future of trends is to be, because it's all run by men in those days. Today we get to see more female producers coming up and leading shows, and things change. But in those days we picked up the habits that we did from the movies because it was cool, everyone did it. But today we're more aware and we know a little bit better. We know what's okay and what is not, so we can do better. I think that's the main idea of the whole point. And the second point is complimenting a woman is never a problem. They love everybody loves compliment, even men, trust me. The thing is what comes after, like you said, and the point is, what were we expecting after that? Do we go like, good shirt, suits you, and then that's it? Or is there like, good shirt, suits you, makes you up, looks, that's that extra bit we don't need. So it's boundaries learning. It's about setting the boundaries out clearly and making sure communications is there to make sure both parties knows what's expected and what is the best reaction, I guess. What do you think, Tutalini?
No, I absolutely agree with you. I think it and you captured it well. Is good, good shirt and leave it at that, or something as crazy enough color as good shirt, fill in whatever inappropriate thing you want to say after that. So you're absolutely right. I think it's about finding that balance. It's about, but it's also, again, I think it goes to the question that Chike asked a little while ago, and my response was about being a good listener. You need to listen. I say wrong and offensive things throughout my day. Not because I intend to, but sometimes it's because I don't know. And I think it's okay for someone to correct me and say, no, what you said there was not right. And for me to take that lesson and hopefully improve on it on the future. But I think it's about listening. And I give this example. If Sebastian, you step on my toe, and I tell you that, ouch, that hurts, and your response is like, no, that didn't hurt that bad. That's a problem. It's not, the pain is not on you. The pain is on me who's feeling that pain. And the fact that I've told you that that hurts, you should be able to respond to that and either say sorry or something else. I'll be careful not to step on your toe next time or something. If you tell somebody they look good in the pants that they're wearing and they tell you that's not appropriate, I don't appreciate that. Your response shouldn't be stop making a big deal out of it. Your response should be, okay, I'm sorry about that, and keep it moving. And I think it's really about listening to what the response that you're getting and being able to act accordingly.
That's very true. That's a good one. That's a very good example. I think it's a reaction that we have, and yeah, if you do not, if you respond instead of reacting, I think that's the best way. Good. So I think this is the last round of questions because we've taken this topic for quite a while. And I'm gonna honestly be really thankful to you, Tutalini, for opening up this topic itself, because it's not the easiest topic to open, and but it's necessary. It's a change in our narrative. It's a change in how we think and therefore how we act. And it's important to bring it up now because we're bringing this onto the next generation itself. And as long as we set it clear and we explain it, we understand the reason behind, and we help them understand the reason behind, the next generation will actually learn and explore more, and they will find their own equilibrium, let's put it that way, because it changes all the time. And this is life. Right, so is there any last word from you, Tutalini, before we introduce the next speaker?
No, just thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. Thank you for organizing this conversation. And I'm hoping it's just the beginning of more conversations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tutalini. I mean, this is going to be a lot more than that. It's going to be the start of big conversations like this, and even smaller ones that we feel now we feel comfortable with to hold with our family members, with the people we mentor, with the people in our neighborhood, in our social circle, because it's okay to talk about it. And this is what we need. We need examples to show what's okay and what is not. And once we see that it's okay to talk about feelings, and then we can start talking about it. But before that, when there was no examples of it, we don't try and fix what's not broken, so we don't do it. But now we are seeing examples of great men, leaders in their industry, leaders in their social circle, thought leaders, starting conversations like this. And we know it's okay for us. As uncomfortable, as new as it is for us, we know it's okay, and we start learning. So thank you very much. And I'd like to introduce the next speaker now, and I have the honor to actually introduce Dennis Sumlin, who is actually a men's coach. And he's not just any men's coach. He's a very unique one that actually speaks up for men with men and teaches men how to speak up for themselves. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic over to Dennis. Dennis, would you like to introduce a little bit more about yourself and tell us what you're going to talk about tonight?
All right. Well, you know, the one of the things that happens when you come near the end of a 16-hour conference is that everyone said what you were going to say. that is
True that.
That is definitely. I mean, I've heard my speech given a couple times since I've been on here this morning. So obviously not in my words, but definitely so.
But
All
if
right,
anyone
so-
could rise up to the challenge, it would be you.
Well, I don't know, man. So I'll just introduce myself since I've been kind of moderating for a few hours, but no one knows who the hell I am. Okay, so my name is Dennis. I am absolutely. You are correct. Absolutely, Tadalini. Thank you. I appreciate that. So my name is Dennis Sumlin, and I am from New York City. Yay, New York. I'm a lot of things, man. Primarily, I am a confidence coach, as well as a public speaking teacher. And I'm also a numerologist. So I got a lot of hats on. And so, but to me, they all relate to the same thing. It's really teaching confidence in yourself, belief in yourself as a person and as a man. And when you believe in yourself, then you are going to want to share that joy, the confidence you get, that joy that you get in believing in yourself and walking your own path. You're going to want to share that with other people. So people want to, do that through public speaking. I do that as well. All right. So I'm going to get on to my comments here. And like I said, most of this stuff has been said, but I want to talk about being a weirdo. I want to talk about being weird. And, the word weird has a negative connotation to it. And so what does the word weird mean? Hey, you're a weirdo. What does the word weird mean? Weird, according to the dictionary, I get this from Merriam-Webster, something like that. So weird is a strange or extraordinary character. That's one version of weird. The other one is it's of or come from witchcraft or supernatural activity. And so, in other words, being weird is being extraordinary, being different, or and I will even interpret this supernatural meaning of weird as being spirits without practicing a spiritual philosophy without it being one of the mainstream spiritual philosophies. Okay, so in other words, being weird is just being unique. Something that's nobody else is around you, right? And that's kind of what being weird is. But weird has a negative connotation because when I was called weird when I was a young boy, I was thought of as weird. Why was that? Because I wasn't really into all the things that men or boys are supposed to be into, right? I wasn't into sports. I didn't really care for sports or wrestling or boxing or any of this kind of the baseball or whatever. I didn't really care a whole lot about that. I didn't really care about lifting weights all day long, right? I didn't care about things like that, chasing girls all the time. I wasn't tall, 6'2" and 200 pounds. I wasn't any of those things. I was skinny, a little sensitive, maybe, a little sensitive. I just wanted to love everybody. I wanted to be liked, so I didn't come across as a tough kid. And so when you're a boy and you don't show these stereotypical attributes of what they think a boy or a man is, well, then you're less than a man or you're less than a boy. You're a pussy. What are you doing? You're a girly, you're whatever. And that can get into a young boy's psyche. What you're telling me that I'm not a boy, I'm not a man, I'm not worthy of whatever. I feel like a boy, I feel like a man. I have what boys have. Look at this. But I'm not a man, because being a man has been defined as a narrow set of like a checklist. They whip a checklist out on you and they see which box you're going to check. And if you check enough boxes, you're one of the in crowd. And if you don't, well, then you're not part of the in crowd. And so what I've learned to understand is that when people are trying to put you into boxes, that's because they're the ones that's actually living in that box. And misery loves company. So when you're being judged, they're telling you what they feel pressured to live by, what they're doing. It's not really a reflection on you. It's a reflection on where they are, where they're coming from. Them judging you is really them telling you what their internal conversation is with themselves. You know, but as a young boy, I didn't know that. I just thought, hey, maybe I'm just some sort of a weirdo. You know, also in school, I wasn't a conformist in school either. I didn't really like school. I didn't really get a whole lot out of it. I was kind of doing my own thing, doing my little acting skits when I was a kid and things like that. So I was told, hey, Dennis, you're wasting your intelligence if you don't do X, Y, and Z. And so all these messages got me to do one of two things, really, kind of rely on myself and not listen to anybody, but also question who I am. Question, am I really a man? Are people really going to like me? Am I really going to be able to get women? Because, you know, men are supposed to be 6 foot tall with an 11-inch cucumber and muscles and into sports and all these different things. So are women really going to like me? You know,
are you trying to tell me something, Dennis?
I don't even know how to respond to that. So I won't.
I was just talking about my height. Get your mind out of the gutter. I'm like 5'8".
I don't even know. I'm 5'8" as well. All right. So how do you find who you are? How do you find the core of who you are when everybody is telling you what you're not? You know, and I think we allow ourselves to be influenced by things around us, and not just our parents, because my parents really didn't feed me too much of anything. All of my insecurities came from what other people said on the outside, the media, the peer group, and anybody else that had any comments on what I was supposed to do. You know, so how do I find the core of who I am outside of all the noise? So I'm more of a cerebral kind of person. So when I was feeling like low self-esteem, lack of identification with manhood, because I didn't have a male role model. I didn't have an older man to bounce things off of, to even look at. All I had was the hearsay. And so I had to go research myself. And that's about finding your core. You know, so the name of my business is Core Confidence Life. And so the first step, of course, is finding your core. Finding out who you are outside of the noise of everybody, of what everyone is telling you. Okay. So being that I'm cerebral, you know, some men get into personal growth through sports and weightlifting, but I got into personal growth through intellectual pursuits. I wanted to know, what is a man? What is confidence? What is all these things? So I went the intellectual route. I read books. I looked at programs, documentaries, I read books. I tried to analyze manhood. I tried to analyze the art of confidence and self-esteem. I tried to analyze how to get there. And that actually did help me to really get a real good understanding outside of what I've been told. And that actually contributed to me feeling more confident about myself. Because sometimes when we come from places like our culture, our household, our family, we believe what they say because that's all we're hearing. And when we leave our atmosphere and get out into the world and hear other thoughts about things, we discover that the world that we grew up in is not actually the real world. That's just a portion of the real world. So for me to get more confident in myself, I had to understand what was going on in the world at large, that there was more than one version of manhood. There was more than one version of being a strong man. There was more than one version of showing who I am. I didn't have to be able to lift up a car with my pinky to be a man, right? I didn't have to sleep with 10 chicks in 1 month to be a man, right? But when you leave your own atmosphere and expose yourself to other things outside of where you came from, and you get a wider perspective on things. That's, at least for me, that's how I've been able to better assess how I measure up and how to get towards who I really am, and not feel bad about who I really was, not feel inadequate about who I really was. Also, I think developing your core also means developing a belief system. I have a spiritual belief system. It's not one of those big three like Christianity or Islam or Judaism, the accepted big three in the United States. I choose to go more on a holistic road, metaphysical science, aka numerology, astrology, all the other healing arts. And I really resonated with that. Really understanding that we are spirits on a human journey. We're not just people, we're not just things that are born blank and we live this life living through someone else's checklists and then we pass on. That's not who we are. We are spirits inside of this body. We are souls inside of this body. And getting into the metaphysical arts and developing a holistic spiritual belief system and working with some of these things like numerology and things like that, that kind of helps you get to know who you are from a different perspective. And so once I was able to understand that we are spirits having a human journey, and that our purpose is going to unfold over life, and that not one person has all the answers, I was better able to cope with being different than in my immediate surroundings, because I knew there was a larger world out there and I had a larger purpose aside from the checklist, and then developing confidence in that. Once you have that system, trusting yourself to move with that system, trusting that system to take you where you need to go, and part of that system is having that spiritual belief that you rely on, whatever that might be. Also having the right vibrations around you. We talked a lot today around having the atmosphere, especially this morning, having the right people around you, having the right energies around you. If you want to be a certain person or live a certain life or practice a certain thing, it's beneficial to have people who are where you are and who are where you want to be. And so that energy helps move you forward, and that energy helps support you. So choosing your friends wisely is one step. Choosing your friends wisely. Not just being around someone because everyone else thinks they're cool. Being around somebody because they resonate with you. They are where you want to go. So, I mean, just getting away from the script, because it really can't be that we're born here and we're supposed to follow this one set script. We're all supposed to be 6'2" as men. We're all supposed to get married. We're all supposed to have kids. We're all supposed to live out this preset road, because then that takes away from our individuality when we're born and we're given a checklist of someone else's ideas. Then why are we even born here if we're supposed to live out someone else's checklist, right? And so I have a lot of viewpoints that are probably opposite of everyone. A lot of people, I'll say this, and someone told me this on my podcast when I interviewed them, and I thought that was a powerful statement that they made. We don't come from our parents, we come through our parents. Our parents are a portal to bring us into this world. But once we are in this world, it's for us to be able to freely decide in the directions that we go into, regardless of what our parents want us to do. And in fact, our parents are human as well. And so if it is indeed our parents that are holding us back, we might need to look into that. If it's indeed our mother that is toxic to our growth, take a look at that. If it is indeed our father that has stifled us and that has damaged our sense of manhood, we got to take a look at that, because they're human like we are. We come through them, not from them. And so we aren't necessarily obligated to carry out their wishes and carry out their hopes and have them live vicariously through us. It is for us to live through ourselves. And so I just wanted to share that message, didn't want to take up 20 minutes of time. I just wanted to share the message of being able to decide for yourself how you want to live your life and being able to decide independent of what someone else wants from you. Because being weird doesn't know that it's weird. Because some people call me rebellious. Like, no, I'm not rebellious. I just live the way that I feel that resonates with me. If the way I live happens to agree with society's standards, if I agree with them, that's cool. Then we're on the same page. If I don't agree with society's standards, then I'm going to go with my own instincts. That's not me being rebellious. That's not me defying anything. That's just me following my calling. So I think that being rebellious to me sounds like you're going against something. You have to accept something as an authority before you can rebel against it. I don't necessarily accept society's prescriptions as an authority. So I'm not going up against society. I'm merely moving to my own beat, because weird doesn't know that it's weird. It just is. And so I just want to encourage every man here, whoever you are, because we're having a conversation on what manhood is. Whatever you feel manhood is, and internally, whether it came from your background or not, that's cool. Pursue that. If you're not living out your parents' wishes because you don't really want to, so what? Follow your own wishes. We live in an interpersonal society, but we can't be codependent. We can be interdependent, support each other, but we can't slip into codependence. And I think that's a gray area that's not discussed enough. Interdependence versus codependence. We can support each other, but not lose ourselves in each other. Supporting each other while still staying in our own truth. Supporting each other while still walking our own road. So yeah, I feel myself slipping into babble mode. So I'm going to stop there and hopefully open the floor for questions and comments about this or anything else. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I think you have very many valid points in there. I'm just trying to get over the jibe at being not 6'2", you said, I think it was. But I'm going to ignore that for a bit and just focus and be professional, even though I do get a lot of benefits being 5'8". Like I fit into a lot of kids' clothes. I'm kidding. No, I don't. I wish I do. I wish I did. But you brought up a lot of points that is really important for us to sit with it, reflect, and really think through it, because it's new perspective on how we should behave and how we should do things and how do we move forward. And on that note, I'd like to open up the room. I think there's not that many of us left around here, but I believe if you have any questions, please raise your hands and we'll definitely bring you up on stage. And let's listen to what you have to share. And we have William Jackson coming right up.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I have a lot to say. So it's after a long day of being at school all day, and it's great to have an adult conversation sometimes. But I really enjoyed and what you said about coming through your parents really resonates. And I think what needs to happen when you're saying that, there we go, is that you just, this is a lot of wisdom that a lot of young men need to hear, because they're struggling with their identity. They're struggling with who they are. They're struggling like what direction they want to go through, and just hearing it, the words that you're saying to let them know it's okay to like a particular journey that they're going on to. It's okay not to like sports. It's okay not to like certain things that traditionally society says that says men should like. When I was growing up, I was raised by my mother and my grandmother, and my father wasn't involved really in myself, my brother, my sister's life. So we learned different perspective and different skill sets growing up from a woman's perspective, which for me was beneficial because it gave me a better connection with what women and girls and stuff were thinking. And actually the interesting part of that was that it created a relationship between me and my sister, which was much stronger, to understand her and the other women around me, and really understanding their conversations. And the funny part is that, listen to what you're saying. I've heard so much stuff from women when they had their conversations about life experiences and life changes that it helped me understand them better. So when I was in a relationship with a woman, or I was in a friendship, I was more patient to understand and be able to listen to them. And it was okay that, I didn't like sports at that time. It was okay that I wanted to be by myself a lot of times, just, figuring out who I was. It was okay that, when I got older, I wanted to run track because I saw it as an individual sport that I could do because I enjoyed running. Not that I wanted to play football and be called a jock, not that I wanted to play basketball because I was Black and I was a male. And yeah, I was kind of short at that time too, a little wiry and a little skinny, but I did the things that I did because it was okay for me to be me. And, our young men today, like I said before, from the media and all the other elements, are struggling with who they actually are and who they want to be when they grow up. And, your words are really powerful. And a lot of kids need to hear that, because it's like, you don't have to be a basketball player. You don't have to be a football player. If you want to go into ballet, ballet's cool. If you want to go in karate, karate's cool. If you want to go parasailing, do that. If you want to be a race car driver, if you like doing that, that's cool. And our young men need to understand that everybody's different. And we're going through our parents is so powerful because we have elements of our parents in us, but we also have elements of our individuality of what we want to do, what we, like to do, what we want to do in our lives, and how we want to do the things we want to do in society. And hopefully, as you're talking, it resonates with all of us in a powerful way that we can take out and share, in the world and what we're doing. And I'm definitely going to take what you said and take that to my middle school and talk to my young men about that, because they really need to understand that, they're going through this life. They've come through their parents, but it's okay to be what they want to be in life and not give in to the, the pressures. And even at 59, it's like I still have that sense of freedom that I don't have to conform to somebody else's stereotypes. I'm African-American, I'm 59, but I like the things that I like. I love airplanes. I'm not a pilot. I always wanted to be, but I love airplanes. I'm a certified scuba diver. And when I talk to people about that, they're like, well, Black people don't really scuba dive, do they? And I say, I enjoy it because it's relaxing. It's a wonderful sport. And there's other things that I want to do. So being out of the norm is important, and it's vital to enjoy life and enjoy the type of person you are. So thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And I'm like they say in Clubhouse, I'm gonna give you back the mic. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. And I know that what I said, some of it was a little scattered there, but I really appreciate your feedback, because that gives me something to hone in on. Because I'm in Toastmasters. I like to give speeches and stuff like that. And what I had today, the comments I had today, weren't the most polished, but you pulled something out of there, which is you come through your parents. And I really mean that. And I love that the person who said that on my podcast when I was interviewing them, because I didn't say that, they did. Even though I believed it, but I didn't put it the way that he did. And you pulling that out there is going to have me develop this a little bit more. And I really appreciate it, because it really is true. Because, we spend our lives feeling obligated to do all these different things, all these obligations we have put on us as people. And of course, as men, we feel like we have to do this, we have to do that, we have to do this. And our shoulders are heavy, and all that stuff is stuck inside. And if we could just understand that we can love you, we can love our parents, we can love our brothers, our sisters, whoever else that may have took care of us or watched out for us. We can love you and still pursue our own lives, you know, or we can love you from a distance because, you know, you may not be good for my growth right now. You may be a little toxic for me right now. That doesn't mean I don't love you. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate what you've done, but you know, I can't have anyone hinder my growth, my development. You know, I have friends that's cut their parents off, and that's a big kind of taboo thing. You cut your parents off? But I mean, you know, not everybody has great parents. Not everyone has Leave It to Beaver parents. Not everyone has the Cosby Show parents, because parents are human. And so it's okay to love someone and not live out their dreams, you know, and also to understand that your dreams are good enough. Earlier this morning, people would, I love this, earlier this morning, people were talking about people who are superstars, that your life may be even happier than theirs. You know, you see someone on TV, they have the #1 show, the #1 song on the pop charts. They just won the governor of a state, whatever. Their life must be great. They got thousands. They just won the lottery. What if they're miserable? You don't know that. So when we look at people, we think they're happy-go-lucky because they have things that we're told we should want, but they could be miserable. You know how many music artists has committed suicide? Well, why'd they do that? I don't know. But, you know, that's because those material things didn't really fulfill them. And so that's one point I would make. Don't, you know, looking at someone else and you think they got it better. No, you may actually have it better, right? You know, and also give credit to your own ideas instead of, you know, allowing your life decisions to be made by other people. Because, you know, when we go to work, we're working for somebody else's dreams. When we're watching TV, we're being entertained by what somebody else thought of. And so while we're watching TV, when we're going to work, when we're sitting in the chair, someone else thought of how to design that chair. So we're surrounded by everybody else's thoughts, but yet we put down our own thoughts and dreams and desires while sitting down on somebody else's and using the computer, which is someone else's idea. And so just remember to give first of all, you know, give yourself credit, practice gratitude, and understand that this life is for you to live, and we can be interdependent without being codependent. Okay, I'm done.
Very cool. What is the name of your podcast?
Podcast is called Core Confidence Life.
Okay, I'm at the follow. Get some ideas from you.
Thank you very much. Hey, he's on Apple, Spotify, or you can go coreconfidencelife.com.
All right, great. Okay. But you know, this platform, you know, this is timely for having this type of conference, because there is so much going on in the world, and really, men really need to hear from men. Even, you know, even the humorous parts, even the, you know, overcoming the challenging parts, and you know, you can hear so many things in their voices that, you know, it's even in this digital environment, you hear like a sense of relief that it's okay to be who you are. And you're right about how many people, you know, in the entertainment industry and even in sports and other areas, unfortunately, that have committed suicide because of the pressure and the stress and all that's going on. When I talk to the young men at my school, I tell them, say, y'all only see one part about it when you're watching these football players. You only see the successes. You only see them out there, you know, the hard hits, the speed, the running, but you don't see the amount of work that goes into it to be successful and the sacrifices that they make. But then you don't see how they are afterwards, that they have to deal with, you know, some of the pain in their legs and their joints and their backs, and, you know, the medications that they take. So, you know, those millions of dollars that they make comparatively throughout life are used up so quickly, because they're used up because of the medical issues they have to overcome in life. And even now, you know, at my age, I used to run track. I went to South Carolina State University. I ran track there for 5 years, had a great time. But my body, I can tell, is slowing down, is breaking down. But they need to understand that those opportunities to do those things, sports, music, entertainment, the hard work that goes into it, to be passionate about it, but don't let that be the end all be all of everything you do in your life, because you have so much. You can be a musician 5 years and then stop and go on to be an astronaut or be a doctor or be a lawyer. And, you know, it's funny when you're talking to kids, they sometimes think you can only be one thing in life. And it's amazing, you know, when I tell them, hey, I'm a teacher, you know, I'm also a speaker, I'm also a business owner, you know, I participate in a lot of different things inside and out of my community. They look at you like, what? It's like, you can do that? And I say, yeah, you can do more than one thing. I said, you just have to be careful to manage your time. So they see just one aspect, and it's important that, you know, the men that are here now and that we're sharing with others, it's okay to let the kids know you can be more than one thing. Just manage your time, manage your mental health and your emotional health, and just be authentic in who you are and what you can do. So I appreciate this platform. I appreciate everybody that's still here and those that came before, and what One Africa Forum is doing. It's a great platform with a lot of energy that's still ongoing. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I think we this is going to be on recording too. So just because
Okay.
people ain't here now, they're still going to get to hear it, because I know we've come up at the end, near the end of the 16-hour thing. So I get that people dropped off, but they're gonna still be able to go back and hear it. You know. So any more comments from anybody around this or anything that was said?
I guess not.
Well,
But you know
William
what
is
this
next,
means.
though.
Yeah, exactly.
William is next. So, you know.
Oh, wow. That feeds in right into it, huh?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody here. I appreciate, you know, all this information. I appreciate what's happening. Let me give you a little bit about myself. Obviously, my name is William. I'm a teacher of 33 years here in Jacksonville, Florida. And I originally started out teaching health and physical education. And as this story goes through, I did not want to be a traditional teacher in the classroom, because I did suffer from ADHD, and I learned that early. So it's kind of like, let me go outside and be outside and work with the kids. I'm a 4th generation teacher as well. So having that education background, and it's important, like you're saying, and others, know who you are. So I knew I did not want to be in a classroom. As the longer I taught, I knew I didn't want to be an administrator, because all the things that they have to manage and the persona they have to present and dealing with all kinds of things. I just wanted to teach and work with kids, and just going through that cycle of working with kids and helping children. And my idea was, what is the best way that I can inspire and motivate young people beyond where they can think, beyond where they're thinking about themselves now? What can I do, and how can I be beneficial? And that came from my growing up in Philadelphia. I'm born and raised in Philadelphia, and just loving the city, but having a chance to go away to college. And running track, like I said, in high school, provided me an outlet of my nervous energy, of my unsure about life, of my trying to find myself. Because in sports, there is a certain level of solitude. I liked track because I was running against myself as opposed to running against other people. And I was blessed to be able to earn a college scholarship, like I said, at South Carolina State University, where I ran for 5 years. And those experiences that I learned from it helped me to really define myself and grow into the type of person that I wanted to be, and not looking at the limitations that other people tried to put on me. And I think my mom and my grandma helped myself, my brother, my sister, to tell us, you know, the only limits that you put on you are the limits that you put on you. People can say anything that they want to say about you or to you, but they do not live your experiences. They do not understand your passion. They don't understand your drive. So they may give positive affirmations. They may give good advice, but you ultimately have to make the decisions in your life to make those choices. And being away from home, I think, is one of the wonderful experiences. Even if it's not going to college, young people should have a chance to get away from home so they can see different things around them, so they can experience different things. And there used to be a time where young people would get a chance, if they had a grandparents or aunties or uncles that lived outside of the city or lived in another part of the city or someplace, to get away from that environment. And you hear about some of the issues and problems and challenges that young people have within their community because they don't have a chance to get outside of their community. And, you know, just looking at the names that are here and, you know, the places that you're in, even though I'm physically not there, it's great on this platform to talk to you and share the information that we're sharing back and forth, because we can learn and grow from each other. And I love the statement, iron sharpens iron. And we're sharing words, we're sharing knowledge, we're sharing experiences. That is a beautiful thing that can help all of us grow, no matter how old we are, no matter our socioeconomic situation, no matter our educational situation. It doesn't matter, because as men, iron sharpens iron and we help each other. We also pray for each other as well, and we recognize our accomplishments. So having each of us tell our story is really important, because stories help define who we are, where we're going, and what we hope to accomplish. And I like to use the situation of my story, you know, going away from college for the first time, leaving home from Philadelphia to South Carolina. And here's this whole world, and learning how to adapt and how to adjust to different people and growing into the person that I was hoping that I would be. And I think I've done that through life experiences. And it's okay to share that. It's okay to make mistakes. You know, when you make mistakes, you learn from them. But also when you make mistakes when dealing with people, and I think one of the things we should emphasize too is when you make mistakes with people, reach out to them and apologize if you have hurt that person's feelings, or if you said something out of turn, or you were in a relationship and you know, maybe the relationship ended by whatever situation, and you just apologize, say, hey, I'm sorry, it didn't work out, but you, like I would say, keep it moving, keep it going forward, and have a positive outlook on life, because we are not the only ones living this life. One of the things I like to tell my students, you know, they get depressed and they get down sometimes, and then we'll be doing a project in class, and one of the first things that come out their mouth, I can't do this. This is too hard. I don't know how to do it. And, you know, I'll take them to the side, or I'll talk to them collectively as a class. And I said, listen very carefully. We have to remember that we are on this planet Earth, and there are over 7 billion people on this planet. And I said, think about that. And I said, sometimes that's hard to comprehend or conceptualize, but think about it. It's over 7 billion people on this planet. And you think about yourself individually, and this is how special you are. You are so special that there's only one of you in this world, just one. There may be somebody that looks like you. There may be somebody that's the same height as you. There may be somebody that maybe sort of kind of talks like you. There may be somebody that has the same skin tone as you or whatever. But look how awesome you are, and there's only one of you in this world. And think about the contributions that you're going to make throughout your whole lifetime. And you try your best to learn as much as possible. And when you talk to young people like that, and you know, they'll step back and they'll think, you know, that's a good point, because there is only one of me. And even the kids that have twins, I say, even if you have a twin, there's always something that's different about you than your twin. And you have skills, talents, abilities, capabilities that nobody else in this world has. So if you don't share that with the world is not going to benefit from what you have to share. So when you talk to kids like that, and you share with them their abilities that they're going to learn and discover. It's a wonderful thing, because each of us, when we look through our life, you know, we've stood on somebody's shoulders to get to where we got now. So I thank my mom, I thank my grandma, you know, I thank the men that mentored me and talked to me. Even in going into education, I always reference the elders that I've run into that have poured so much wisdom into me. It's like one young man, well, one older guy, when I was starting teaching, I think it was like the 5th or 6th year. And, you know, there's more women in education than men in most elementary schools. And he was talking to me, he said, now, a couple of things you got to remember. He said, you're a young Black male. You're going to attract young women of different backgrounds, of different races. Some may say something, some may not, but you got to remember, whatever school you go to, that is not your personal harem. And I looked at him, it's like, it didn't resonate in my mind exactly what it's saying at first. I was like, what are you talking about? He said, some guys that go into education or go into professions, they get the big head where they think you get a certain point in your career and you can kind of sort of do and say what you want, but you have to remember, schools are not your personal harem. You can't go in there thinking that everybody gonna love you, everybody gonna like you, you can say and do what you want. Life is not like that. You have to be humble and you have to show humility, because the way you act is an influence to another young man or even an influence to a young lady. So even your personal kids. And I've always tried to carry that and keep that in the back of my mind, that, you know, you can go into a school, there could be young ladies dressed to the nines, smelling good, looking good, but how is your relationship built on them? If it's built on a professional relationship, or as we talked about, is it just because you want to get to know them because you want to get to know them, or if you have ulterior motives or goals? So having these relationships with others is very important, because they carry those relationships through life. And I've always tried to teach my son and my daughter as they get old, you know, you have that conversation with your kids about life and sex and that kind of stuff. And I shared with my son one time, I said, listen, you're going to grow up, you're a handsome young man. You have to be really careful how you present yourself, particularly to women, because you may end up working with many women in your life. So you have to be sure that you are humble within yourself, and that you understand that when you create a relationship with people, that relationship will define your relationship throughout your life. So you have, excuse me, so you have to be sure how you manage those personal relationships. And as my mom taught me, I would share with my son and my daughter, be very careful dating somebody that you're working with, because that changes the atmosphere of where you are. Unless you both are in agreement and you both know that this relationship is going to be something that you both want and that you're both going to work in to create a foundation for a future relationship. And sometimes when we look at our young people today, they don't have those skills. You hear some of the comments, you know, hit it and run, hit it and win it. You know, when we hear those things as the seniors or elders or the mature people in their lives, we should take those times to talk to them and say, hey, you know, I heard what you said. Let me just share a little wisdom with you, or let me just share a little knowledge, and plant a seed of knowledge in their mind about, you know, being respectful to those that are around them. And I mentioned before the Me Too messages that are going out. And I share with men sometimes, like, well, put yourself in their situation. What would you teach your daughter about how to have self-confidence in yourself, in herself? What would you teach your daughters about being personally aware of the possibilities of somebody saying something inappropriate to them and their reaction? So as fathers and as grandfathers and as uncles, we have to be able to have these conversations with the young ladies in our lives, but also be responsible for who we are and be careful for what we say, in our work environments, in our communities. And like I was saying, this conference for men opens up a lot of doors to not just at this time communicate and share, but we're having continuous discussions using Twitter, using Instagram, or using Facebook or whatever to share the knowledge that we're sharing here. And in many cases, it takes life experiences for us to go, yeah, I did learn that lesson. So how am I going to carry this lesson forward and not just keep it to myself, but share with others? And the mental health aspect is really not to take more on us than we can really manage and comprehend. And I think as men, we are not taught those coping skills. And I think one of the coping skills that we have lost or maybe not have been taught is the relationship we have with our mothers, our grandmothers, and our aunties. As I said before, when they're talking to us, receiving that knowledge from them and taking it and applying it and not just saying, oh, well, this is auntie talking to me, she's just talking, I ain't gonna listen. Or this is grandma or great grandma talking to me, she don't know nothing, but you look at the shoulders that we stand on to be able to accomplish the things that we accomplish later in life. Because talking to my wife, I always reference to my wife, my grandmother used to say this, or my mom used to say this, or my auntie, she used to say this, because as I'm older, I understand where they're coming from. So treating those women in your lives with respect and reverence and listening to the words that they're trying to embed in us as men is important, because that also helps us define and regulate our relationships with the women that are in our lives. And one of the things my grandma used to always share with us is nothing beats a peace of mind. And you got to have a peace of mind to function. You got to have a peace of mind to be able to do the things that you do in life, even if it takes, and it's been mentioned here, to go off by yourself and walk by yourself or take a drive by yourself. Where we live, we're like 30 minutes from the beach, and just take a drive to the beach and walk on the beach or walk on a park or do something. And it's okay for men to do that. I tried to make sure I taught my son and my daughter, if you need to get away and go walk in the park, go walk in the park. Look at the butterflies, look at the trees, listen to the birds, because that's what I was taught, and it did help me. You need some downtime in your mind and your spirit to actually be able to function in this world where there are so many expectations placed on you. It can be overwhelming, but you have to remember, you can't live up to other people's expectations. You can only live up to the expectations that you have. And even if you fall short, it's okay, because you're a human being, and human beings at times put too much on ourselves. We sometimes take too many challenges upon ourselves. There's been several books about men thinking that they're Superman. We're not Superman, we're not Batman. We're just men trying to do the best that we can for our families, for our children, for our communities, and for our, the societies that we live in. And in closing, I just wanted to mention this about our communities. If you notice communities from the past, and you look at the pictures from the past and how the communities are, it was because men were involved in their communities. Men were out walking and talking to young people. Men were out taking care of their homes in front of their homes. They were picking up trash in their homes, on the outside of their homes. They were making sure that their homes looked a particular way. They were making sure that their neighbors, whoever they were, when they saw them, hey, bro, how you doing? How's it going? How's the family? So we were able to communicate. We don't see that too much anymore. And I think that's one of the things that is a detriment to our communities, because as it was said, men, we don't give each other the respect that we deserve or that we should receive from each other being men. So let's say if I saw our author, walking on the street somewhere or wherever he is, and I would be doing Arthur a disservice if I didn't speak to him wherever he is, and I went to his city or his community. Sebastian, the same thing, wherever he is. if I went to where he is, I would do him a disservice and disrespect if I didn't speak to him. If I believe I say his name right, Chike. If I didn't go where he was, and if I went to where he was and I didn't speak to him, I would be doing a disservice to him, because we should all be able to talk to each other in a respectful, friendly, brotherly way that enhances who we are. And the media, unfortunately, presents this thing where, you can be tough and not speak, and, men don't have to speak to each other. That is totally wrong. That is totally wrong. We should speak to each other. We should respect each other. We should compliment each other. Bro, I like that shirt. Bro, I love that suit. Bro, you got those shoes are going on. And the kids, when I say that to them, they say I'm kind of corny sometimes, but you see the smile on their face because I'm giving them a compliment. And it's something about a man giving a young man or a young lady a compliment that just makes their whole world brighter. It just brightens their whole day from the inside to the outside. And once we learn these lessons and we do that, and we just live life and love life and we share life, we can make transformative changes in this world if we don't subscribe to the narrative that the media says or the media projects. So if I listened to the media, I would keep my mouth shut, stay in my house, sit on my couch, watch TV all day, and not engage with my community. But I do the things that, through my words, deeds, and actions, that show that I want to be engaged in my community. I want to speak to the people I walk past, on the street, that I am friendly, that I am welcoming, because the more we do that, we make the world a better place. And we make the world more welcoming to diversity, more understanding of inclusivity, and more of the way that we understand, and on a spiritual level, for me, being a Christian, who God made first. He made man first for a purpose and a reason. And we have to accept that responsibility that we got to get out here and make our communities better. We got to get out of here and visit these schools and make these schools better, no matter where you are. If a man walks into a building, a school, with a smile on his face and willing to contribute and do positive things in the school, the whole atmosphere of a school will change, no matter how bad people think it is or say it is. But once you get in there, you get actively engaged and you get actively involved and you volunteer and you talk to kids, you'll see changes take place. So I know it was all over the place a little bit, but I get real passionate. I try to be involved as much as possible. I'm blessed. My kids are healthy. My kids are doing their own thing. They both attended college. They both graduated. My son's still in school getting his PhD. But encouraging young people in your lives is valuable and is important. To go along with this, I am also blessed to be married to a wonderful woman. She's a professor, an educator, an artist. And I'm smart enough to know that I can't do it on my own. So I depend on her as well for her guidance, for her support, for her inspiration, for her prayers, and appreciate the hard work that she does. And men, we have to get into I don't want to say make it a habit, but make it a habit to compliment the women in your lives. They want to hear compliments. They want to hear that they're appreciated. They want to hear that they contribute to our growth and they contribute to our well-being, because as we grow and as we prosper, our whole families and our whole communities grow and prosper as well. So I know I was rambling a little bit, but a lot of stuff was on my heart and my mind, and I just wanted to share. So if anybody has any questions, hey, just on mic and we can close out with some questions, some answers. I can share more about my experience and everything, but thank you for giving me the time and the opportunity.
Thank you for all that, William. Definitely. Thank you for all that great contributions there. And Yeah, I know, you're very passionate about these things. A lot of things went through my mind as you were speaking, because you touched on so many different things. One thing that stood out for me is when you mentioned again the Me Too thing and how men treat women and things like that. When you was on that part, I was thinking about, we as a society, and just as a society in general, we are still immature about discussing sex. So a lot of young men don't really get any guidance on how to deal with those things. Right. Like I was saying earlier, like, you see things on TV, and you mentioned too, after I spoke, you see things on TV and things are portrayed a certain way. But when we need to have those conversations with young men on how to navigate their own sexuality, not necessarily who, as far as gender, they sleep with, but more how they navigate their own feelings, how to deal with those things. Because you're a teenager, your hormones are racing, and then you see all these things on the media, and you want to take control, like someone was saying earlier in the movie, take control, but no one ever tells you how to do that. You're seeing every woman as a sex object. No one ever tells you that maybe you shouldn't look at every single woman as a sex object. So we don't talk to our children about sex. We don't talk to our young men on how to handle their sex drive, what to do about it, how to go about talking to women. We don't say anything about it. I got into an argument with someone years ago because he thought that you shouldn't tell a baby the real name of his body part. So people are, because it's a pee-pee, we don't even want to say penis. We cringe at the idea of having to talk about these kind of topics with our children. And so they're left with no guidance, or even sometimes worse, the guidance of the media and pop culture. So no wonder these young men are doing the things they're doing, and they're out of control and blah, 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 because then we're not talking to them. Because we as adults and parents are also uncomfortable about sex, and our parents were uncomfortable about sex, and blah, 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 blah. And so the resource for young men, I hope, would be the home, because that's where we got our first ideas of how to be. And so if we can work on ourselves as adults, work on ourselves as men, as adults, living in the culture, raising children, losing our own comfortability around these issues, then we could make some headway in helping young men on navigating the paradigm of their budding sexuality and navigating the paradigm of their young manhood.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny, we can teach our kids like every lyric to a rap song. We can teach our kids the beats to a song, to music. And we can teach like the intricate details of clothing and, all that stuff. But it's so funny. We see our bodies when we take a shower, when we go to the bathroom, whatever. And it's so interesting when you really think about it. Why can we not teach our kids about their bodies openly and honestly? And I think if we did that, then our kids would not be ashamed of part of, again, who they are. They would understand, like you were saying, I love what you said about the relationship aspect to sex. Understanding that it's just not the physical interaction, but and I've always referenced my grandmother. My grandma used to tell me, it's like, if you sleep with 3 people, you don't know who those 3 people have already slept with, and you carry a part of them with you through life. And that does influence your emotions in some way. That does influence your psychology somewhere. Because when you start thinking about, okay, I like this person, I'm going to have a sexual relationship, and then you find out that person already had 1, 2, or 3 relationships, how does that make you feel? Because they carry a part of that other person with them. And just that knowledge and that understanding that, okay, I need to really be careful. As my mom used to tell my sister, who you give yourself to, because it carries you throughout your life. It carries you throughout your emotional self. But that education of our bodies and being aware of our bodies, being proud of our bodies, being happy of our bodies is really key and really important. And unfortunately, like you were saying, the parents didn't talk about it, grandparents didn't talk about it. But I think now is the time that it needs to be a real serious conversation to talk to our kids, their kids, whatever, about, hey, this is your body, be happy with your body, you're blessed with this body, and understand how it works, the parts, the pieces, and be able to talk confidently about it. And I know that may be a wishful thinking, but it's a challenge. But for me as a father, it was a challenge for me talking to my son and daughter, but I made myself do it. Because like you said, I didn't want the streets doing it. I didn't want the media doing it. I didn't want somebody else taking that responsibility, well, not shouldn't say, taking that time to talk to them and maybe giving them wrong information. So, and thank you for saying that. And I think Chike has something.
Yeah, Chike has something to say too.
Yes,
Hey, bro, how's it going?
I'm doing great, doing great. Thanks so much for your very insightful words there. A lot to unpack and a lot to comment on. But I guess one thing, something you said right now that stood out to me, is this whole idea of, you know, how we talk to our young men about, you know, their sexuality and things like that, and the idea of, like, you know, when they are you know, who you sleep with, you know, lingers with you, or lingers, or I don't know if that's the best way to say it or not. But there's this hip hop artist named Kendrick Lamar, and he had a song that I thought was really interesting one time. I mean, you know, he used the word, I mean, whatever, but he's like, this dick ain't free. Right, and that's literally like the name of the song or whatnot. And I thought it was really interesting, but also impactful, because we don't teach young men that enough. Right, is that we need to value ourselves the same way, you know, young women are being taught to value themselves, and saying that, hey, this pee ain't free. You know, like, and free in the sense that, you know, you can't just be giving it away to anybody, anywhere. I think Dennis said it as well. It's like, you know, maybe every young woman is not a sexual object, you know, or somebody you need to desire in that way. It's like, maybe you can just be friends, you know. And I think that, you know, to have a young man say that, you know, him, Kendrick Lamar, being a young man, being influential and things like that, I thought that was very a very impactful thing to do, and something that, you know, young boys need to hear more of. It's just like, hey, you know what, like, you shouldn't just be out there anyhow, you know, chasing anybody you see, because these things do have, you know, lasting impact on you. Right. And at times you don't realize these things when you're younger, but, you know, as you get older, you start to see that. So
yeah, and
excellent.
I'm glad you said that, because listening to the older guys, the elders, you know, I've had, you know, older guys come up to me and, you know, have a conversation. I think more or less because I'm willing to listen, and I also know well enough to keep my mouth shut while they're talking, so I can gain that wisdom from them. And they're telling me things from their life experiences and from their mistakes. And one of the detriments about the media is it projects, my wife and I, we have conversations about this every once in a while, how the seniors in our lives, the elders, don't have knowledge. And they don't know what they're talking about, and they're just old. And that is such a falsehood that we need to get rid of. And we need to let our young people know, don't listen to the media, but it's because of our seniors that many of us have achieved great things in our life and have moved on so far in our lives because of the sacrifices that they made and the lessons that they're teaching. So when a senior person is teaching us something or talking, we need to stop and listen to them, because their knowledge and wisdom will take us further than we could imagine ourselves to go. And I can't tell you how many times, like, you know, an older teacher has come up to me and started talking to me about, you know, being a better teacher, building relationships in your community, building relationship with parents, sending notes home, you know, saying how well a child did as opposed to how bad they were or what they, you know, unnecessarily did in class. So all this stuff, all this knowledge we need to take and just stop. And I hear in the background, you know, with some of y'all talking kids in the background, talk to them at a younger age, even though they may not understand. Take them for walks, walk with them in the park, show them things around them, teach them about their environment and how it relates to who they are and their growth potential. Talk to them about the beauty and wonderful things of diversity, the different color of people, that it's a good thing. I taught my son and daughter, I said, if we were all the same color, we all looked alike, do you know how boring this world would be? I said, we have so much diversity that makes this world so interesting. That should motivate you even more to want to travel around the world. So just, you know, just having those conversations is very important.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I was thinking about something when Chike brought up Kendrick Lamar and This Dick Ain't Free. I was thinking about, you know, just the way that we treat the topic of sex. We kind of take sex and make it separate from who we are. We talk about it like it's some sort of a separate thing that's outside of us. We talk about it like it's an object. And you know, men, we talk about our penis like it's some sort of I got an alligator, I'm gonna slam it, you know, I'm gonna bang you. So it's sort of like we're taking away the humanity of it, and then we start thinking like, well, you know, men aren't as attached to what they do with their dick than women would be. And so that, you know, there's that stereotype that men can just kind of do things with no feelings behind it. And that's not really true. That's not true. That's a stereotype, but that's not true. So if we as a society would accept our sexuality as part of us instead of making it separate from us, you know, I think that would go a long way, because we treat like it's a separate thing that we can only talk about at certain times, and parents don't talk about it, and we talk about our penis like it's a utility, like we got it out of a toolbox or something like that, when it's a part of a human body. So and so if we can get young men to understand that, you know, sex and sexuality is part of them as a whole being. So what you do with your sex, what you do with your penis is going to affect you as a whole person. It's not something you grab out of a toolbox, you know? So if we can kind of make ourselves whole again, in other words.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Good points. So I just like to ask if Arthur, and this is the teacher coming out of me, if Arthur and Sebastian has anything that they want to contribute from their like life experiences or wherever they're located. Because I know globally, you know, there's different ideas and there's different thoughts that are shared either through culture or through the backgrounds, or like wherever you're brought up and raised in whatever part of the world. America has this, how do I say this, has this idea that we have all the answers, that we set the precedent for everything. Granted, the world does follow us in a lot of ways, but then sometimes they look at us like these crazy Americans, we just gonna leave them alone. And so I mean, if they're welcome to share where they are, and some ideas and things that they learned, we would appreciate it.
Don't all speak at once.
That's okay.
Don't all speak at once now.
But it's good that they're here. It's good that they're listening, and hopefully they can take some. I wanted to find out, Chike, where did you say you were located?
I'm actually in Philadelphia right now.
Oh, my hometown.
Oh yeah, what part?
Germantown.
Germantown. I used to live, you know, Johnson Street.
Yes.
Yeah, I used to live right by Germantown and Johnson. It was a little bit further up. Yeah, but yeah, right there. But I'm actually in the Northeast now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the Northeast, but I was born in DC, grew up in the DMV, in Maryland, Prince George's County, and lived in Brooklyn for a while. So I'm just
Oh,
the East
cool.
Coast.
Oh, you lived in Brooklyn? Oh, wow.
Yeah, BK
Yeah.
all day, Flatbush, Clarkson Avenue,
Oh my gosh.
I'm in Manhattan, so you know, right there.
and Macon Street in Bed-Stuy, or Stuyvesant Heights now, as they call it.
I did grow up in Brooklyn. I did grow up in Bushwick, but I'm in Harlem now. So
Harlem. I have a cousin in Harlem. I was just there. What is it? November last month, visiting her. Yeah, I mean, not being originally from New York, but spending time there. You know, once you know Brooklyn, you don't always go up to Harlem. You know what I mean? So you kind of
yeah, you know, yeah, it's sort of like people in Manhattan don't go out. And
Right,
people from
right.
Brooklyn don't like. I was joking with somebody one time is that people who live below 14th Street don't come above, and us above don't go below, and that's kind of true.
Yeah.
That's
But you know, I enjoy Harlem. You know, I enjoy Harlem as well. You know, but I got special love for Brooklyn though.
All right. My wife is from Brooklyn. She's Afro-Latina, and she tells me stories about growing up and in Brooklyn and New York. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hey, I got a question. Do they still have the what is it, the book festival in Harlem? Is it the Malcolm X Book Festival, or is it's like some type of book festival they have every year, or they used to have?
I'm not sure about that. They do have Harlem Day or Harlem Week. And so there are times where they block off the streets and it's like a big festival. There's all different kind of things. So maybe it's embedded in that. But I don't know about a separate thing.
All right. Maybe that's what it's part of. Because they said it's like a big festival. They did say they block off the streets and all that. So
Do you know when it usually happens?
Probably like May, April, somewhere around that time.
Oh, okay. Because I think they do Harlem Week in the summertime. So yeah.
Okay. But we're gonna have to make it up there. Maybe this summer coming up, because I would love to go up there and take my wife back home. She hasn't been back home in a while. So yeah. Sound like a good trip.
What part of Brooklyn is she from?
Aida, what part of Brooklyn are you from? Flatbush.
Flatbush, yeah. You said Afro-Latina?
Afro-Latina. What did you say?
She Rican or?
She said by the junction.
By the junction. Okay.
Yeah.
What country? What Latin country?
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Puerto Rico. That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
You know,
I heard you say the slang. I heard you say Rican. I was like, yeah.
Oh, right.
From New York. Yep, you've been to New York. You said Rican.
Rican.
My wife's from Jamaica, so you know.
All right.
Yeah, Caribbean connection.
Yes, sir. That's right. I think I'm following you on Facebook, so I think I made. You're the only one on Facebook with your name like that, right?
I believe so.
Are you the one with the light bulb?
With the light bulb? Oh, the background. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I sent you a friend request.
Definitely. I'm gonna log on when we get off and go add you on there. I haven't been on Facebook in a little while, but that's definitely something that my intention this new year coming up, is to get a little more active or get back active on social media. I took a break, like all the things we was talking about, you kind of on it for a while and you do a lot of stuff, and then I need the break, so
I understand. And Dennis, I was looking for you, but there's a lot of Dennis Sumlins.
Yes, there's tons of them, and most of them are related to me. So what you do is you find me Dennis R. Sumlin.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I had to put the R there because, as you see, there's tons of Dennis Sumlins.
And they are related to you?
Some of them are. Some of them about 2 or 3 Dennis Sumlins are my cousins.
Wow. Is this the first one that comes up at Erickson College?
Yep, that's me.
All right, there we go. See what you did, Prince? Prince got all these connections going on.
Yeah. I got to follow Chike as well. So
Yeah, I'm look for you now.
yeah, Dennis R. Sumlin. And so it's after the top of the hour where we're scheduled to go till 5 Eastern. I don't know if Prince is there a formal close to it, or we just kind of talk until we don't want to talk no more? Because I mean, we're supposed to be going live. We're supposed to be broadcasting live on YouTube, and I know it's being recorded. So I'm assuming there's a formal end to it. But yeah, William was the last speaker, so now we could just chill. And I don't know if Sebastian has a formal ending or what's supposed to happen, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And yeah, Chike.
Oh, that Prince.
Yeah, hi.
Prince is there.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm so good. Thank you all very much for taking it in and for such an interesting conversation. I really want to appreciate everyone. Thank you so much. I mean, it's been such a great one, and it's been a long run. 16 hours gone, and I mean, like Dennis said earlier, a lot of people come in and then they go, they come in and then they go, and at some point you think, do we end this right now? And then you just saying people coming in again. It's been so beautiful. Anyway, I just want to say thank you to everyone and to all the speakers. For those who are not here now and will listen later, just know that we really appreciate you as well. And we do hope that subsequent events and every time we get to meet again, we'll all do great things together. So thank you very much. Thank you so much. And in the words of John F. Kennedy, we must, and he says that as we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. So I want to say a very big thank you to everyone. And as we say thank you to each other, let us also learn to live by the words that we have spoken to each other today as men, by lessons we have learned as well. More importantly, by the principles as well. And it's also very important that we also encourage ourselves and continue encouraging ourselves. I'm really happy with the connection going on right now. And more than that, let us offer ourselves, as we have already pledged, and so thank you, to learn and mentor young boys, mentor young men, coach young men. It's very important, and that's a legacy. It's good for us to raise our children right, but if we're raising our children right in a society that is living wrong, man, there's little or nothing we can do. So we need to learn to build a community that has the right structures. And so thank you. And that's more of the essence for this conference, where we ensure that wherever we go in the world, we are certain that it's not just safe and sane, it is actually a clean, when I say clean, I'm using the word clean carefully in terms of morals and principles and so on. It's a clean society. So thank you very much, everyone. I want to say thank you. Again, I never stop saying thank you at every point. I'm sure you may have picked that from me each time I talk. It's really important to show gratitude. 16 hours and 7 minutes gone. Who would have thought? Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much, Dennis. Thank you, Chike. Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, Mr. Williams and Aida. Thank you, Sebastian, and to everyone, to all the speakers who have come and gone. Yes, this conference, the entire 16-hour has been recorded. As a matter of fact, we have them currently in two parts. We had part 1 and part 2, where we had a glitch in the middle of the conference at about 6 hours into the conference. And so, yeah, we came back again. So it's been recording. So we have the two of them. We will make them public. We will make them. The link is actually very private right now. It's still unlisted. So we actually send the link to a few people who could not join on Zoom, and also, of course, for those who are viewing from whatever place, we send them the link, so they were watching privately, and I think they still are right now. So we will make the link public on our YouTube channel at One Africa Forum. in a couple of days. But like I said before the conference during our meeting, I had said that one of the reasons why we don't want to want to go live with a program is not just because we're trying to create a safe space for men to talk. We also want to be sure that we don't have uncensored word out there. Of course, we are here as men. We are free to say whatever we want to say, but there are some stories that people would share so sensitive, and we must agree that such stories need to also be kept private among and within, or rather in the brotherhood. So that is actually why we didn't go public with it initially. But the entire conference has been so smooth as well, and I'm actually tempted to let everything go. Just put everything out there. And yeah, that's probably what you might get in a couple of days. You'll get the links either in your emails or in any form of communication that we have actually established and worked with in the past couple of months and weeks and however. So thank you very much again. I don't want to say too much. I have said a lot already. I will be moving from here now. We'll be ending this conference right now. It is my official sign off and official thank you. However, I'll be moving from here. I am very sure. I heard that the women are still waiting for us in the women's lounge and clubhouse. I don't know what they're waiting for. These women talk. Right?
Also, Prince, I think that when Cornelia was saying we should have these weekly conversations like we've been having on every Thursday, I know that you wanted to continue these Thursday conversations. And so we'll be continuing those Thursday conversations on Clubhouse at the same time. What is it, 9 p.m. South African time? But this time in the Core Confidence Lifestyle Club, which is my club on Clubhouse. And so on Thursdays, we'll still be doing it like we've been doing it for months because it was been so popular. People wanted to continue and maybe putting together another men's conference after a while as well.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me that as well. So in the preceding days to this conference, as we planned the conference and everything, we had conversations every week, every Thursday on Clubhouse. All right, just to discuss, it was actually navigating the paradigm of manhood. And these conversations led to some of the topics that we have today. These conversations led to, deeper insight and so on and so forth. And we just do not want to have this conversation only as preparation to the conference. And that's what Dennis has said right now. Post Global Men's Conference, we'll be having the conversation also, but on the Core Confidence Lifestyle group on Clubhouse. So yes, please, let's all follow that group and be a part of it. It's 9 p.m. South African time. Please do the math and find out what it is. Okay, on a normal day, to be about 3 hours ago, would have started 3 hours ago. So you should do the math right now. Just rewind your clock 3 hours back. And 3 hours, 11 minutes back, right? And then you get the exact time. I'm speaking because I don't know where everyone is joining from. So thank you very much. I'll be ending the conference now. But like I said, I'm going to go meet the women. They have invited us. Actually, Cornelia has been in my inbox since. Are you guys finishing? Come guys. Okay, fine. These women talk, guys. Yes. So we're going. I'll be going there just to say thank you to them, for sticking it through with us as well, and for sharing. And also, at every point, I saw Cornelia sending people into this room. When they joined in the room, I said, "No, come here." And so let me just go show my appreciation to them as well. So Dennis, if you're available, please do join us. Sebastian, Arthur, and if you're available, all those who are on Clubhouse, just join us. I won't be there for long. I really need to rest right now.
Yes, yeah.
Tomorrow. And so thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I don't know if there's any question. I see Obi Uche. Thank you very much for joining us, Obi Uche. Thank you, Kofi Donkor, Amoteng. Thank you so much. And to everyone, I want to say a very big thank you. We have better news coming, and also more information will be communicating with you as well. So please do stay in touch with us. And if you have any ideas you would like to share with us post-event so that we can build this proper structure that we have talked about and we are talking about as well, please, we're happy to have these conversations as well. And all the connections, collaborations, partnerships, you're all welcome. Please, let's have these conversations in the early days so that we are starting 2022 on a different note, and on a more energetic level as well. So thank you so much. So in the absence of any other comments, questions, or contribution, I'll be ending the room. So I'm just going to give 5 seconds if anyone has anything to say. All right, thank you. So we are ending the room now. I will be ending the room. Let me just give me a second. Let me end the live stream first on, yes, that's